Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. How is everyone doing? Oh, 1 second. There's someone in the door. 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Good morning, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi. Hi, Zia. Hi, Paula. Hi, Binny. Hang on. Hi, Kara. Sorry, 1 second. I just came up the stairs. I'm out of breath. Give me a second to recover. Probably might take more than a second, but anyway. How is everyone today? Tell me. Oh my days, I am so out of breath. I need a drink. Hang on. Hang tight. Wow, I am so unfit. Good morning, everybody. Hi. Um, well, Becky B, hey, good morning. How are you? Good morning, my friend. Good morning, everybody. Benny, you guys are amazing. Welcome in to Oof, day three of Verdict Watch and day three also of the bus crash trial. That I am not 100% sure that we're gonna have a feed today. So I am thinking, cross my fingers that we get a feed today for the bar trial. I've been uh refreshing the feed every single second almost. Hopefully there is going to be a feed, but we'll see. Um, um, she was running. No, I was running because Garden Bot ordered something for the resin printer, and I had to run down the stairs and back up and everything. So it was not because I was planning evidence. Um, I want to apologize ahead because there's going to be another stream with no camera, and I apologize for that. I have not had the best of days so far because of work. It's just work, my day job. So I I'm not looking good. I've been crying a lot, but that's fine. Anyway, well, not the maid outfit. I already have one of those. No, I'm joking. Uh, but it was a resin thing bottle that he ordered. So I am okay. I'm just struggling mentally today. Work got to me. I have cried my eyes out at work, at home, on the way home. So it has been a very emotional charge. TMI. There's never too much information, Paula. There's never too much information. So, but I do need a distraction from all the drama and all the craziness. Um, So yeah, so we are on verdict watch. The clock is already going for the last about 20 minutes. um it's they're already deliberating because we know they started deliberating at 8:45. Thank you, Theo, I really appreciate that. Sorry, you're gonna make me cry, aren't you? Good thing I don't have to grammar on today, because anything today will set me off. But yeah, that's does Kara after choke, huh? Does Carrot have to choke a fish for you? I have no idea what you just said, Kara. Kara, sorry. Yeah, I have no clue. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. I need all the I need to make a decision of what I'm gonna do with my main job. Obviously, I still need it. I might even try to find another one or just stick it out for a little bit longer. But it is starting to affect me quite a bit, which I do not like it. I don't like the fact that I come home stressed out and annoyed and everything. So I normally, when that happens, I bail, but I can't do that just now on this one. I This one offers me the perfect hours that I can do the YouTube side of things, and I don't want to give up this either. So I just oh, okay. She's asking who. Well, I'm afraid that he might be here, but my boss. No, my boss, he did try. It's not his fault. It's other people that I work with that do nothing. No, my boss is a very good boss. He listens a lot and he does a lot, but there's so much that he himself can do. Um, he can force other people to work, but people can choose not to work and not do their job. But it is up to him, but it's not up to him. You guys understand me. So it's just one of those things. I might just need to be a little bit more patient and put up with it a little bit more. We are on the way. Okay, awesome. Okay, tell me when you are here, because I want to be there for it. I want to record it and have the evidence against you too here. No, no, seriously, he is a good boss, but it's just had one of those days because there was a visit, like a big visit from a big boss. I had my hand injured, still have my injured, and I couldn't do as much or as fast that I wanted to get done by a certain time, so everything looked good for the visit, and I did not have any help, even though with my hand injury. So it was just like all of it. And then I did not start. We'll need a healer. Yes, and healer. I'll okay. All right. Always lacking healers. Well, to be fair, you should always get more healers. We can get a yeah, true. I don't know where we can get one, so don't ask me. Um, so and then in the morning the day did not sound good because when I woke up I was struggling a lot to get ready. I didn't want to wake up Garden Bot because he needs his beauty sleep. See, here, I was nice to him. I was nice to the defendant in the case. So yeah, so it was like a whole combination set of things, but and and then I couldn't find my keys. I couldn't get out. It was a whole shebang, and I even did text Zio because she was still awake at that time. And sounds like my day was not having a good start, so it was a whole thing. I already knew it was gonna be a bad day, but never thought or imagined it would be as bad as today was. That I was crying in the middle of the bakery and trying to package bread and me crying. So that was fun. Not it wasn't. So hey William, good morning, my friend. How are you doing? Um, so we are still waiting for our trial to kick in, which I hope it kicks in soon. Oh, Paul, you guys are gonna make me cry today, aren't you? Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm definitely going to grab some snacks. I definitely need snacks and munchies and comfort food and junk food. I think I need that. That's what I need the most is junk food for sure. Um, Oh, thank you very much for your support. You guys are amazing. Thank you. I love you guys too. It's that's why it's like I was gonna say, oh, I will just go online if there is a verdict and then just leave it at there. But I was like, no, I want to hang out with everyone because I know it's the good for me that I need to be busy and not just not here doing anything. I could have been like playing video games, but I would be into in my thoughts for that. So yeah, that's why I was like, no, I'll make the effort. And I know I always get better hanging out with you guys anyway, so I know this is the antidote that I need. um Thank you. Oh, thank you very much, Paula. I really, really appreciate it. And the computer is lagging because I have the the OBS open. Thank you very much. Who, Paula? Yes, Paula is amazing, absolutely amazing. So yeah. So by the way, just might be a few tears here and there today. Carol, really good idea for all the snacks. I am gonna have so much snacks, you guys. Okay, I am already crying, so you guys need to not do this because I already know that I was gonna cry today. Thank you very much. You guys are so supportive, and oh, Katya, do not cry. Katya, do not cry. Well, a good thing you guys cannot see me right now because ugly cry is back. So I know they are. Both of them are. But the Discord conversation, it is amazing. I was laughing, and you guys made me laugh. Absolutely made me because talking about this, a fake trial that we're having for Garden Bot, um, it's it has made my day, and it makes me laugh. It makes me feel better. It makes me not being in my head too much, and not overthink about things. So it is a great thing, and I like that we have that, and we have the Facebook group as well, where we can also have a laugh and everything. And oh, you stop. Clinics for yo, you guys. I can't even speak because I'm crying. I had to. Oh, I definitely need the box of tissues now. You guys, you girl, I'm definitely having. I would turn on the camera, but I look absolutely horrible. No one wants to see that. But I know my glasses are stimming. That I know for sure. Hang on, let me. You guys, I don't even have the words. Oh, hang on. I need to be able to see the confusing. Oh, ah, thank you. Ugh, I'm gonna get so many snacks. Oh, come and Kleenex. Apparently, I have the Kleenex. Um. Oh, you can cry too, William. Guys are allowed to cry. Come on, but you guys are amazing. It's. Oh, thank you. Oh, I can feel that this like that's why I'm saying that I made the effort, and I was like, even though it was the I'm not gonna lie, it was the last thing that I wanted to do. I said I'm gonna push myself and I'm gonna do it because hanging out, and I know is good for my mental health. Hanging out with you guys, maybe not listen to so much true crime, but hey, it's our niche, it's what we like, it's fine. But oh, sorry. Um but absolutely hanging out with you guys is absolutely amazing, and I would not trade that for anything in the world. So we still on verdict watch. There's no much change. I can show you the feed from yesterday. Bear with me to see which one it is because I have a lot of open. Oh, definitely we can chat all day, but I think I would run out of things to say by in 5 minutes. I mean, maybe not, but try will be nice to start to get our minds off. But I mean, if this trial doesn't start, we might have to give him our own trial. Um, well, you guys are making me feel very well. Yeah, you make very emotional, and I'm hoping our trial comes on soon because I do want to. Can you cover that list? Oh yeah, I can cover. Hang on, where? One second. So, ooh, there was this trial that me and he we were gonna try to cover, right? And his name is Alexandra. Alexander. I can't say. I cannot absolutely speak today. Alexander Del Toro, and it was having a trial in Florida and everything, um, and he was found. I don't know where the thing is. Hang on. Heo, can you post on chat? I know Nightbot is gonna yell at you, but can you send me the link in chat for it? I'm sorry, Gardenbot, Nightbot is gonna yell at you, not Gardenbot. Gardenbot doesn't yell at anyone. He barely yells at me anyway. So thank you very much. So there was this trial. So he was accused of unaliving his mom at the birthday party, and he claimed that he did a self-defense. All the evidence pointed, and in my opinion, when I was researching for this case, all the evidence pointed that he was guilty, that he did it. He rejected the plea deal, and moving on. Thank you very much. And then yesterday, um, Nightbot is inviting you to dance there, here. So he got his verdict came, I think was yesterday or the day before. So I'm gonna get this ready. If my computer cooperates. Thank you very much. Um so we had the verdict yesterday. Okay, now need to share this one. Does it have sound? No. Put the sound on and there. Yeah, Nightboss wants to dance with Zio. I think he does, yeah. Okay, now this is the verdict for that guy, the Alexander Del Toro case that happened, I think was yesterday. If I don't.
Not guilty. That was the verdict a jury reached this afternoon in the trial of a Margate man accused of shooting and killing his mother back in 2019.
NBC6's Kim Nguyen is live at the Broward County Courthouse with more on this. Kim, what can you tell us?
Yeah, well, it took the jury less than 5 hours to reach a verdict. Del Toro Jr. got emotional and cried after he was found not guilty.
The defendant is not guilty. So say we all this 6th day of May.
Alexander Del Toro Jr. broke down sobbing and hugged his attorney after a jury found him not guilty of manslaughter for the 2019 shooting death of his mother, Cindy Del Toro. Family members could be heard at the back of the courtroom saying, "Thank you, Jesus," after Del Toro Jr. was found innocent. He didn't speak with reporters after leaving the courtroom as a family member covered his head and asked for privacy. Despite the victory in court, his attorney, Ron Baum, called the overall situation sad.
Extremely sad that 5.5 years he hasn't been able to properly grieve his mother's death.
Throughout the trial, Del Toro Jr. and his attorney have maintained that the shooting was accidental.
But imagine you're on your 28th birthday, you've never been in trouble in your entire life, never gotten a speeding ticket, and then you have a horrendous accident.
He took the stand Monday and said he was out with his family celebrating his birthday when he got into a fight with his dad, Alexander Del Toro Sr. At some point, he said his dad pulled out a gun first during the physical fight, and his mom, Cindy Del Toro, tried to intervene. That's when he says he pulled out his gun and his father tried to knock it out of his hand, causing it to go off and accidentally shoot his mother in the face. But prosecutors argued there were no other weapons found at the scene. His attorney says the shooting, which happened in a matter of seconds, has forever changed Del Toro's life.
He used to really have a love for life. I mean, his mother was everything to him.
And Del Toro's lawyer says that the next step in all of this is to start the grieving and healing process from the loss of his mother. For now, we're reporting live in Fort Lauderdale. Kim Wynn, NBC6 News.
Wow, this is a trial that I really wanted to watch. I searched high and low for it. I was so upset that we did not get to watch, and it was on like court TV style that we couldn't have watched just like bits and pieces from the trial. Um, our trial is supposed to come on right about now, but I don't see it anywhere. This is why I don't like it is scary. Oh, okay. I did not know much. Like I knew much, but I did not know much, but I wanted to watch to know better. It would have been a really good one for us to follow. Um and and see it together and actually get another not guilty, because apparently we are on the ram of not guilty verdicts lately, I think. Apparently our trial hasn't come on. Verdict watch is still happening. They still no news. I don't think we're gonna get a verdict on that case. I think it's gonna be a hung jury. Um I'm really thinking that it's gonna be a hung jury, and I am really thinking that we're not gonna have a fit for our case. Um, Ooh, you know what? While that, we can watch a hearing for the Microsoft. So there's Shania Gardner, Mari Fernandez appear in court for a case management hearing. So this is, I need to give you guys a little bit more of information. I can't speak today. I absolutely cannot speak today. So we might not have a trial. I'm still gonna carry on. We'll keep an eye on it for a trial, obviously. But meanwhile, we're gonna do this hearing, and I am gonna just Google it to see what this trial is about, because I know it's a very popular one. I just don't really know what is it about. So I kind of know. I know it's called the Microsoft murder trial, but yeah. Um, so Shanna Garner and Mario Fernandez, our defendants, that are gonna have a hearing today. They are on trial for Jared Bridge Gun murder for hire case. It's likely to be pushed back, but um, England. It was Shanna Garner and her estranged husband Mario Fernandez, who are accused of plotting to have her ex-husband, Shanna's ex-husband Jared, killed in 2022. They have a hearing this morning. The trial now is likely to be pushed back, and the judge is going to announce a new trial date, which probably is going to be now next year in 2026. So Gardner and Fernandez are under an indictment of for first degree murder in what the prosecutors say that was a murder for hire plot in the death of Gardner's ex-husband, 33-year-old Jared. So he did die. Wow. So, Judge London Kite went in depth on a host of issues in the previous pre-trial hearing, including digital evidence needing to move the case forward and getting the state and the defense teams on the same page. They never are on the same page. So, Benny, I agree that the other former cops that of the Tyree Nichols should definitely get not guilty. Those should be locked away, throw the key away, and never see the light of day again. Those three, yes, I absolutely agree. Chris, sure, I'm sorry, but we are not on the same page anymore. But I absolutely can see your side of things, and appreciate it. So, yeah, for that I absolutely, yeah, that this one is going to be very interesting, the Gardner one, the Shanna Gardner. I've been kind of following it, but I keep forgetting what this is on about because there's so many cases going on that my mind gets confused. And sometimes it doesn't work all together, my mind, not nothing else. So uh bridge oh, and why am I in? Oh, okay. This is another case. Oh, I don't know. I think yeah. So basically, that's the case. It's the mother for hire plot, and apparently, Jared was a Microsoft guy, or used to work at Microsoft. So that's why they're calling the Microsoft mothers. I don't know what has anything to do about it, but probably maybe just to because it's a very well known thing. Now I'm just gonna check on our trial that hasn't started, that hasn't kicked in. Might need to find. Uh, the thing is, we only have 2 feeds for this trial, and both of them are not on. So I might need to find if they have anything else somewhere. Oh yeah, her Shanna's got trial, and the other guy. Uh, it's gonna be very interesting. Okay, now I need to find information on the trial because why are we not on today? Um, we had the bus driver yesterday, but this is what I like. Sometimes I don't like. It's just they stop any information, stop streaming trials like this small feeds. I understand that probably they only have like one feed possible, but it's just now we're not gonna know. Well, it's probably gonna be found guilty anyway. But so yeah, so William, the Shanna's case is a mother for hire plot that she and her husband plotted together to kill her ex-husband. He did what he was unalive. So they are both still in custody. They don't. I don't think either they don't have a bond or they haven't bonded out. So that's why they still are in jail, and it's from Florida. By the way, I forgot to say it's from Florida. Sorry, I forgot to say the state. We are back in Florida. Sorry, you guys did not know where in which state we were. So yep, that's basically it. Thank you, Benny. That's absolutely the perfect description and short version of it. Yeah, Monica Cementelli copycat. I think I would agree, absolutely agree, there, William. Definitely a Monica Cementelli copycat. Did you see that one of her co-conspirators, he got 15 years, William? Yesterday, I think he was sentenced yesterday, and he got 15 years in prison for that for that. Um, Sorry, give me 1 second. I need to put the verdict watch feed on my phone, um, so I can keep an eye on it and make sure that we don't lose it. So 1 second, let me just go on the. There we go. It's there. So it's just because so I don't have to come to the same tab all the time again, because I'm still trying to check if our trial is coming, if trial is not. So this case that we are currently watching, the Shanigarna, is they have a hearing this morning, most likely to push back the trial. Oh yeah, this is going to be a trial definitely to watch because I don't think it's going to take as long as Monica Semencelli. Oh, good morning, Hannah. How are you today? Well, you just woke up, so you probably still don't know where you are. But good morning. Glad to see you. Hi. Welcome in, my friend. Um, so yeah, we there might be no trial today. We might have to find something new to watch and leave something unwatched, which I don't like it. I mean, I'm still gonna check it, but I don't know. If anyone can do some research, if possible, in the US side of things, because I did Google something, but I only get so much information in here about some cases, because it might have not been in the docket. Actually, that is a good thing. Licking County. I need now the courthouse from Lincoln County. Um, Sorry, I need to do a banner saying what we are doing so people know what we're doing. And then I need to change it. Watching Shana Gardner. Is it Gardner or Garden? I don't even know the name of the person. My days, what's wrong with me today? There you go. Uh, 1 second. There we go. I just need to copy that. There we go. And we're back. I just need to paste and add. So just so people know what we're doing, and while we're still waiting for it to start, and while I'm looking for the courthouse website, so we can see if our trial is scheduled for today or not, because there could be a possibility. Um, Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries, Paula. That's absolutely fine. Just come back. No worries, my friend. So, just gonna look. I'm just looking in the. I don't want a court record search calendar. There you go. I want view calendar. That's what I want. Uh, oof, this writing is very small. Hang on. Oh, okay. The event is Lincoln Counting. There's nothing on account. Hang on, where? So it just says Lincoln County schedule public meeting. I don't want public meeting. Um, Gardener. I'm like, okay, all right. Oh, it is gardener. Yeah, it's like what Garden Bot does for a living. He's a gardener. Okay, this is not the oh, court calendar. This is just the courthouse calendar. Well, I need the I don't want social media. Let's see if in the docket there's anything in the dockets. While we're waiting, we are just looking for some information about our current trial that we don't see anything happening. I don't know if they don't have any. Is it William? You are in Ohio. Is it a public holiday, a federal holiday that the courtroom is not there? Oh, today is 7th of May. Hey, what is CEO sending? Oh, thank you. Our awesome person, like Theo, aka, just came through with some information about this case. Because while we are waiting for the hearing to start, we can play this so you guys can finally not listen to me anymore. I just need to put the sound on. That would work.
Now to the latest in the investigation in the death of First Coast father of four, Jared Bridegan. Prosecutors have responded to a motion filed by one of three suspects charged with Bridegan's murder, requesting the court deny a motion for Mario Fernandez Saldana to join another defendant's complaint that the state has not been sharing evidence on time. Fernandez, along with his estranged wife, Shanna Gardner, and his former tenant, Henry Tennant, are all charged with murder in the 2022 deadly shooting. Investigators say Bridegan was killed in a murder for hire plot in Jacksonville Beach when he stopped to move a tire off the road after dropping his two oldest children off at Gardner's home. The state argues the defense for Fernandez did not explain how he was hurt by the delay and that there is no reason to punish the state for the late evidence. The trial may not begin until May of 2026.
Sorry, that hurt me. My ears. So I just found that we might not have court today because oh no, she's got syrup on her crazy eyes. No, we don't like that. Um, so, um, okay, feed now went black. Great, this is awesome. So I went into the court records, and Zio, if you can help me, if that's okay, on the Jacob Mcdonald trial out of Licking County, Ohio. It says that yesterday, 6th of May, the continuation of trial to the court. Okay. And then the next date that they have is the 8th, which is tomorrow. So we might not actually have court today. And it's not because we're missing anything. It's just because that there was no court, I think. That's my understanding. If I could find a schedule thing, be yeah, I don't know. I think that's my gathering of the information. This court calendar. That's I found the court calendar. Hang on, let me keep an eye on the feed. But court calendar. No, that's 8 a.m. Hang on. So 7 of the 5th. Hang on. 7 of the 5th, 2025, 9 a.m. Jury trial. Thomas. That was not the name of our judge. Thomas and Marsland was continued, and then the jury branch tool was cancelled. Oh no, that's different cases. Hang on, I'm looking at the case. I did at the wrong case number. That would help if I would look at the correct case. Hang on, now I need the case number. Why is the writing so small? I literally am glued to the screen and I cannot see anything. So, you have a pre-trial hearing? Hannah? What did you do? You have a pre-trial hearing tomorrow? What did you do now? Girl, like don't give me a heart attack. What did you do? We got to know. We need information. Okay, I need to go back on the board calendar. But I need why is nothing today easy? 494. I need the case that ends in 494. 494. Yes. So 494. Jury trial. Continued. So, I know. You were very naughty. I've got to know. I need to know the information, Hannah. I know. I wanted to. It would have been amazing if we could find the feed of traffic court in Texas, in the area where Pickles is. We definitely well, William, we will cover Hannah's trial because I will go to Manchester to where Hannah lives. I will find it and I'll go cover the case. A case he was helping you track. Spill the beans. We need to know. I need to know because now I'm gonna have FOMO and I want information about it. And why is our fit gone dark? I do not know. Why is nothing working today? I do not know. It's why today of all days is not a good day. Today is definitely not a good day. I'm gonna cry if anything else fails. Sorry. Sorry about that, Hannah. Oh, I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm sending you a hug. I apologize. I really really am sorry about that, Hannah. Okay, right. Let's carry on. So today, the case that he has on, right, the jury trial, but with a different judge, was continued. Oh my days. What's going on? I definitely need help with this with Heo. Love you too, Hannah. I'm doing the kind of half-heart thing behind the screen. You know I do care a lot. I do not know what's going on. Do any of you? Oh, he has more pages. Hang on. He has more pages of stuff going on. Still nothing going on our feed. So we're gonna just carry on chit chatting a little bit. So 494. I need that case. Nope. Let's see if he has anything scheduled for tomorrow. Because if he has something scheduled for tomorrow, it does mean that we not gonna have a court today. See, my days, why things are so complicated? Why is the verdict not come in yet for our guy? No trial, no court. It's just not on. This is not on. Okay, it has nothing tomorrow in the schedule. What the heck? Okay, I hope he always can help me. I don't know if she even can hear me. But all I see, I would share it with you, but you guys probably would not see it anyway. But I can share because it's fine. It's very small, so you probably cannot see nothing on the screen. But let me just say hello to Gardenbot because he just got home. Hi. Hello.
Still
I oh. So hey, I'm back. So the bench trial judge don't work Wednesdays. So there he is. That's why we're not. What would I do without you guys? You can hear me. Hi, Hio. I can hear you too. So what would I do without you guys? I would not be on this little place we call Earth if I did not have you guys. Because now that makes sense that there's no court today and that there's no feed. That makes sense. So it is a great thing. Thank you very much, Hannah. We'll come back tomorrow. I might need to change the whole thumbnail and all of that chabang for okay, we can do that. If you don't mind, we can do that. Do you want to do a rewatch of the Carlos Dominguez? Oh, hang on. Oh, you know what that I just found, guys? Now the Hannah say that I just found a news section, and I'll show you of hang on, share screen, this part, this one. So if you see in the middle one there, says trial for truck driver charge on I-70 bus crash that left 6 dead recesses until Thursday. And this was 17 hours ago. If I would have read things, I would have known. So the key is read. I should learn how to read. Thank you, Hio. I'm gonna check it out now. The link. Ooh. Let's first of all change of plan. We're gonna watch the Carlos Dominguez the first trial because we can speed up and 1.25 or even 1.25. But we're gonna see a judge cry. Sorry, that sounds very badly. But apparently, in the hearing for Gavin Peterson's death. Gavin Peterson's was the person that wasn't alive. The judge cried. So I want to watch that because I cry a lot. It's only fair we see somebody else cry and not just me because I cry a lot. So, oh, donuts. Sorry, Garden Bot brought me donuts, so I think he's doing his redemption of burning my hand. I think we're gonna let him walk this time. I'm gonna talk with the prosecutor to let him walk, probably. Let's see what the prosecutor says. Right. Ugh. Hang on. Let me just set this up, and then finally I can be quiet for a little bit, and you guys can just enjoy court. Hopefully the sound is not too bad. Let's put down a little bit. And let's play.
You may be seated.
We are on the record. This is stated in conversation showing Jesse Peterson, 241901993, time set for sentencing.
All right, Mr. Peterson is present. I'll have counsel make their appearances, starting with the state.
Letitia Toombs, Weaver County Attorney's Office, on behalf of the state of Utah.
Kevin McGahey for the state, Your Honor.
Brandon Merrill on behalf of the victim's representative.
Jason Widdison for the defendant.
Logan Bichelle on behalf of the defendant, Shane Peterson.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being a little bit patient. Well, I guess we're still starting on time, but truthfully, we didn't realize we might need to move courtrooms. So thank you to Judge Hall for accommodating that, and also security for over quickly. We are set for sentencing here today. And as we get started, let me sort of give you some idea of how we're going to proceed. First of all, I think that this is a situation where we may have, I think, a letter read. I don't anticipate that there would be other people who speak either on either side other than the attorneys then, and Mr. Peterson, other than that letter being read. And let me indicate what I have gone over and what has been provided to me prior to sentencing so that the record is clear. And then I'll let Mr. Bichelle and Mr. Widdison speak, then the state present, and then finally Mr. Peterson. First of all, I did receive a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report that was prepared by Adult Probation and Parole. Did you receive a copy of that? And Mr. Bichelle, who's gonna, Mr. Widdison? Mr. Widdison, did you receive a copy of that?
I did, Your Honor, and we reviewed that.
All right.
Mr. Peterson, no legal reason why we can't proceed.
All right. Then if you want to speak to any corrections or additions, I'll certainly let you do that as part of your sentencing presentation. In addition to the PSI, I received statements from Maisha Palmer, Scott Peterson, Mandy Martinez, a letter or sentencing memo prepared by the state, which included a letter written by Gavin Peterson as part of one of his school projects, a report written by Dr. Antoinette Lasky from the University of Utah, professor of pediatrics, a diagram of the Peterson home. Then I also received a letter from Jennifer Morse, Melanie Peterson, and then today a letter from Dolan Ravoda, and I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, and Krista Mendez came in. And then finally, I do have this letter that came from Melanie Peterson, one of the listed victims and the older sister of Gavin. And I think that's going to be read out loud. So I wanted it just to be clear, both on the record and to the parties, that that's what I had reviewed. I also know that there were a significant number of things submitted by Mr. Widdison and Mr. Bichelle as it related to graduation certificates or course certificates that Mr. Peterson had completed while he was over at the Weber County Jail and while he's been in custody. Is there anything I missed from the state?
Exhibit number 4 was provided as well.
And then there were videos and photographs that were provided to the court as well. Anything from the defense?
Nothing.
All right. Then Mr. Widdison?
Thank you, Your Honor. My comments are brief, just that pursuant to the plea agreement in this case, we're asking the court to impose the prison commitments consecutively. And Mr. Peterson would like to address the court and will submit.
All right, thank you. Ms. Toombs.
Your Honor, Ms. Pitt will be reading the letter from named victim Maylani.
Dear Judge Snyder, my name is Maylani Peterson. I am writing in regards to Shane Jesse Peterson's sentencing in the death of Gavin Peterson, my brother. My life has been completely upside down and forever changed since July 9th, 2024. My little brother meant so much to me, so learning about what happened to him really took a toll on me emotionally. I wake up every single day with anger and sadness that Gavin can't be at home with his real family. The damage this horrific crime has inflicted on my closest family members and myself is 100% irreparable. Gavin had one of those souls that was one of a kind, and he deserved the life that was taken away from him and so much more. It makes me feel physically sick to my stomach when I think about some of the things Nicole Scott did to him, and I will never forgive her for any of it or for anything else that she did. My family and I will be grieving Gavin for the rest of our lives when we should not have to. Both Nicole and Shane are completely incapable of being decent parents and should never have another child in their care, let alone the ability to live with a regular life outside of the prison walls. Shane fully allowed Nicole to physically, emotionally, and mentally abuse his children, and absolutely no point did he show any sign of discomfort with what was happening or any desire to stop it. My entire life, all I wanted was a father who loved and protected me and my siblings the way I thought Shane would. Instead, we were left with an emotionally unavailable man who cared more about protecting his own image than he did being a dad. I didn't want to be recognized. I don't ever want to be recognized or known as his daughter. I find it disgusting and insulting beyond any amount of words. I can't even remember the last time he hugged me or my brothers without using one arm or staring down at a phone screen the entire time. It hurts even more to see children have a good relationship with their dads. As much as I would never wish for any child to go through any kind of abuse. I still wonder why Shane could be anything like those dads, why he couldn't be anything like those dads. My father is not a father. He is a full empty shell of a man who only cares about benefiting himself. He knew everything horrible that was going on and didn't even have the heart to think about how humiliated and alone Gavin must have felt. He didn't care. He made sure himself and Nicole were always full and had a warm place to sleep while they left Gavin with nothing. The only form of closure for me would be for both of them to die the same way they robbed him of more than just his life. They took every memory he was supposed to make and every important milestone he was supposed to read, every "I love you" from our mom. Now I will never get to grow up with him again and watch him enjoy the rest of his childhood. Please don't give these inhumane people a second chance at living a normal life. That is the first thing Gavin deserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pitt. Ms. Toombs.
Your Honor, I will keep my remarks very brief. I think that the state outlined our position in the sentencing memorandum. We have identified aggravating factors, which certainly lead the court to be able to make the findings necessary to impose all of these sentences consecutively. As just a brief recap, we have 3 named victims. Of course, Gavin has been the forefront and should be the forefront. The fact of this case is probably the most distressing fact of this case is the absolute dehumanization of Gavin. And I want to say his name again, Gavin, because they took that name from him. Shane took that name from him. he was never called by his name. He was called by other pejoratives. Gavin was dehumanized, isolated, starved, beaten, and ultimately died. This defendant, as his biological father, did nothing to stop what Shane did or what Nicole did, and he also actively participated in the abuse. When the school called out, he said, "Don't feed." When DCFS came to the door, he said, "You're not allowed in my house." Shane took the benefit of a bargain, and we would ask that the court uphold that bargain, which was to give him the maximum sentence possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toombs. Mr. Merrill.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. After this ultimate incident of Gavin's death occurred, Ms. Peterson and I, we had to go to the courts to get possession of Gavin's body to bury him in according to the wishes of his mother. It was only after we got that court order that then we were reached out to potentially try to cremate his body and split the ashes, which was obviously abhorrent to what Gavin had to go through because he deserved to be laid to rest away from this terrible person that allowed this to happen to him. The way that this man has used his money and his power to manipulate the court system to get full custody of Gavin, to allow this to happen to Gavin, to his children, and to the mother of his children is absolutely abhorrent. For the survivors of homicide victims, justice has nothing to do with handcuffs, and they will never get full justice, and Gavin will never get full justice. And the only way to even get an iota of that is to make sure that this man never sees anything other than those walls of the prison. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merrill. Mr. Peterson, anything you want to say to me? I'll ask you to stand. Your counsel can stand with you.
Yes, Your Honor. To my kids, especially my daughter, I would like to express how deeply sorry I am for my role in the abuse and the trauma that they all went through in my home. I've had several opportunities to interfere and protect you, but I chose not to do so. I am truly sorry, and I hope that one day you can forgive me. To my ex-wife, I am so sorry for how Gavin was treated in my home. I allowed this abuse to happen, and I did nothing to stop it. This abuse no doubtly was the cause of his demise, but also robbed you of the opportunity to know and love our son. I am so sorry from the bottom of my heart, and I hope that someday you can forgive me.
All right, thank you. I do want to make a couple of comments, a few comments, and I can appreciate that everyone's sort of relying on the documents that were sent to me. They're also relying on the agreement that was made for consecutive sentencing. And I know that there's been enough public interest in this case that I wanted to explain a couple of things as we go forward with the sentencing and why this has seemed a little bit abbreviated, I guess. And normally, I mean, there are not a lot of murder cases or homicide cases, I guess is the better word, as it comes to this charge. There's not a lot of homicide cases that result in a plea. There are some, but it's kind of unusual. And often from the beginning of a case, especially those of us involved in the system, try not to be, well, for one thing, someone in Mr. Peterson's situation has the presumption of innocence until a jury decides that he is guilty or until he says the word that he is guilty. That's an obligation for the court to uphold and to protect until that change is made. As part of that, you might be surprised that as a court, we don't know a lot of information about a case until really we either go through an evidentiary hearing, maybe a preliminary hearing, which we didn't have in this case because it was waived, and that's understandable. But in addition to that, we didn't have a trial because Mr. Peterson and the state came to an agreement, and so we didn't hear witnesses testify or all of those things. And so really, up until the time he pled, in an abundance of caution and trying to presume that and to afford you that constitutional right of presumption of innocence, I haven't known a lot about the case. And it was deliberate on my part. When it comes to some of these cases, they are harder than others. Child death is always a case that's going to be difficult. But I don't want in any way, shape, or form anyone to think that we are brushing either the prosecution, the defense, Mr. Merrill's representation of the victim, that we are rushing or brushing anything under the carpet as it relates to Gavin's death. And some of that has been, some of those are public documents, but truthfully, a lot of them are not public documents. I don't even see necessarily all of the documents. I don't read the police reports. I read summaries of those. There was videos that were provided to me and photographs that were provided to me, but they're not ones that are going to be made public under any circumstance, because I think it's everyone's position, and especially my position, that anyone getting a hold of those certainly would be detrimental to Gavin's legacy. And that Gavin's legacy should be the picture that I have seen. And, until the other pictures were sent over, the only picture I've seen, the school picture of him with his big smile. And I think that the media has used that as a family photo. But I think that that is the only legacy that should be able to be found by anyone who is searching for him. But I did want to emphasize a couple of things that came out in the reports that I don't think were part of the everything that has been dealt with. And I want to, first of all, commend the state and the defense, frankly, for taking this and treating this case with all of the sincere responsibility that both sides have. And I certainly I am appreciative of how it resolved, but that doesn't change how we handle the sentencing and what we do. There was a report that was written by Dr. Lasky, who's with the University of Utah, and she had some very, very valuable insights that I didn't see in any other document. And part of these, Mr. Peterson, I don't know if you've seen this. I would assume that you have access to it, but I'm also very aware that sometimes in your situation, people will bury their head in the sand and not acknowledge the true devastation or the havoc or the harm that resulted from their behavior. And I want to read part of this so it's clear in the record. First of all, she does outline that Gavin passed away when he was at the hospital, that McKay-D surgeons made heroic attempts to try and save him, and he died in the operating room where they were doing that. That Gavin's autopsy revealed he had sepsis, which was a bacterial infection in his blood, and it's led directly to his death, with additional relevant findings of dehydration, pneumonia, malnutrition, and because I'm not a medical provider, I'm going to use the regular word of severe bed sores. The investigation revealed significant concerning indicators of what he was enduring at home. He was always hungry and scavenging food. Due to repeated attempts to have his safety evaluated by DCFS, his caregivers ultimately removed him from school entirely, further worsening his isolation. He endured not being allowed to wear clothes other than diapers, being force-fed and possibly volitionally, meaning he then started to eat it on his own, feces, being subject to extreme discipline, confinement, and forced tasks such as cleaning in ways that would have been considered outside the norm. In the days leading up to his preventable death, his father reported he was vomiting and had at least one seizure. No medical care was sought. It's likely that the symptoms described were the early signs of the bacterial infection that would soon kill him. Notably, he has multiple possible explanations for the sepsis: ingestion of the feces, the severe bed sores, malnutrition leading to pancytopenia, which I had to look up too, but it's a blood disorder, and subsequent reduction in immune response. The information available in this case is clearly consistent with severe psychological abuse, physical abuse, malnutrition secondary to food restriction, and child torture. Gavin likely endured unimaginable suffering in the weeks, if not months, leading to his death. The history provided is consistent with child torture. Child torture is a medical diagnosis that includes components of severe physical abuse, restraint, unusual disciplinary practices, starvation, and severe psychological abuse, including isolation, spurning, verbal abuse, and terrorizing. Child torture often ends in the death of a victim, but prior to the death, the child is so psychologically traumatized, it is not uncommon that they will begin to manifest psychiatric symptoms. A child of Gavin's age is still dependent on caregivers to provide food, shelter, clothing, safety, nurturing, and medical care. However, they are at an age where they can attempt to save themselves from things like starvation by scavenging food or eating non-food items. The hunger drive and starvation has been well documented in medical literature. Gavin was most likely aware of the fact that there was food and that the rest of the family was eating. He also probably smelled the food they ate. It is likely this caused substantial anguish and distress. A common late-stage manifestation of starvation is the ability to overcome revulsion and eat non-food in an attempt to sustain themselves. Considering the psychological abuse Gavin endured, being isolated from children at school, outside contact with anyone, restriction to his room, constant monitoring with cameras, not being allowed to wear clothes, being forced to wear diapers, being deprived of love and medical care, all would have been profoundly impactful on his psyche. By report of the school contacts, this was an essentially normal child who was driven to a point of psychological breaking. He would have been cognizant of what was happening, understood that it was wrong, and that the adults in his life who he should have been able to rely on for all things were, in fact, his tormentors. It is without question that Gavin experienced physical pain prior to his ultimate death. His body was riddled with evidence that he was beaten more than once. The lack of body fat and diminishing muscle likely made the pain worse. And I can tell you this is part of why the state has kept their presentation short. To summarize, the physical injuries identified in Gavin, his state of malnutrition, and the subsequent history obtained support that he endured child torture in the days and weeks, if not months, leading to his death. He would have been cognizant of what was happening, how he felt, and who he should have been able to turn to for care and support. He would have been hungry to the point of being willing to risk known physical consequences in order to obtain any sustenance, to keep him alive and to overcome the innate disgust of ingesting feces. He would have felt fear and sadness and pain. Furthermore, his siblings would have sustained psychological trauma as a result of being in the same environment. As a judge, we are to sentence based on the facts, but nobody sits here devoid of emotion, empathy, human experience, or just common sense. You don't have to be a parent. You don't have to be a criminal. You don't have to be any of those things to think, oh, maybe this should be wrong. The reason I emphasize that, and it does make me emotional, because I think of, first of all, you were Gavin's dad. I don't think you deserve that title anymore, but there's nothing that can be done to change it. You certainly were not his father, and you certainly were not his protector. I don't believe for a minute that you weren't part and parcel of a significant portion of the abuse that he endured. I also find it telling that I'm more emotional about this than you are. And I think that there is reason for that. I don't think there are enough adjectives and adverbs to adequately describe how awful this situation is. And the fact that I'm teary about it is the first time in 25 years that I can think of that I have ever gotten teary in court, other than something that I was here for of a personal nature. And part of that is because this case compares to none. I've done Ms. Toombs and Mr. McGahe's job. I've done Mr. Widdowson and Mr. Bichel's job. I've prosecuted and defended child homicide cases. And I know what goes into that. As I said before, I respect the job that all of them have done here. But this has got to be one of the hardest situations any of them have dealt with. And it's absolutely unacceptable that your behavior was such that it ever took place more than once, that you allowed, condoned, encouraged, facilitated, and probably participated in any one of those instances, let alone instances that went on daily, for weeks, and for months, and potentially even years. It doesn't help you that a lot of the text messages and the cameras were hidden, and there was an attempt to cover up, because anything that you might tell me to explain why falls on deaf ears. If there was evidence of that, you wouldn't have deleted all of the things that got deleted. So the presumption really is that those were things that were going to be worse than what we do actually know. We don't know how long it went on. We don't know how many times you actively participated or how many times you were just aware of it. But the truth of the matter is, and I agree with what Ms. Toombs said, you dehumanized that little guy. And it resulted in his death. And the responsibility for that lies at your feet. I don't think that there is anything that, looking back in your past, and I got a couple of letters in support for you that wanted me to understand what kind of a character you really are, what kind of character you really have. I want you to understand that those things that you might have done that were good in the world have all been completely wiped away and eliminated by what happened here. I can appreciate you've made use of your time over at the jail, but to think that you might think that I care one bit about some of the courses that you've taken over at the jail, and that in any way that may balance what has to happen here, you are wrong. Those are pieces of paper that are shallow and pale in comparison to the life that you contributed to taking. And I hope that you understand that. I agree that you should be given the maximum sentence. I am going to run it consecutive. I also am going to encourage the board to keep you until you die. That is up to them. But there is no, if you're able to do this to your own child and allow it to be done to your own child, I cannot fathom that you can be rehabilitated. And it doesn't, again, make a difference that you don't have a criminal history. The consequences are that you did this to your daughter, you did similar things to your daughter, or allowed similar things to happen to your daughter. But even in Gavin's circumstances, I don't think there's any price that you can pay, any penance that you can offer up that the board will recognize as penance significant enough to make it safe to let you out. There's a lot of cases where I want somebody to have a glimmer of hope, that maybe if they go down to the prison and try, that maybe they'll get paroled. To be brutally honest, Mr. Peterson, I don't care if you have that glimmer of hope. I'm not going to send that glimmer your direction. The Board of Pardons might, but I do think you're entitled to the maximum sentence of this case. Mr. Peterson, if you and counsel will stand. In connection with your conviction for aggravated child abuse I'm going to start with the child abuse homicide. In connection with your conviction for child abuse homicide, recklessly causing the death of Gavin, that's a first-degree felony, and the court will sentence you to 5 years, and that will 5 years as a minimum and up to life as a maximum. In aggravated child abuse, intentionally or knowingly causing child abuse is a second-degree felony. That is in relation to Gavin as well. The court will sentence you to a sentence of 1 to 15 years in the Utah State Prison. And aggravated child abuse, intentionally or knowingly, is a second-degree felony. As it relates to Maylani, that sentence will be 1 to 15 in the Utah State Prison. As to aggravated child abuse, there's a third count there, intentionally or knowingly is a second-degree felony. The court will also sentence you in accordance with the statutory scheme of 1 to 15 years in the Utah State Prison. In the final charge of endangerment of a child, a third-degree felony, that is the exposure for the third child and third named victim, the court will enter a sentence of up to 5 years in the Utah State Prison. I will run those consecutive with each other, consecutive with any other sentence that you may be serving. I'm also going to order, are you stipulating to the restitution?
Your Honor, on that point, we're asking to set a review of restitution in 60 days. The state has asked for, the victim lawyer has asked for some financial information that we need to provide.
But can we order the amount for the funeral?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I will order $1,325.34 payable to UVOC. I will leave the remaining restitution potentially open, and that needs to be requested in writing within 60 days. And I'll set a hearing after I see a request in writing, and that will be an opportunity to respond. But the restitution to UVOC will go down to the to the Office of Debt Collections immediately, and that can begin to be collected if there's a way to collect that. The rest of it will remain open. I'm not going to impose any financial fines as it relates to all of that. I think that the sentence, of course, itself is significant and is enough. Other than that, I will recommend to the Board of Pardons you receive credit for all of the time you've served. I think statutorily you're entitled to that. But other than that, you will have 30 days from today in which you can appeal the sentence of the court. But to that end, it begins forthwith. I'll turn you back over to the department, or to the Sheriff's Office for transport down to the Department of Corrections, and you will begin to serve that sentence. Is there a request for an ongoing criminal protective order on behalf of any of the other children and his ex-wife?
Yes, Your Honor, we are asking CP, MP, as well as his ex-wife to be included in an ongoing protective order, and I will prepare that documentation and send it over to the courts.
All right. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Peterson, you're prohibited under the statute then, and this is a lifelong, long prohibition that you are prohibited from having any contact. Certainly it prohibits you from committing any domestic violence or any abuse of the named victims, and I will issue that order, but it is a lifetime that you have no contact with them as well. That means direct or indirect, no third party. You don't, if you have access, which I can't imagine you will, to social media, there is no commenting or any issue of you addressing any of those named victims. If that needs to be changed, the Board of Pardons can certainly assess that and whether or not there's a request from the victims at any point. but otherwise you consider it a lifetime ban and a lifetime criminal protective order, an ongoing sentencing protective order. There are some other things that it includes, including a stay away order that you not go to any residence, that you not go to a school or work that any of the victims attend, and you not approach or go near their cars. I think those are, again, not likely ones that will come into play ever, but they are part of the standard order. And I will issue that order as well. That'll be served on you either at the jail or at the prison, but it's in effect now. Violation of that order can result in new criminal charges. And certainly it also serves as a basis to restrict any communication privileges you might have while you are confined. And I'll ask the state to prepare that and I'll sign it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else from the state?
Your Honor, I have not confirmed with his attorney, but we would also probably like to add TP to that as well, to the criminal protective order as well. I can reach out.
Which one is it? Oh.
Yeah.
Any objection to that? There's a no contact order that's in place already.
Yes.
But I do think that would.
Yes, there was a no contact order.
I think there was a no contact order, especially when he was released, but is there an objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I will include Tyler as part of that then, even though he's an adult. If his counsel wants to object to that, I will amend it and remove him. But I'm not hearing any objection from your attorney, Mr. Peterson, and that means that for now, and based on this verbal order, it is in place. All right. So if you'll prepare that and send it over. Anything else from the state? Anything else from you, Mr. Mayor?
I think the defendant's attorney already mentioned this, but if we could just get an order to file that financial declaration under statute 7738B204, I can prepare that order if you would like, but it's a basic financial declaration that can be found on the court's website.
The financial declaration for what?
For the restitution.
Oh, for the restitution, I see.
We'll get that to them.
Okay. And are you asking that appellate counsel be appointed for any purpose at this point?
No,
All right. You do have 30 days to appeal. If there's a change of heart and you do intend to appeal, you're certainly entitled to counsel to assist you with that if you're indigent, but I would have to assess that. So make sure that that comes to my attention before the 30 days are up. Otherwise, it's very difficult to get it back. All right? All right. Anything else from you, Mr. Widdowson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. That will be all. Court will be in recess.
Right, now it's over. Let me just say to Paula in chat, it's over. But the thing is, in Utah, it works a bit different. So in Utah, you get a sentence, a minimum sentence. You serve that sentence, and then you go to the parole. It's a range of time. So he has 5 to life in prison. What means is he has he has 5 years to do. After the first 5 years, he goes before a parole board, see if he's eligible for parole. If they decide that he is, he goes out on parole. If not, he remains in custody for the rest of his life. So if he gets, I don't think he gets denied at the first time. He can try again, like a normal parole, but it is a range. In Utah, you don't get a set amount of time, which is weird. The parole board will decide that for you. So he serves his first 5 years, goes before the parole decides what happens after that. The same is going to happen with the very famous YouTube mom, Ruby Frankie. Yeah, Ruby Frankie, that's her name. That she's also in Utah, and then she is having the same issue. She has 4 to 60 years or whatever it is. So in like 2 years, or she's gonna be able to go before the parole board and see if she can get out on one. So that is just crazy. So oh well, I did not. Yeah, kind of does a little bit. I don't really remember the lawyers on that case. So yeah, but it's just a horrible case.
justice was served, he's never gonna get out. In my opinion, he will never ever get out, because there is no way a parole board will hear, and there is no way there is going to be any amount of classes and programs and everything that he can attend to make anything um better or better himself, because he's just a monster, and that's the name for that he deserves. um Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nightbot has a problem with caps and links. Sorry about that. So deliberations are still ongoing. There was a camera movement and then someone that passed in front of the camera, but nothing has happened so far. In that, so keeping a very close eye on feed. Clock is still going. We are almost at 2 hours already today. Wow. Oh, the defendant, right? Okay. Um. Oh, okay, nice. N- what with the one with the man bun? If it is the man bun, yeah, probably the defendant. I remember my days. That hair. That hair is all gone. I think I'm more upset about the hair than anything else. But yeah. So now, Zio, our friend Zio, because our court trial is on break. Um. Um Today our trial is on break. The bus crash trial, it will be back tomorrow. So because we're still on deliberations and everything, and I need to hang out with y'all because I need help, and I need to be uh hanging out with you. I thought Enzio recommended that we watch the Carlos Dominguez trial. Started from day one. I think they're only gonna go on day 3 today, so it's not a lot. We can watch speed up anyway. So this trial is about 22-year-old Carlos Dominguez is on trial for allegedly, he did do it, but we have to say allegedly, killing David Bro and Kareem Nanjim in a string of brutal stabbings in Davis, California. In late April and early May 2023, one survivor, Kimberly Killory, was attacked at an encampment. Due to mental health concerns, Dominguez was first declared incapable of standing trial, but following psychiatric treatment, he was found competent. He entered a not guilty by reason of insanity plea in October 2024, and his trial will decide whether he will be committed to a mental health hospital or face life in prison. So, we're gonna be probably following this case by little bit, but we're not following it live because it's just uh the time zone. Time zone is absolutely not good for us because it's California. We all know that. And yeah, so we are on verdict watch for Christopher Shore case. And also, don't forget, we also are following the Tyrone Nichols verdict watch. So there's 2 verdict watch, and we're watching a new trial. It's not going to get complicated at all. Oh, yeah, and it's gonna last 10 weeks, that Carlos Dominguez. So you guys know my commitment issues to long trials. So yeah, let's just watch and me start rumbling, because I can rumble for England literally. So let's just watch.
On its completion, it has no bearing on this case. And so that's my proposed instruction that we talked about last week. Mr. Demore, any comments on that?
People are okay with that instruction.
Okay, thank you, Council. Mr. Hutchinson?
I agree.
Okay, great. So we have that. And then the second order of business here is that there was an opening statement PowerPoint drafted by the prosecution. And it sounds like the parties have done some adjusting and or meeting and conferring. And I did get a brief from the defense and a brief from the people on that. And so I'm prepared to go through that one by one. Let's just address the defendant's objection to the draft. It's slide 1 that's been withdrawn. And then slide 13 is the Gallardo text. And the court will overrule the objection. The people can show that. There's a reasonable good faith belief that that may come into evidence, and their foundation can be laid for it. So we'll just see. whether that happens or not, but I think it's appropriate for opening a statement. The photos of David Bro, Mr. Hutchinson, now that you see the arguments set forth by the people on why they have the sequence of photos, do you have any additional comment on that?
No, I did not receive their opposition. I only emailed to me, but I did not receive their email. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Van Rick.
It came this morning. Maybe it just hasn't. It was emailed out about 6 or.
Go ahead and just summarize it. And then Mr. Hutchinson, can you pull that mic close to you? Thanks.
Yes, Your Honor. And so people's slides here depicting David Bro, there's a couple of them, and the reason is because we're highlighting a couple key pieces of evidence at that crime scene, specifically the knife sheath that's on the ground, its distance in relation to Mr. Bro and bench. And then the pictures of David Bro, I actually selected photos that don't show his face to minimize any impact in this. There's only one picture in the entire sequence that shows his face. The slides are actually to highlight his clothing, specifically the dirt pattern that's on his clothing. There's dirt that's all around the left side of his leg and on the right knee, and then on his undershirt in the belly area, and then all over his sweater on the top half. And this is all evidence that Mr. Bro was sleeping on bench at the time that he was attacked, that he fell to the ground, getting that dirt on him while he was on the ground, that as the attack is continuing, he's able to get up into a defensive position on the bench, receiving defensive wounds on his arms, and ultimately expires on the bench. And so the kind of dirt pattern on his clothing is to show what's taking place with Mr. Bro during the attack.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hutchinson. It seems to me they have a good faith argument. It's a little unclear to me as to which witness is going to testify to this sequence of events, presumably one of the officers that took the pictures.
Well, what he just described there is argument, but I understand their basis for wanting to show the photos. So I will submit. I'm still trying to pull up.
Well, that's okay. He just explained it. So the exhibits, the slides, I should say, that were numbered 22, 23, and 24, any objection, that's overruled, and the prosecution can show that. And then the one thing I was left with, Mr. Vanderhook, is Mr. Hudson said, well, that sounds like argument. It's unclear to me when you brief this on who was going to testify as to the sequence of these photos, and is it that you're going to argue inferences from these photos later, or how is that story that you just recounted coming into evidence?
The pathologist who conducted the autopsy of Mr. Bro has provided a statement, which was previously been disclosed to the defense back in February, that Mr. Bro's wounds and positioning on the bench are consistent with him being laying on the bench in a sleeping position at the time the attack was initiated, and then moves up into a sitting position during the course of the attack. And then just reasonable inferences are being drawn from the dirt that at some point during the attack that he's coming in contact with the dirt.
What's that witness's name?
Dr. Zhu.
How do you spell his last name?
Z-H-O-U.
Okay. All right, thank you. Slide 28 is the Kumada. It looks like the, just a moment. Seems to me that that's just out of his testimony.
Yes, Your Honor, it's
right.
directly based on his report.
Right. So slide 28 is okay. Any objections overruled?
There's one.
Yeah, go ahead.
The people can mention it, but that is a exhibit that the defense will challenge and ultimately may not be admitted into evidence. And so the case law talks about the appropriateness of using exhibits during opening statement. There is no error if they're later admitted into evidence. For the people to put an exhibit up there that may ultimately not go into evidence with the defense is challenging, I believe is inappropriate. They can reference it if they will, but they should not be able to project that to the jury.
Mr. Vanderhook, on that legal argument. So basically, if the opposing party flags in good faith a pretrial objection to a physical piece of evidence here, a document, normally during the course of the evidentiary phase of the trial, you would have to lay the foundation, overcome any objections before publishing it to the jury. And so I understand Mr. Hutchinson's argument here. It's different if he doesn't have a good faith basis to challenge it, of course. What's your response?
Your Honor, this expert put together this report, and we have a good faith basis to believe that this is going to be admitted, and we're permitted to do so. The only basis for challenging this exhibit is that the defense has their own expert who has a different interpretation. But the evidence is going to be from Mr. Kumada that these points that he's plotting on this are from the defendant's phone, and that they're all with each point comes with its own precision estimate as to how accurate the points are, and he's going to be able to testify that every single point that's reflected on the diagram has a precision estimate of 65 meters or less. The defense expert is talking about other points that have precision estimates of over 2 kilometers. And so, while there is an expert somewhere who disagrees with this, doesn't change the fact that we're going to be able to lay the foundation. And it may ultimately be that this comes in and the defense expert's opinion comes in and then the jury gets to sort it out. But it's not a question of admissibility. What the defense is arguing is essentially that people should not adopt this interpretation or adopt this as what is true. It's not a question really of admissibility. It's of the dueling experts and that their expert wants to rely on points with precision estimates that could put them anywhere in the city.
Okay, in the court's heard argument, I'm going to allow the slide 28, and we'll see where it goes in the course of the trial. I don't feel that it would be highly prejudicial if it's shown and later concluded that it's not admitted, and there's a reasonable probability that it will be admitted. So let's go on to slide 32, and slide 32 is relevant. It will be admitted during the course of the trial without question, so the people can show slide 32. And then slide 40 is, and slide 32 was the picture of Mr. Abu Najim. And I have made an order, it's a graphic picture of the deceased. And I made an order that the news media may not publish this. It's live here in the courtroom. Anybody following this case that feels compelled to see every piece of evidence must come to the courtroom. And we're not going to publish that graphic photo, and we're not going to live stream that graphic photo, and that's an order of the court. Okay, and then we get to slide 40, and just a moment. Right, I don't really have a problem with slide 40, Mr. Hutchinson. So anyway, I think it's evidence that's likely to come in, and so I would overrule any objection to that. Okay, so that's where we're at. That takes care of the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you to both parties for highlighting those issues. And then the only additional comment I have is the prosecution estimated 1 hour for opening, and then the defense said less than 1 hour. And I don't see how a 1 hour estimate, Mr. Vanderhook, is even remotely close when I have a presentation of 70 slides. So I'm a little at odds on how you can do that in 1 hour. Am I missing something?
I think some of these slides are going to have only seconds attached to them, while others have longer time. When I did a practice run, I was close to an hour. I think it was somewhere around like an hour, 10 minutes.
Well, thank you. I'd like you to be close to an hour and 10 minutes, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, and then the next issue I wanted to address was the jury note that I received. So jury number 7 wrote the following. In my jury question, I put down my address, Woodland, California, because that's what it is in my driver's license, and I haven't formally changed it. However, I stayed in an apartment in the Bay Area. I'm not giving the specifics. You gave me the actual address. In the Bay Area for almost 2 years now. And then someone pointed out to him I might be making a legal mistake, and I don't want to compromise anything. So the law to me is pretty clear that in order to sit on a jury in a county, you have to be a resident of the county, unless the parties stipulate. I think based on voir dire, based on a 28-year history of juror number 7 living in the county, he obviously has close ties to the county and has been here. He acted in good faith at all times. He showed up for jury service here in Yolo County. So I think stipulation would be reasonable, but the parties have to stipulate under these facts. So Mr. DeMore, I go to you first.
Parties stipulate, the people would.
Okay, Mr. Hudson.
Stipulation.
Okay, let's keep juror number 7 on, and I'll let him know we got that. Okay, so we did that instruction. I'm going to pre-instruct in a moment when we get the jury in. I'll read the information, we summarize that, and we've handled the PowerPoint issues. I did see that another motion came in from the people. I'll address that later. Not prepared to address that at this time. So Mr. Hudson, you may not have seen this yet. It's a motion to eliminate to exclude defendant's hearsay statements, and we'll take this up later this week, as soon as I can get to it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. DeMore, Mr. Vanderhook, any other issues at this time before we check on jury?
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, anything else? Okay. All right. So then to our bailiff. We have 18 jurors, and they're scheduled to be here at 9:30 to start. And so I want you to order them. If you don't have a roster, I want you to line them up out there. So when they come in and can move in 1 through 18. The only thing I'll say is that I moved the third alternate to sit over here next to alternates 1 and 2. And so that's in the scale. So she'll sit over here, and then the other 3 alternates will sit in sequence over there. Okay. So that's what we'll do. All right, just a moment. Okay, that's okay. All right, thanks. Okay, all right, super. So we'll be back then when we get in the box, 18 jurors. All right, thank you, folks. Off the record. I'm so thankful for your service, and I know our entire community are thankful. We're going to get going here right away. As a practical matter, I've got 3 of my jurors over here on the left, and I am going to move you slightly to the right, but we live stream these proceedings, and I don't want any of the jurors on the live stream proceedings. So I had to put you over there temporarily. I'm going to tighten up the camera angle, and then we'll be able to move you out a little bit. So thank you for your patience today with me on that. Okay, so let's move on and get started here. So the first thing I'd like to do for the jury is to read the information to you. And this is the charging document. Count 1. On or about April 26, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Section 187, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully kill a human being, to wit, with the initials DB, with malice aforethought. It is further alleged that the murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 189, Subdivision A, an enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Count Enhancement 1A, it is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Moving on to count 2. On or about April 29th, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Section 187, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully kill a human being, to wit, initials KA, with malice aforethought. It is further alleged that the murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 189, Subdivision A, enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Count Enhancement 2A. It is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Count 3. On or about May 1st, 2023, Carlos Reales Dominguez did commit a felony, namely a violation of Sections 21A, 664 sub A, and 187 sub A of the California Penal Code, attempted murder, in that Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully, unlawfully, and with malice aforethought attempt to murder the initials KG, a human being. It is further alleged that the attempted murder alleged above was willful, deliberate, and premeditated within the meaning of California Penal Code Section 664, Subdivision A, and 189, enhancement for willful, deliberate, and premeditated attempted murder. Count Enhancement 3A, it is further alleged that during the commission or attempted commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully and personally use a deadly or dangerous weapon within the meaning of Section 12022, Subdivision B1 of the California Penal Code, use of a deadly weapon. Count Enhancement 3B, it is further alleged that during the commission of the felony charged above, Carlos Reales Dominguez did willfully and unlawfully and personally inflict great bodily injury upon any person other than an accomplice within the meaning of Section 12022.7, Subdivision A of the California Penal Code, infliction of great bodily injury. Case Enhancement A, it is further alleged that the offenses charged in counts 1 and 2 involved the murders of 2 separate victims within the meaning of Section 190.2, Subdivision A3 of the California Penal Code, special circumstances for multiple murders, and that Carlos Reales Dominguez murdered more than one person, to wit, humans with the initials DB and KA. That's a reading of the charging document in this case. Now I'd like to offer some baseline jury instructions to you. The trial will now proceed as follows. The people may present an opening statement. The defense is not required to present an opening statement, but if it chooses to do so, it may give it either after the people's opening statement or at the beginning of the defense case. The purpose of an opening statement is to give you, the jury, an overview of what the attorneys expect the evidence will show. It is not legal argument. It is simply a preview of the evidence, and we're going to start this in just a minute. After the opening statements, the people will offer their evidence. Evidence usually includes witness testimony and exhibits. After the people present their evidence, the defense may also present evidence, but is not required to do so. Because the defendant is presumed innocent, he does not have to prove that he is not guilty. After you've heard all the evidence and before the attorneys give their final arguments, I will instruct you on the law that applies to this case. And after you've heard arguments and instructions, you will go to the jury room to deliberate. Now, this trial has a special instruction. The defendant has entered pleas of not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. The procedure for this case is to try the question of guilt first, and then, if necessary, to try the question of insanity separately. These are two distinct phases. And I just a moment ago outlined phase one: opening statements, evidence, legal instruction, argument, and deliberation. That's the outline for phase one. That's all you need to concern yourself with right now. You, the jury, shall not consider the question of legal insanity in the first phase. You may consider, however, evidence of the defendant's state of mind in the first phase. Also, you shall not consider at any time anything that was stated on the jury questionnaires or stated during voir dire, jury selection. Jury selection serves a specific purpose. Upon its completion, it has no bearing in this case. I will now explain the presumption of innocence and the people's burden of proof in the initial phase of this trial. The defendant has pled as indicated not guilty. The fact that a criminal charge has been filed against the defendant is not evidence that the charge is true. You, the jury, must not be biased against the defendant just because he has been arrested, charged with a crime, or brought to trial. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent. This presumption requires that the people prove a defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I tell you the people must prove something, I mean they must prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you with an abiding conviction that the charge is true. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. In deciding whether the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, you, the jury, must impartially compare and consider all the evidence that's received throughout this trial. Unless the evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, he is entitled to an acquittal, and you must find him not guilty. You, the jury, must decide what the facts are in this case. You must use only the evidence that's presented in the courtroom. Evidence is the sworn testimony of witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged with a crime, brought to trial, is not evidence of guilt. Nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. Their opening statements, which we'll hear in just a minute, and the closing arguments, the attorneys discuss this case, but their remarks are not evidence. Their questions are not evidence. Only the witnesses' answers are evidence. The attorney's questions are significant if they help you understand the witnesses' answers. Do not assume something is true just because a lawyer asked a question suggesting it is true. During the trial, the attorneys may object to questions asked of a witness. I will rule on the objections according to law. If I sustain an objection, the witness will not be permitted to answer, and you must ignore the question. If the witness does not answer, do not guess what the answer might have been or why I ruled as I did. If I order testimony stricken from the record, disregard it. Do not consider it stricken testimony for any purpose. You must disregard anything you see or hear when the court is not in session, even if it is done or said by one of the parties, one of the attorneys, a witness, or even myself. We have a transcript being made of this record. If you decide during jury deliberations that you need to review the record, you may ask that the transcript be read back to you. You, the jury, alone must judge the credibility and believability of witnesses. In deciding whether testimony is true and accurate, use your common sense and experience. You must judge the testimony of each witness by the same standard, setting aside any bias or any prejudice you may have. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. Consider the testimony of each witness and decide how much of it you believe. In evaluating witness testimony, you may consider anything that reasonably tends to prove or disprove the truth or accuracy of that testimony. Here are some factors, and I'm going to give you written instructions so you don't have to remember all this, but here's some common sense factors in evaluating witness testimony. How well could the witness see, hear, or otherwise perceive the things about which the witness testified? How well was the witness able to remember and describe what happened? What was the witness's behavior while testifying? Did the witness understand the questions and answer them directly? Was the witness's testimony influenced by a factor such as a bias or a prejudice, a personal relationship with someone involved in the case, or a personal interest in how the case is to be decided? What was the witness' attitude about the case or about testifying? Did the witness make a statement in the past that is consistent or inconsistent with his or her testimony? How reasonable is the testimony when you consider all of the other evidence in the case? Now, do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether the differences are important or not. People sometimes honestly forget things or make mistakes.
All right, so we are going to Florida, guys. So bear me a moment while I open another thing.
Right, so we are going to Florida.
Hang on, sorry, that was horrible because I had my So yeah, we're going back to Florida because we were in Florida earlier, but we had to leave because they were checking forever and they're not anymore because they are live now. We are watching where is it? Where's the where's the thing gone? Hang on. Shana God. I don't even know how to spell her name anymore. Hang on, I'm having one of those days that I don't know how to. There we go, found it. Right. So Shara Gardner is an current husband. It's a higher for oh, I can't even speak. A higher for murder plot trial, like Monica Cementelli. I will give you the description on the chat below, but the judge is on a bench, so. Oh, and you cannot see.
Stifler.
There you
Good
go.
morning, Your Honor. Christina Stifler, Steve Siegel, and Alan Mizrahi on behalf of the state. Numbers 4 and 5, Mario Fernandez Saldana, Shanna Gardner.
Thank you. Good morning.
Your Honor. Patrick Brody present with Shanna Gardner. Jose Baez is present via Zoom.
Good morning, Your Honor. Justice Dreiser here on behalf of Mr. Fernandez, along with Shannon Day, James Hill, and Frank Sony via Zoom.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Stifler.
Your Honor.
Hang on. Sound is not great. Or it's just me.
I have provided this morning to counsel for Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez the state's completed
Never mind, it was just me. Sorry, my bad.
discovery inventory. They're in receipt of those drives. We have a discovery meeting set for next Thursday to discuss after they've had a chance to review.
Wait a minute. I apologize. The Zoom was on mute, so Mr. Tassoni and Mr. Baez? Okay.
Yes, they're both present.
All right.
Mr. Tassoni was at some point this
Oh,
morning.
okay.
He logged off.
Okay. All right, so go ahead, Ms. Stifler. I just want to let you know that the attorneys that were appearing could not hear, so.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll start over. I have tendered this morning to counsel for Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez the state's completed discovery inventory for their review. We have a meeting next week after they've had the chance to review that to discuss. I've also provided them a supplemental discovery demand listing with specificity some of the items from some of their motions. I'm asking the court at this time to hold their motions to compel in abeyance. I believe we should be able to resolve and render those motions moot with some of these issues. And if not, they can readdress with the court. Secondly, to update the court as to the electronic discovery, I spoke with Detective Padilla from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and Secret Service Computer Forensics Unit. He was able to recover the data from the damaged hardware on the RAID device. He has been able to verify data and obtain the original Celebrate extractions for all devices, and he's compiling those on a hard drive to inventory those as well and provide to both defense teams as well as the state so that we all have the same verified hash valued device extractions. He's also working on obtaining the quote unquote raw data forensic extractions as requested by the BIAS team. And that should be completed within the next week or so. He's at a conference this week, so I will have an update for them at our discovery meeting next week. And lastly, we've had an update from Mr. Gano, who is working on redactions on Mr. Fernandez's Google returns and Ms. Gardner's iCloud return with FDLE as authorized by this court, and I would anticipate receipt of those redacted extractions within the next 2 to 3 weeks. As such, the state and defense counsel are in agreement for a status date in June, at which time we can address any outstanding discovery issues. We were able to complete 3 depositions last week, and we'll continue to set depositions in the meantime.
And then, so the index you're filing today,
I have a copy, yes, for the court.
Mr. Hathaway, that
We can file
does that, is it an Excel spreadsheet? Is that what it is?
It is the Excel spreadsheet along with all of the items. So it works the same way as defense counsels. When you pull up the spreadsheet and the inventory, it cross-references the name of the exhibit, where it's disclosed on a state exhibit, and there's a hyperlink. If you click, it will actually pull up the exhibit.
Okay, so how do you normally document that for the docket?
It would normally be an exhibit, and it would be held in evidence unless you needed it to review.
Okay, so what I would like is that you document that as Court Exhibit 1, and it'll be Discovery Index. When you update Discovery, will it continue to be updated this way, like documented with the court, or?
So each individual exhibit has a label corresponding to the.
No, I mean from this index last whatever entry from this point forward, will at the conclusion of like when you all get to a certain point, will it always be documented this way?
Yes, so each exhibit on that index court has a specific letter and numerical tag and evidence number. So whatever supplemental discovery I give them from this point forward, I will continue to letter and numerically number it subsequent to that. So if there's, for example, if I had exhibits B1 through 20, the next B exhibit I give them would be B21, and I'll provide another court exhibit at the end of the case to supplement that.
Okay, so we will call this State's Discovery Index 1. And then, yes, so we will go from that point forward. But it will be a court exhibit, obviously not any type of evidence, but if needed, then it's documented. So we talked about June 6th. You're available at what time?
Yes, Your Honor, I think based on all our schedules, we're requesting June 6th at 10:30 a.m. for status update and pretrial.
So I have a juvenile sentencing set at 10. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach out to them, see if they can start at 9, and then I will have you all at 10:30. Okay, I'll move them. All right, so I'll take that date and time if it's agreeable with all sides.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have a brief moment, counsel.
Sure. Is that okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so on Mr. Fernandez's case number 4, the next court date will be June 6, 10:30, status hearing. And then Ms. Gardner, case number 5, same date, same time. Thank you all very much.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's this?
All right, so that was the hearing for Shanna Gardner. All this time waiting for that. Basically was just a rescheduling, talking about evidence and just, yeah, just normal. So let's go back to our catch up of the trial, or just taking a sneak peek at this trial. I don't know what's going to happen, but yeah, I need to bump it all again. That's why I'm trying to speak a little bit low, because I know the volume might be a little bit high. But yeah, I'm doing better with my hand, but I'm having a hard day today. But it's okay, Fran. Thank you very much, and hello.
What they remember. Also, two people may witness the same event, yet see it or hear it differently. Okay, my final instruction before I invite the lawyers to give opening statements. If you receive any information about this case from any source outside of the trial, even unintentionally, do not share that information with any other juror. If you do receive such information, or if anyone tries to influence you or any juror, you must immediately tell the bailiff. You must not let bias, sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion influence your assessment of the evidence or your decision. Bias can affect what we notice and pay attention to, what we see and hear, what we remember, how we perceive people, and how we make decisions. We may favor or be more likely to believe people whom we see are similar to us or with whom we identify. Conversely, we may disfavor or be less likely to believe people whom we see as different. Although we are aware of some of our biases, we may not be aware of all of them. We refer to those biases as implicit or unconscious. They may be based on stereotypes we would reject if they were brought to our attention. Implicit or unconscious biases can affect how we perceive others and how we make decisions without our being aware of their effect. You, the jury, must not be biased in favor of or against any party, witness, attorney, a defendant, or alleged victim because of his or her disability, gender, nationality, national origin, race or ethnicity, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, age, or socioeconomic status. You must reach your verdict, finally, without any consideration of punishment. All right, those are pre-instructions that the court has given to the jury. And I think I promised all 18 of you that I would wave a proverbial flag each time we moved into a new stage. And we're ready now for opening statements. Okay, so with that, I'll invite Mr. Vanderhook to give an opening statement on behalf of the people of the state of California.
Good morning, everyone. Was introduced to some of you before. My name is Chris Vanderhook. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case. And this is the people's opening statement. Right? Later, you're going to hear a closing argument, and this is an opening statement. And the purpose of the opening statement is to kind of give you an overview of what the evidence is going to be, what you're going to be presented with. So that way, when you're hearing the evidence during trial, you understand where things fit into the big picture of things. During trial, due to scheduling issues or all kinds of things, witnesses can come in jumbled order in there. And if you don't understand how they fit into the picture of things, it can be difficult to understand the testimony and the scope of what's going on. Some of the witnesses in this case are going to be people who are unhoused, and so they're going to be brought in just when they can be located and brought into court to testify. And so they may come in the middle of another witness's testimony or something like that. And so if we're doing a good job in this opening statement, you'll have a good idea of how everyone fits into what's going on. And so we're first going to look from the kind of 1,000-foot perspective of what is the basics of what's going on in the case. And from a 1,000-foot perspective, it starts on April 27th of 2023, when David Breaux is found dead on a bench in Sycamore Park in the city of Davis. Or sorry, in Central Park in the city of Davis. So David Breaux is sitting upright on a bench in a grassy area. Behind him is a play structure, and you can see that there's a metal railing fence behind him, and he's surrounded by grass on the front. Now, at the time that he's found, rigor mortis is set in, and he's been dead for a while. He's found that morning of the 27th, and so he's killed sometime on the night of the 26th to the 27th. And he's on a bench that's surrounded by grass, and all areas about 50 feet, and he's got this railing to the back. And it's a dark area of the park. The only lighting is this kind of, you have a light there and a light there in the kind of play area of the park. and there's trees in between the lighting. So where David Rowe is on the bench, it is dark. Now, the police are called, the police do an investigation, and then 3 nights later, on the night of April 27th, you have Kareem Abu Najim, who's killed in Central Park. Now, Kareem lives in the housing that's on the left side of the freeway from Central Park, or from Sycamore Park. He lives in the housing there, and he rides his bike through down Sycamore Lane, through Sycamore Park, over the pedestrian bridge, into where he lives to go home. And as he's riding his bicycle down the path, he's attacked and he's stabbed to death. The police respond, the police conduct an investigation as well, and then there is a third stabbing that happens. So Kareem is killed on the night of April 29th, and then you have a third stabbing on the night of May 1st of 2023. And so on that night, Kimberly Guillory is sleeping in her tent, is sitting in her tent that's next to a PG&E substation in the city of Davis off of L Street. She's sitting in her tent kind of on a tablet when somebody stabs her through the sidewall of the tent. And the knife goes through the tent and into her body. She's stabbed twice, including a laceration to her kidney, and she's taken to the hospital where she survives. So from that 1,000-foot perspective, we're going to go down to the kind of 100-foot level as to what's going on. What is the evidence that you're going to expect in this case? And to understand the evidence, to understand why this is going to be proven to be a deliberate, willful, and premeditated murder, you're going to need to go back further than when this kind of first comes to light, before David is found in the park. We're going to go back to December 5th of 2022. Now, December 5th of 2022, Carlos Riales Dominguez is a student at UC Davis, and he's struggling. He's not doing well in school. His girlfriend broke up with him months prior. He no longer has a job. His roommates are asking him about rent. And on December 5th, he has finals. So on December 5th, he has this kind of top final for his EDU 110 class at 10:30 a.m. And he's scheduled for several other finals that same day, the same week, going to December 6th, December 8th, and December 9th. So his next final is December 6th at 3:30. Now, we know that during this time frame, he's not spending all this time studying because Carlos Riales Dominguez goes onto Amazon and conducts a couple searches. He searches on Amazon on his account for combat knife, hunting knife, and combat knife. And he makes a selection of a double-edged dagger that he purchases from Amazon. And it's listed on Amazon as Smith & Wesson SWHRT 9B 9-inch high-carbon SS fixed blade knife with 7.2-inch dual-edge blade and TPE handle, outdoor, tactical, survival, and everyday carry. Now, these two images that you see here are of the knife as displayed by Amazon, and you're going to hear testimony from Christopher Kamada with the DA's office high-tech unit, that these are images that he recovered from the defendant's phone from December 5th. So these are images that he's seeing while he's shopping, and these are not just stock images of the phone of the knife. These are the ones that he's looking at when he's making the purchase. Now, the actual knife is going to be brought into court, and you're going to see it. Now, for demonstrative purposes during court, we're going to be using a different knife at times. It's going to be 37, and it's the exact same make model knife. This one's got blue tape on the handle. And it comes in a sheath, and it has a double-edged blade. Now, this particular knife, the one with the blue edge, again, is not the actual knife, and it's been dulled with a grinder so that people in court can handle it and lawyers don't end up cutting themselves. And so it's going to be able to be displayed and moved around in court without creating a risk to people. And this is the knife that he purchased all the way back on December 5th. From December 5th, we move into the spring semester. In the spring semester, Mr. Dominguez is not doing well in school. The university is in the process of expelling him from the university. He's filed appeals with the university to appeal his expulsion, and he's still technically a member of UC Davis, still a student there, but he's on the track to be expelled. Then on April 19th of 2023, he sends a text message to that girl that broke up with him. He sends a text message, "Hey, what are you doing? You free tonight? You down to hang?" And she answers, "Out of respect for my girlfriend, I don't know if it's a good idea for us to hang." And he answers, "All right." So her response is on the 20th, and then he answers, "All right," on the 20th. So the 20th, when he gets this, again, rejection from this girl, when he's on the verge of being dropped out, we have 5 days later to April 25th, and we can see what he's doing that day. He's scheduled for classes. This is a Tuesday. He has Tuesday and Thursday classes at UC Davis, and we have the start time for classes, and this is going to be an exhibit that you get to get his scheduled classes before that. You're also going to get expert testimony from Christopher Kamada about his forensic analysis of the defendant's cellular phone. And he's going to talk about how the cellular phone saves data for 7 days about a person's location and movements, and he's going to talk about how that works. And you're going to see exhibits that Mr. Kumada prepared showing maps of the area with little pins on them following the location. And Mr. Kumada is going to talk about how phones figure out where they are, how they save that information, how long they save the information for, and how reliable different sources of location information is. And Mr. Kumada is going to talk about how for the exhibits prepared by Mr. Kumada, he's only using what is known as native location data, meaning that the phone is determining what its location is and then recording that. He's also going to talk about the precision estimates of this location data. So the phone records when it records location, also how accurate is that information. And Mr. Kumada's exhibits are going to be limited to location points where it has accuracy of 65 meters or less. Okay? And so sometimes the phone has very large precision estimates of over 2 kilometers, and those are going to be points that are left out because they could be in a very wide area, and he's limiting points to points of 65. And so it'd be kind of like the reporter's table is over there, and if we had a point on the reporter's table and we said Mr. Vanderhook is within 5 meters of the reporter's table, that would be correct, even though the point is on the reporter's table and I'm actually over here. It can kind of give a precision. And so when you see these points, these are not necessarily the exact spot that he was, but it's within 65 meters or less. So on the 25th, we see Mr. Dominguez at his home at 762 Hawthorne, and he moves down to the UC Davis campus in the area where his classes are. And we have him then moving back again from the UC Davis campus up to his house, all consistent with his activities as a UC Davis student going to courses. Now, on the night of the 25th, what we have here is a power log from the defendant's phone. So Mr. Kumada is going to talk about this as well, how the phone records when it's powered on and when it's powered off, and then it stores that data. And that when you manually power off the phone, it stores it for a certain amount of time, and when the phone dies of a battery, battery loss, that it's recorded different, and it's recorded for a lesser amount of time. But on the night of the 25th, the phone dies of battery loss at 11:49 p.m., and these stars here at the bottom of the chart are indicating that it's a battery shutdown location. And so on the 25th, the phone goes out, and there's no location data for April 26th. And it's on April 27th, the morning of April 27th, that David Breaux was found on the bench. Now, the phone was powered back on the same morning that David Breaux was found. You can see in the green column for power up. But it was powered on at 4:57 a.m. the same morning David Breaux was found. So it was powered on just a little bit before he was found. So David Breaux is on this bench, and this is a sheet that the police will talk about and putting over him for his privacy and dignity while he's on the bench. And we're going to talk about some of the physical evidence that is going on at this scene. Because at the scene, you have David Breaux on the bench, you have a blanket on the ground, and this black night sheet that's on the ground. And on the bench, you have some things that are going to provide some context as to what's going on. You have a backpack here, kind of on the edge, as if to be used as a pillow. You have a scarf that's up on the backpack, and kind of flannel shirt that's underneath Mr. Breaux, kind of strewn out across the laying portion of the bench there. And when we're talking about Mr. Breaux, he has his back up against the bench. And the vast majority of his stab wounds are in his back. And so there's going to be evidence presented, and it's going to come through a forensic pathologist, that these back injuries are not possible in this position because there's a metal bench in the way, and that would stop those stab wounds. And so that this position is inconsistent with being attacked in this position, just due to the sheer number of wounds and the impossibility of stabbing someone in that mechanism while they're in this position. We're going to have some additional clues of what's going on with Mr. Breaux's attack based on the dirt pattern on his clothing. We can see on the sweater here that it's covered in dirt at the top. And we can see here that he's got an undershirt that also has dirt. Here we can see Mr. Breaux's arm, and we can see that it's not in his sweater sleeve. Okay, so Mr. Breaux is wearing 3 layers. He's wearing a kind of hooded sweatshirt, black underneath. He's got a light colored long sleeve shirt underneath. And then the bottom layer is kind of gray shirt here. So his arms, both of them, are inside his sweater, inside his top layer shirt, but over that kind of bottom layer undershirt. So this is all going to be evidence that is pointing towards that he's sleeping on the bench, that his arms are kind of tucked in within his clothing while he's laying there. Now, as I indicated, Dr. Zhu is going to talk about how the stab injuries on Mr. Breaux are inconsistent with this and more consistent with him actually being laying on his left side on that kind of backpack pillow with the scarf, sleeping on the bench, rather than being in this position. Additionally, we have this information from the dirt on his clothing. If we look further, we can see that on his right knee, there's a dirt pattern, kind of as if someone is getting up, and then there's dirt on his left leg here. And the dirt on his left leg goes all the way down, as if the left side of his body was completely in the dirt at some point. As far as his clothing here, you can see that he has the dirt on his stomach, and then on his chest, there is no dirt. It's kind of clean where the sweater comes up there. You can see here his arms coming out from under there. And if we advance further, we can see that his top sweater does have clothing. So it's as if he fell off the bench, he's on his stomach getting this dirt on his chest, and the only part of his undershirt is the part where his arms are trying to come out, and that part of his shirt gets dirty as well as the upper layer. Dr. Zhu is going to testify about the injuries that David Breaux sustained. He sustained a total of 31 sharp force injuries, 16 in his torso, 10 in the right arm, and 5 in the right arm. He's going to talk about his expertise as a forensic pathologist and kind of the positioning of the body before, during, and after the assault. And it's going to show that this is not just a quick event, that this is 31 different stabs that are going on to Mr. David Breaux while he's sleeping on the bench, while he's down on the dirt next to the bench, and while he's getting back up to try and defend himself with his arms, and he's getting these injuries on his arm on the bench trying to defend himself before he ultimately expires in that seated position on the bench. Now, as far as crime scenes go, there is very little evidence at this crime scene. In fact, there's one piece of evidence, this knife sheath here. And other than this knife sheath, there's no fingerprints, there's no DNA, there's no witnesses, there's no surveillance video. This is a very clean crime scene, other than this black knife sheath that would have been on the ground in the park in the dark during the course of the stabbing. And it was left behind by Mr. Dominguez. But for being one piece of evidence, and we're going to get the actual knife sheath in, but again, it's a knife sheath that looks just like this. It's kind of got a belt clip on it, and the knife can go inside to protect people from that double-edged blade. It's going to do a lot of talking. So first, the knife is going to tell us that Carlos Reales Dominguez is the person that committed the stabbing. It tells us that not only because we know that he purchased this exact knife and knife sheath from Amazon back on December 5th, but a forensic analysis of the knife sheath finds his DNA on the sheath itself. Second, it's going to show a bit of what happened during the course of the stabbing. It's going to tell us that Mr. Dominguez brought the knife to the scene. Because we know he bought the knife back on December 5th, it would have been brought to the scene. There won't be evidence that Mr. Breaux had a knife or that there was some kind of struggle over Mr. Breaux's knife, that this is a knife that was affirmatively brought by Mr. Dominguez to the scene where the stabbing took place. It's also going to show that from this point forward, when he's walking around with the knife, it's an unsheathed knife. Right? So he no longer has the protective sheath to carry around, and when he makes the decision to carry around this knife in the future, he's carrying around a double-edged, sharp weapon that's capable of killing humans, and he's doing so not like you carry your phone wallet keys. He's doing it because it's going to take extra consideration to carry something that's kind of sharp like this. And it's also going to show that it's that knife that did the killing and not some other knife. And it's not as if Mr. Dominguez has multiple knives and different knives are used during the killing. We know because we have the sheath for the knife at the scene, we know what knife was used for the killing. And that's going to be important because it's going to be informative to us of some of the things that are going on after David Breaux is killed. One of the things that happens after David Breaux is a removal of DNA belonging to Mr. Breaux on the knife. When the knife is ultimately recovered, and criminals from the Department of Justice conducts an analysis, and they don't just check one area of the knife, they swab 11 different areas of this knife looking for different DNA. And they find Kareem's DNA on there, and they find Kimberly's DNA on there, but David's DNA cannot be identified on this knife. It's the only DNA that is missing from the knife. And so we're going to be able to see that at some point after David is killed, but before Kareem is killed, we have something to be removing all that DNA so that it's not discovered later. The other thing that we know about what's going on with Mr. Dominguez after he kills David is what we know from his phone, and it shows us what's going on the next night. So this is one night after he's killed David, 2 nights still before he's going to kill Kareem. And that's that he went to Sycamore Park. 2 nights before he killed Kareem in Sycamore Park, he went there and he walked around it. So let's talk about what's going on. We talked about the power log. And now, after David is killed, the phone is powered on at 4:57. The phone stays on for about 12 hours and dies of battery failure at 4:13. The phone is powered back on again at 11:26, and it's powered off, but not a battery failure, 55 minutes later. And so this is the 55-minute period that Mr. Kamada is going to be talking about with these points showing that During this time, between 11:30 and 20 minutes after midnight, the defendant started in his residence on Hawthorne and then went up to Sycamore Park. And we have all these points that are, again, within 65 meters. This is this precision that goes along with this. And so that is going to be evidence that comes out about whether or not these points are accurate. And these points are all around Sycamore Park, the play structure, and also largely clustered around kind of Sycamore itself and this edge here kind of by Willett. Sorry, Willett is the school that's at the bottom right corner here up on the edge. Now, this power off event, though, at 21 minutes after midnight, is taking place at Sycamore Park. It's not that he went back home and then decided, hey, time to turn my phone off for the night. The evidence is going to be that he went to Sycamore Park 2 nights before he kills Kareem there, that he's walking around Sycamore Park, and then turns off his phone at what's going to be a murder scene 2 nights later. So 2 nights later, we're at April 29th. And so across from Sycamore Park is Dr. Matthew Massey, and he lives in a house that's right across from Sycamore, and he has some security cameras that have just kind of a very edge view of Sycamore Park. And they're not going to capture anything because the actual killing takes place in the interior of the park, and this shows just kind of the edge of the park. But we're going to hear testimony from Dr. Massey about being at his home, and he's hearing screaming. He's hearing someone yelling for help inside the park. Now, Dr. Massey is unsure as what's going on. He initially thinks that there's been a bicycle collision and that some bicyclists are hurt. And he's a physician, so he goes into the park to assist. And in the park, he finds Kareem, and he finds Carlos Reales-Dominguez. And Carlos Reales-Dominguez has been stabbing Kareem in the park. And so the testimony has been established that this is not a short or a quick assault, but this is a prolonged and sustained assault against Kareem. Because the assault starts, Kareem is yelling for help. Dr. Massey has to realize that something is going on, make the decision to go across the street. He goes across the street and he goes out there and gets there, and the assault is still going on. Mr. Dominguez is still there with Kareem. So Kareem is on the side of the path when officers find him, and Dr. Massey is performing CPR. He's trying to save Kareem's life. And the lighting here is good for a photo, but it's a dark area of the park. Again, there's very poor lighting. It's kind of difficult to see what's going on. In fact, Dr. Massey has to take out his phone and use like the flashlight on his phone to assist him and see what's going on in this area of the park to assist with Kareem. And when Dr. Massey is there, Mr. Dominguez then takes Kareem's bicycle and rides it away. He rides the bike over that bridge that Kareem was going to take, and he takes it down Crystal Grove. Now, Kareem has been killed. Dr. Massey spends a significant amount of effort, and the officers tried to perform CPR, and he tried to save him. But he's been stabbed 40 times with an additional 12 incised wounds. So 40 are stabbing punctures, and 12 are like cuts or less deep injuries, for a total of 52 knife wounds over this assault. And the vast majority of these are in his chest, right in the area of his heart. He's also sustaining knife injuries to his neck, to his face, even has one coming in and going in his lip and knocking out one of his teeth and leaving his teeth on the ground there. And so this evidence is going to be that not only is this a sustained assault, but that it's targeted at the vital portions of his body, and that it's taking place with extreme force, enough to knock out a tooth of Kareem. Again, we're going to have a forensic pathologist come in, different doctor for this. They're going to talk about the specific injuries that Kareem suffered, and they're going to talk about the location of these different injuries, and it's going to come with 2 diagrams as well. We're going to have documentation of his front and back injuries. So here we have injuries primarily focused on the front and in the chest, and then also injuries to his head, his forehead, the left side of his head, and to his neck. So where's the defendant going after this? Well, after taking Kareem's bicycle in Sycamore Park, he rides across the bridge here and comes down this bike path that's on Crystal Grove Lane and abandons Kareem's bicycle on the side of the path. And that's ultimately found by officers on the side of the path with no person around it. It's kind of like this bush area here. And so this wall here is kind of the edge to the freeway. And so you have the, it's kind of to this side between the path and the freeway. On the ground, kind of in this rear area of the bike, is a water bottle. And this water bottle is important because it's going to be one of the few pieces of evidence at the crime scene linking Mr. Dominguez to the stabbing. Now, I told you earlier that Mr. Dominguez's knife has got Kareem's DNA on it, so that's going to be evidence that's found later. But as far as what's going on April 29th, this is it, because this is Carlos Riales Dominguez's fingerprint in blood on this water bottle that's left here where the bike is left behind. And that's showing that Carlos Riales Dominguez is the person who killed Kareem. But what does he do after this? He's fled the scene, he's abandoned the bike, he's left this piece of evidence, because there's no evidence back at the crime scene of the actual stabbing. The bike and the water bottle is where he's kind of abandoning his property on the run. We have him powering on his phone here. Again, the morning after Kareem is killed, at 11:43, he's powering his phone like that. So what else do we know about kind of what he's doing during this time frame? Well, we know that he's home at different points. We have that location data. And so when officers ultimately search his home, they find different things of suspected blood, meaning that it's red and it's kind of smeary and it looks like blood. But all that's tested actually turns out to not be blood. The officers looked for blood, they tried to find blood in the house, but there was no blood, which means that Mr. Dominguez, who committed the first stabbing of David Breaux and the second stabbing with 52 different wounds on Kareem, who left Kareem's bicycle with blood on the handles and blood on the frame because blood was dripping everywhere, managed to get home and not leave any blood anywhere lying around his home that was going to be detected later. In fact, nobody's blood is found at Mr. Dominguez's home or linked to any item in his home. The only places where a victim's blood is found is on the knife and on his clothing that he was wearing when he killed Kimberly, or when he attacked Kimberly and when he killed Kareem. David Breaux's blood is not on the clothing. It's not detected anywhere. You only have the latter two. So we have kind of this more evidence for the offenses as the offenses are going on. We have Sunday, April 30th. Mr. Dominguez is at his home on Hawthorne. We just have a bunch of points, no movement showing anywhere on that day. It's a Sunday, so there's no school that day. The next day, though, May 1st, we have more points, and they're going to again correspond with the defense schedule. Because we have him, he has Monday, Wednesday classes, and so when we look at his phone and the movement that his phone is doing, it's again too easy to be his campus. He's just going to class and carrying his phone like he normally does during his time. He's going to his class, and then he's going back from class again. And this is again going to come from Mr. Dominguez. So from this point, we can't track what he's doing from his phone anymore, because his phone is there the rest of the day. It's there until 11:58, right? But we know that Kimberly Guillory was stabbed at 11:30, and we're gonna have more location data for May 2nd, the next day. But during the time of the stabbing, he's not brought his phone. He's brought it when he goes to class on multiple occasions, but when he's out again and ultimately stabs Kimberly, he leaves the phone behind. But we do have an idea of what he's doing based on surveillance video that's collected from the downtown area where Kimberly was stabbed. And so you're going to get this chart which kind of lays out different points where he's spotted on different surveillance videos. We're going to walk very briefly through them. First, we're going to look at these green arrows which kind of show movement towards the stabbing, and then blue arrows are going to indicate movement away from the stabbing. We have arrows 1 and 2 here, and these are at 2nd E, and then here at 2nd G, Illusion Smoke Shop. And these are cameras where Mr. Dominguez is on his bicycle, kind of going down 2nd Street, and he's captured on camera. And Mr. Dominguez rides a kind of distinctive bicycle. It's got these white rear frames and a white front fork, and it's a bicycle that is really identifiable on these various surveillance videos. But from this point, he's not seen on bicycle headed towards the stabbing anymore. After 2nd G, we have kind of a train station here, and it is possible, and you'll see from the photos, it's possible to kind of tuck in this train station and follow the train tracks up to where the stabbing actually takes place. So this movement here towards the stabbing is taking place at around 11 p.m. From there, we have movement again at 11:06 at 320 K Street. Now, if we look here, 320 K Street is a building that is just off the scene here. It's at the top, and it's a camera that kind of looks south. And it's a dark night, and it's a really long view for a surveillance camera. So this surveillance camera is not like the other two where it's clear enough that you can identify someone. It's showing silhouettes. Right? You can't tell man, woman, anything about the individual other than that it's someone and that they're walking. And you see somebody walking down 3rd towards the encampment, and that takes place at 11:06. And then you see someone walking back from the encampment the other direction, and that takes place at 11:08. So this is going to be important. You're going to hear from one of the unhoused persons living in that encampment by the name of Alberto Orozco, and he's going to talk about how he saw an individual at the encampment 20 minutes before the stabbing. And he's going to talk about how that person was wearing a black sweatshirt and Adidas pants with white stripes on them, which is exactly the clothing that the defendant was wearing during this time. And that the person that Mr. Orozco saw wearing that distinctive clothing did that walk where they're coming up L away from the encampment and then down 3rd away from the encampment. 4 minutes later, the defendant is identifiable by his pants on this surveillance. It's at the SPCA Goodwill over at 3rd and I, here at this corner. And so it's kind of a few blocks. It's about a 4-minute walk. And this camera is an interior camera from the shop, and it kind of has a view that through some glass doors, and you'll be able to see the area. It's kind of right in front of the shop. And you'll see Mr. Dominguez, he's walking westbound on 3rd Street. As he's walking, a car comes the other way, and Mr. Dominguez turns around and heads back towards where the encampment is. The next 20 minutes or so, Mr. Dominguez is somewhere in the area, but he's not on any cameras. We know that he's on foot, because we saw him at the SPCA thrift shop, and we know that he's in the area because the stabbing hasn't occurred yet. It's somewhere in the area of L between 2nd and 3rd, where this substation is, and the stabbing occurs, and where he was last seen at the thrift shop. But then, at 11:36, we again see kind of a silhouette from that 320 K Street camera coming by. Then Kimberly is stabbed. Now Kimberly is, at the time of this, living in a tent. So you have the substation in the back here, and your tent is just off the sidewalk here. It's about a foot or so of dirt in between your tent and the sidewalk. And this is the walking path, so that someone coming past that 320 K Street camera would be coming to the right and then down this way. So the person would have walked from the bottom of this picture up toward the top. And Kimberly is in this portion of the tent, and she's sitting with her back up against the side of the tent, and she's on a tablet. Just like the other two scenes, the scene is dark. You're going to see some body camera videos from the officers, and you'll see them with their flashlights and how dark it is when they're not shining their lights. But Kimberly has a light. The light is coming from the tablet that she's looking at. And it's right in front of her as her back is up against the tent, and it's casting her shadow on the back wall of the tent here. And so the person walking here, Mr. Dominguez, can see exactly where Kimberly is in that tent because she's lit up on the side of the tent. Now she comes in, he comes in, takes the knife and stabs her twice through the tent wall. Pandemonium ensues. Okay? There's been multiple stabbings in Davis, and people have been on edge, including unhoused people. One of the unhoused people goes into trying to defend her, Mr. Chessman, and he actually ends up going to the wrong tent, thinking that he's defending her, and punching another unhoused person because he thinks he's trying to fend off this attacker. But again, we have Mr. Orozco, who sees what's going on and sees the defendant running from the scene, and he sees him running back the way he came down L Street towards 3rd Street. Miss Guillory has holes in her tent that are very big, and you're kind of going to see that this is because she has to be extracted from the tent, and so the tent is ripping in different portions that are on the scene. So this side of the tent is not the entrance. This is the side wall of the tent, and the entrance is around the side. Okay? You're going to see that we have the exact same make model tent in a non-ripped up form, a demonstrative, that we can set up, and you'll see that this kind of gray top here is a rain fly that goes over the bottom portion here. Because on this night, not only was it dark, it was raining at the time that she was attacked. It's also going to be instructed as to what the height is for the stabbing, and that it's not a stabbing that happens at this height, but it's a lower stabbing, because you'll see how high the rain fly is and that it doesn't have holes in it, and you'll see that it's a stabbing down here on this Guillory as she's in the tent. So what do we know of movements after that? We have back to 320 K Street. Now this time, instead of a walking silhouette, we have a running silhouette running westbound on 3rd Street. From westbound on 3rd Street, there is an interruption of just a few minutes, 3 minutes in fact, and then we have the defendant now back on his bicycle, riding his bicycle past David's glass here on 3rd Street. He's kind of on the far side of the street riding his glass, riding his bike. He then makes a left turn here onto H Street, and this turn we're going to see from a surveillance video that's from this Ace Hardware, that's in Ace Hardware parking lot. This one is, again, kind of a distance shot, so it's not one that an identification can be made from, but you'll see that the defendant just passed David's glass and is now at the hardware store riding his bike, and he rides south on H. And from there, disappears for 5 minutes. And so Ace Hardware, you see at 11:45, he's not seen back at the Legion Smoke Shop until about 11:50. What's also going on here is that he's coming down H Street, but then when he's next seen, he's seen coming down G Street and making a turn here onto 3rd. So he doesn't come down H and turn here on the 3rd. At some point, he cuts through these parking lots or city block here between 3rd, 2nd, G, and H. Okay? And it's kind of a long period of time for him to be cut out. And we can see when he reappears on G Street here that something has changed. His bike is now disabled. The chain or something has come off the bike, and he's not able to pedal the bike anymore. Right here, where his bike isn't working anymore. And he's on the seat, and he's kind of just pushing the bicycle along with his feet, getting away from the scene with that. And he continues down 2nd Street, all the way into the UC Davis campus, and he's picked up by several different surveillance videos. Again, Legion Smoke Shop, 2nd half, Blue Peak Credit Union, Helmets Optometry, and then finally he's on the UC Davis campus. On the UC Davis campus, he comes across 8th Street, and he's here by Taylor Hall, and then goes north along the walkway that's on the east side of Memorial Union. And there's a Taylor Hall blue light film camera that picks all this up that's located right outside Taylor Hall. Now, just a few minutes later, after coming up Taylor Hall, he comes back again into view, southbound on the same walkway, in front of these ATMs. So if we look at Taylor Hall, or at Memorial Union, this is the side view of Memorial Union, you can see that there's these ATMs here. He comes back down through the ATMs, and comes around this corner, kind of into this alcove here. And so this is kind of a tucked-in little utility area, and he comes into that utility area, goes to the back, turns around, and then starts trying to fix his bike, trying to get it back in working order. And we're going to see this from that same Taylor Hall surveillance, and this is kind of a zoomed-in shot. You can see if there's a light pole in the way. But what you're going to see is that he pulls his bike here, and he's kind of leaning over the bike, working something in the chain area of the bike, getting his bike into sorts. It doesn't work. He's not able to get his bike fixed. And then he walks around the side of Memorial Union, starts checking doors, starts trying to find a way to get in there, goes off camera, and then his movements aren't being tracked. He's not on camera again, and again, his phone is at home, and so it's not giving information as to where he's at. So what's going on after this 3rd incident where he's attacked Kimberly Dillery? When she was attacked, her kidney was lacerated, and she was taken away by paramedics. They were able to save her. And she's actually going to come in and she's going to testify. She's going to talk to us about that experience. But Mr. Dominguez, he's got class the next day. So the next day, he's now carrying his phone again. He takes his phone, and he goes down to class, and he's down in the area where his classes are. This time, actually, while he's at his classes, he shuts down his phone again while at class. And then his movement information is not followed from that point. So Kimberly was stabbed 11:30 on May 1st. At this point, you'll hear information about kind of what was going on in the city of Davis after 3 different stabbings, including 2 fatal. And this is going to be that everyone was borderline panicked, that people were concerned for their safety. They were scared to go out at night. People were scared to go in parks. People were scared that anyone could be stabbed because so far 3 strangers have been stabbed with no apparent reason. Officers were able to get descriptions based on Dr. Massey and from the surveillance video downtown. We're able to put out kind of descriptions of this person with long curly hair who is suspected to have committed these stabbings. And the city of Davis responds. People are being called in left and right as possible suspects. Anytime someone sees anyone anywhere near that description, the officer's getting called, and they're going call to call, doing nothing but responding to people's reports of having spotted the individual that is responsible, and officers are having to contact each of these individuals and check out, is this the person? Is this the person? Is this the person? So on May 3rd, one of those calls comes in from Justin Schaefer. Justin Schaefer is at Sycamore Park, and he sees the defendant in the kind of play structure area. We saw this earlier when we saw the points within Sycamore Park, but he's in the play area, kind of sitting, watching. Something doesn't seem right. He's wearing clothing and looking similar to the person that committed the stabbing, so Justin Schaefer calls it in. Now, Davis PD is not ignoring Mr. Schaefer, but they are very swamped, and so they're getting units over there, and it's going to be a minute before they get there. And so Justin Schaefer does a civic duty, and he's watching this person and responding with updates. And when Mr. Dominguez notices Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Dominguez leaves, and Mr. Schaefer follows. So they go up to the Safeway that's here. If you go up Safeway and you go into this kind of shopping area that's right by the freeway by Cobell, there's a Safeway shopping center, and the defendant goes inside. And so we have surveillance video from within the Safeway. We can see his movements of what he's doing inside the Safeway. And he's walking around and he's shopping. He's going to different shelves and he's selecting items and he's putting them in his bag. And he's carrying his bag in his hand. The thing about this bag is he again doesn't have his phone. His phone is back at his house again. He doesn't have his wallet, keys, phone. The things that he is carrying is that shopping bag, and inside that shopping bag is a bloody knife. And that's all he brought out for his trip out to Sycamore Park on the 3rd. And when he walks away from the park and Justin Schaefer is following, he goes into Safeway and he's selecting items, he's putting them into the bag. And you'll see walking fine, he's able to see around people, he has no issue selecting items, and you'll be able to see his movements and how he selects items in the store. He selects them and then walks out without paying and goes out of the store because again, he doesn't have a wallet, he doesn't have any cash, he left anything like that back at his house. So after he leaves Safeway, he comes back down and he comes to this area here where you have like Connie, Villanova, Colby here, and he's walking back towards his house on Hawthorne, which is down towards the bottom of the map. And the officers show up. It's Officers Gonzalez and Story. And first they call out to him and say, hey, can we talk to you? But they're behind him. And he keeps walking down the street. And one of the officers gets in front of him with a cart, gets out, says, hey, can we talk to you? And the defendant stops and talks to him. And you'll see this video, this is a body camera recording, and you'll see that he's making eye contact with the officers, that he's having a conversation with them, that he's asking him things like, why do you need my information? And he's acting like people tend to act during police contacts. The thing is, and I told you this, and so you know, and he knew, there's a knife in that bag. The knife is in that bag. And he's got the things that he's taken from the grocery store in that bag. And so you're going to see his mannerisms with this bag. Because as he's talking to the officers, you'll be able to see him even pull up his bag and kind of look inside to see, can this knife be seen in this bag? You'll see him looking down inside of it. And the officers are talking to him. They explain to them why they're stopping them, that there's been a series of homicides and that people are calling in, those who match the descriptions, and they're asking about what's going on. And the defendant is lying the entire time. They ask him for his name, and he tells them his name is John Jones, completely made up name. They ask him for his date of birth, and he takes his date of birth and he tweaks it. Instead of telling him 10/5 of 02, he tells them 10/10 of 99. So close, it's just tweaking the details. They ask him his address, and instead of 762 Hawthorne, he tells them 782 Hawthorne. Okay? 782 Hawthorne doesn't exist. When the officers are trying to verify what's going on with him, they ask him things like, hey, do you live with anyone? He tells them no. And he says, well, actually, I do have roommates, I just don't talk to them. So the officers, at one point, they ask him, can we see your hands? You know, the person they're looking for has been involved in several stabbings with a sharp object. They'd like to see if there's injuries on his hands. And so at this point, the defendant's got the bag in his hand, and he actually goes down as if to set it on the ground, and then stops, because the bag has no handles, it's not closed. As soon as you set it on the ground, it's kind of open up, and you'll see the knife. And he actually stops himself from doing that, and shows them his hands so that he's got a grip on that bag. Now, officers interviewing him are noting all these suspicious things, and ultimately decide, hey, we got to search this guy for weapons. And the officer comes in to do a search. They're starting the search and spot the knife in the bag. They put him in handcuffs and secure the scene. He's sitting there on the curb for a while, and officers are still trying to figure out who he is. He tells them, again, that he lives at 782. Okay? Again, that doesn't exist. Officers are trying to figure out who he is. They ask him his name again. He tells them again his name is John Jones. And the officers can see that he's not being entirely honest about what's going on, and they're trying to get the information as to what this is, because this is not the first person they've dealt with, right? They've been contacting people all over the city of Davis trying to eliminate them, and they're trying to see, is this the person or is it not? And officers eventually talk to them and say, hey, why don't we come down to the police station and talk about what's going on, because there's a lot going on. The officers have seen the knife, they see the cuts on his hands, they see that he matches the description, that long hair with his Adidas track pants and what's going on. And you'll see kind of the progression through this interview at the scene. You'll see where we have him at Safeway, he's walking around. You'll see his initial contact with the officers, where he's making eye contact and asking questions and providing responses. And then the cuffs come on, the detectives come out, they talk him, they take off the cuffs to interview him. But the knife's been found, and everything starts shutting down. He stops asking questions, he stops being as responsive. He's still lying to them about the information, despite them saying, we just don't believe you if this is your name. and he starts shutting down his emotions and blocking out and starts staring off and not talking to the officers. And we have this kind of closing off. So hopefully this has given you kind of the broad picture of what's going on. And so when you see a witness coming in and they're coming in the middle of something that we're talking about, Central Park, and suddenly they're talking about being on L Street between 3rd and 2nd when Kimberly was stabbed, it's going to fit in, and you're going to be able to switch gears and say, hey, we're talking about this stabbing, we're talking about that stabbing, we're talking about what's going on. But at the end of the day, as I said at the beginning, the evidence is going to be that the defendant not only stabbed David Breaux, not only did he stab Kareem, not only did he stab Kimberly, but for each of those that he did so willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation. And I'll ask you to find him guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderhook. That concludes the people's opening statement. So we are going to take a break now. The break is 15 minutes. Let me walk you through this, how we're going to do breaks. And so generally, they're 15 minutes. And when you come back in, try to come back in sequence 1 through 18. It's a lot easier for you. Each break, I admonish, and it becomes part of everything that we're doing. Don't form anything, don't discuss, don't research, right? We're going to take a break now. We're going to invite Ms. Hutchinson to do defense opening statement when we return. And we'll end up taking a hard break at noon, from noon until 1:30. So this is just a 15-minute break. Wear your badges and enjoy your break. Thank you. Council, enjoy your break. Okay, off the record.
Okay, so we are going to come on break, but we can skip it. I am very low because I am not here. So I sound is very boosted and I don't know how I sound. So,
that Carlos Reales Dominguez did the physical acts that caused the deaths of David Breaux, Kareem Abu-Najm, and injured Kimberly Gilbert. The question to be answered in this trial is not one of who did it. Rather, the question that will be presented to you is what was Carlos Reales Dominguez's specific intent and mental state when he did those physical acts? What was happening in his mind? And the evidence will show that it was a mind that had been devastated by severe and debilitating mental disease. Mr. Reales Dominguez has schizophrenia. Every psychologist and psychiatrist who has thoroughly examined him has reached that same conclusion. And none have found any evidence of malingering, which is a term used to describe exaggerating or faking mental health symptoms. As he sits before you today, he has been treated with antipsychotic medication for the past 21 months in a secure and controlled hospital or jail environment. But as the experts will tell you, medication is a treatment for the symptoms of schizophrenia. It is not a cure. And Mr. Reales Dominguez continues to have a very serious mental illness to this day. Schizophrenia is a brain disorder that affects how a person thinks, feels, behaves, and perceives reality. It causes hallucinations of hearing, seeing, feeling things that aren't there, that have no basis in reality. These hallucinations can be fantastical and terrifying, and maybe things that a healthy person would never believe. But to someone with schizophrenia, they are a reality. Schizophrenia also causes delusions, which is a fixed false belief in something that has no basis in reality, as well as grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior.
Oh, thanks. Just moment, yeah.
Hallucinations, delusions, grossly disorganized speech, thoughts, and behavior. The experts will tell you these are called the positive symptoms of schizophrenia. Not positive because they're good, but positive because they represent an addition to what is a normal, healthy experience. You will also hear about what are called the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which represent an absence or a taking away from what a person once had. This includes minimal speech, diminished emotional expression, what is often described as a flat or blunted affect, an inability to maintain eye contact, concrete, simplistic thinking, avolition, which is a complete lack of motivation to do anything. You will hear how people with schizophrenia often have a very significant decline in personal hygiene and are unable to care for themselves and others. Anhedonia, which is an inability to experience pleasure. Slowing of movements, maintaining rigid, unusual postures for long periods of time. distrust of others, and social withdrawal. And over the course of this trial, you will see that Mr. Reales-Dominguez exhibited all of those symptoms, beginning sometime in the summer after his freshman year. Another hallmark of schizophrenia is the inability of people to recognize that they're sick, to recognize their symptoms. This is particularly common, the experts will tell you, when you have the first onset of schizophrenia, what experts will describe as the first break, before someone has had the opportunity to be placed on medication or treatment. Although it is obvious to everyone around them that they are ill, people with schizophrenia don't recognize that. And because of it, it is common for them to deny all symptoms of mental illness and deny any mental illness whatsoever. Schizophrenia is a disease that attacks the young. For men, the onset is typically sometime in the late teens or early 20s. Mr. Reales-Dominguez is 22 years old. He was born on October 5th, 2002. Although it is impossible to identify the exact time that he first began exhibiting symptoms, as I mentioned, the evidence will show that it probably occurred sometime near the end of his freshman year at UC Davis in the spring of 2021 or shortly thereafter. Prior to that, for the first 18 and a half years of his life, Mr. Reales-Dominguez was completely healthy. Born in El Salvador, he immigrated to the United States as a very young child. He was raised in Oakland with his parents and his two siblings, Dylan and Mia, who are 4.5 and 9 years younger than him. You will see that he was extremely close with his siblings. Given the hours that his parents worked, it was Mr. Reales-Dominguez who often had the responsibility of getting them to school, walking them home, and giving them food. Although he spoke only Spanish when he first began school, he quickly learned English and would ultimately excel academically. At Castlemont High School in Oakland, he was an honor student, a four-sport athlete, participating in varsity football, soccer, track, and swimming. Although not big in stature, he had a muscular, athletic build, and through hard work, he became the starting safety and captain of the football team. And through his hard work in the classroom, he would ultimately graduate 11th out of his graduating class. He was also a typical teenager. He started a YouTube channel, which consisted of him doing silly activities or pranks with his friends and siblings, and also playing video games with running commentary. He was friendly, he was outgoing, and he was healthy. And through his hard work, he earned admission to UC Davis, which he began in the fall of 2020. Now, this was a time of COVID and online learning, and it was difficult to begin college in these circumstances. And Mr. Reales-Dominguez was more shy than he had been in high school. Growing up, he had been referred to as Carlos Reales, which is the paternal name of his father. And Davis, they started referring to him as Carlos Dominguez because that is the last name on the Zoom screen. During this trial, he will be referred to as both, but I will refer to him as Mr. Reales-Dominguez because that is the name his parents gave him. Despite the challenges of COVID, Mr. Reales-Dominguez, during his freshman year, developed multiple friendships across different social circles. The first person he met who became a good friend was a man by the name of Nathan Riegos de Dios. They met over a Zoom class. Mr. Riego de Dios is a former football player himself, and he invited Mr. Reales-Dominguez to throw the football around. And over the course of their freshman year, they would become very close friends. Through Nathan, Mr. Reales-Dominguez met a young woman by the name of Kaylee Gallardo, who by the middle of his freshman year would become his girlfriend and is probably the person at UC Davis who knew him better than anyone else. Also during his freshman year, he became friends with a group of older UC Davis students from a different social circle, Sydney Sleslicki, Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. And they ultimately invited Mr. Reales-Dominguez to join their fraternity. Witnesses will describe a young man, although somewhat on the shy side, was friendly, enjoyed social activities, liked being around people who they would see laugh, joke around, and smile. Throughout his freshman year, he had a close-cut fade haircut, what Kaylee Gallardo described as pristine hygiene. He had a build that was described as normal, athletic, muscular, and even got a little chubby during COVID. A former athlete, he enjoyed playing basketball and other pickup games, and all the people who played with him during his freshman year did not notice anything unusual about how the way he walked, how he stood, or how he carried himself. Like many students entering UC Davis as a bioscience major, he found the academic work far more challenging than he expected, but he struggled through it, and he finished his freshman year in good academic standing with 3 Bs, 5 Cs, 1 D, and a calculus for neuroscience class that he and many other freshmen had to repeat. Even in the time of COVID, it was a typical freshman experience. And then Carlos Reales-Dominguez got sick. There is not a known cause for schizophrenia. They believe genetics plays a large role, but the experts will tell you it is a combination of genetics, brain chemistry, and environmental factors. And like so many individuals who experienced that first break of schizophrenia, Mr. Reales-Dominguez was unable to recognize that he was sick. He was unable to recognize the symptoms that were clear to everyone else. When he left Davis for summer break, he went to Tracy, California, where his parents and siblings had recently moved. And his sister Mia recalls seeing him several times a day, just staring blankly at a wall for long periods of time. And she saw this multiple times throughout the summer. But at such a young age, she didn't know what to think about it and didn't think to tell her parents. But she did notice that he had stopped showering, which seemed very unusual to her, knowing the teenage brother who had showered multiple times a day in high school. When he returned to Davis for the fall of his sophomore year, he moved into the Parkside apartments with Nathan Riegos de Dios and 2 other roommates. But it became clear to Nathan very quickly that something had changed in his good friend. Suddenly, the athletic build had changed to someone who, quote, got really skinny. And Mr. Riegos de Dios will describe how over the course of that year, he would see Mr. Reales-Dominguez moving his lips, like having a conversation with someone, but nothing was being said. And Nathan will tell you this freaked him out. And over the course of the year, which they began as good friends, they ultimately stopped communicating at all. Most of the time he spent his sophomore year was with his girlfriend, Kaylee Gallardo. But she also will tell you the differences she saw between the young man she met her freshman year. She also noted the dramatic weight loss and the pristine hygiene that she had dealt with for the first year, when he had to go back and take a shower before they could do anything, was gone. And she noticed, in addition to this decline in hygiene, he became withdrawn. He didn't want to go out and do anything. He preferred to just stay in his apartment room, making beats with music or writing songs. When they did go out, he was paranoid. She will tell you how on multiple occasions, when they are walking down the streets of Davis or in some other public area, Mr. Reales-Dominguez would believe that people had just said something about it. And these were people who Ms. Gallardo knew were clearly engaged in their own conversations or hadn't said a word. And she could not even give you an estimate of how often this happened. She initially said 10 to 15 times, but it was so frequent, she can't even put a number on it. And this obviously concerned her, but when she would try to speak to Mr. Reales-Dominguez about it, he just shrugged it off. She'll tell you about an incident in around March and April of 2022 when they were entering her apartments at the Parkside Apartments on Olive Drive in Davis. And they were going through the door, and another couple was coming behind them. And when nothing was said, Mr. Reales-Dominguez suddenly turned around and got in the man's face and confronted him about what he had just said. And the man hadn't said a word. Ms. Gallardo, it was clear to her that Mr. Reales-Dominguez felt threatened by this man. He even attempted to tackle him to the ground. And Ms. Gallardo had to separate them. Unable to calm him down, she then tried to drive him back to his apartment complex, only to have him consistently try to open the door and get out while the car was still moving. Finally, when she was able to come to a complete stop, He got out and walked off into the darkness. And then for the remainder of the night, when she tried to call him and tried to text him, he did not respond. And she was so worried that the worst had happened. And then the next morning, she was able to get in contact with him, and he shrugged it off and didn't want to talk about it. And for Ms. Gallardo, this event was a sign that as much as she cared for Mr. Reales Dominguez, as much as she wanted to help him, she needed to end the relationship, which she did sometime in March or April of 2022. Although they would still see each other occasionally as friends, the relationship never resumed, although it was clear Mr. Reales Dominguez wanted it to. Now, after Ms. Gallardo ended their relationship, Mr. Reales Dominguez's mental illness continued to progress. In late summer, he was able to get a job at the Jack in the Box on G Street in Davis, but it didn't last long. You will hear from a coworker named Gladys Verdeen. She will tell you on her first day on the job where she was reporting, Mr. Reales Dominguez just stood behind the counter and didn't even acknowledge her for 10, 15 minutes until finally someone came out and spoke to her. She will tell, now they had overlapping shifts. Mr. Reales Dominguez worked earlier than her, but they would have about 2 or 3 hours they would overlap. And she would describe how every shift they would see him standing like a statue, arms straight by his side, staring at a wall for 10, 20 minutes. And this happened multiple times an hour, every shift she had. She will later tell you about one incident where Mr. Reales Dominguez, attempting to work the drive-thru, stood motionless like a statue, staring at a wall, while the beeping of the drive-thru order was heard throughout the restaurant. She'll tell you how she called out his name multiple times with no response. Finally, she walked over, pulled the headset from his head, and in her words, he flinched really bad, got scared, and fled to the back of the restaurant. Ms. Verdeen will tell you how sometimes he just stopped, he didn't show up for his shifts, and ultimately he stopped showing up altogether. Now in the fall of 2022, Mr. Reales Dominguez moved into a house located at 762 Hawthorne Lane in Davis, where he was housemates with Mark Capito, Philip Hahn, and Christian Ortega. He actually took over he wasn't on the lease, he took over the room that had been previously occupied by Sidney Slezicki, who had moved back home in Sacramento County due to family issues, but would still visit the house frequently. And when he moved in, it was immediately clear to all the housemates that this was very different than the young man they had met freshman year. Extremely thin, with long hair that hung in his eyes. He wasn't showering regularly, if he showered at all. He walked with a stiff gait, arms straight at his side, which some of them would describe like almost a zombie. He isolated himself in his room, and when he would leave the room, he wouldn't even acknowledge him. Maybe 10% of the time. During housemate meetings, they would describe how he would stare off into a space or stare off into a wall, and they would have to say his name multiple times to get his attention. All three roommates saw or heard things that caused them to believe that Mr. Reales Dominguez was hearing voices. Mark Capito actually remembered an incident early in his friendship with Mr. Reales Dominguez, where Mr. Reales Dominguez asked Mr. Capito if he had ever heard voices, which Mr. Capito recognized in retrospect was likely a request for help, although Mr. Capito didn't realize that at that time. Now, sometime after moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, Mr. Reales Dominguez began to engage in a very unusual routines when he would leave his home at night, or leave his home most often at night, and he would walk or ride a bike to a small number of seemingly random locations where he would sit and stare or engage in other seemingly bizarre behavior. Now, one of these locations was Sycamore Park. Before moving into the Hawthorne Lane residence, he had been to Sycamore Park on a few occasions. He had played basketball at the elementary next door with Nathan, but didn't have any meaningful connection. But within a few months, he was going there regularly, where he would sit on or near the play structure and stare at the ground or stare off into the distance. On one of his walks, he found a knife blade without a handle. And he started engaging in a routine where he would take the blade and just try to throw it into the ground, trying to get it to stick, or throw it into a specific tree, trying to get it to stick. And he would do this over and over. And when he realized that the dullness of the blade was making this routine difficult, he did go on Amazon and he ordered a knife, which you've already heard was ordered on December 5th, 2022. Another seemingly random location that Mr. Riales-Dominguez would regularly go to, although less so than Sycamore Park, was an area along the railroad tracks at the intersection of 2nd, or what the gravel portion of 2nd and K Streets. This was the location of a downed and abandoned wooden power pole, which I will refer to as Mr. Riales-Dominguez's sitting log. Now, during her sophomore year and into the fall of her junior year, which was the fall of 2022, Kaylee Gallardo lived at the Ryder Apartments, which are right there. For point of reference, over here is the intersection of 2nd and L Street, which was near the area where Miss Guillory was stabbed. Now, when Mr. Riales-Dominguez was living at the Parkside Apartments, he would follow the rail. When he would go to visit Miss Gallardo at the Ryder Apartments, he would follow the railroad tracks that run north and south through Davis, and you see they split at 3rd Street. He would follow it east into, which is a gravel portion of 2nd Street, and although you're not supposed to do this, he would cut across the railroad tracks, and then he would enter the Ryder Apartments through a gate. There is a locked gate that has signs that say no trespassing, but you will see it's wide open and people commonly pass through there. And somehow during this time, he became aware of the down power pole that I would call the sitting log. It's not there anymore. It was finally removed, but fortunately, Davis police officers named Alex Torres, who, when taking photographs at the scene where Ms. Guillory was stabbed, he took hundreds of photos, not knowing what is relevant. And he got 4 photos where you can see the log. It's not clear. There is a gravel pile there. You see an overturned chair, but behind it you can see the pole. And even after Kaylee Gallardo moved out of the Ryder Apartments, Mr. Riales-Dominguez would find himself either walking or riding this location, sitting on that log and staring off across the railroad tracks for the Ryder Apartments. This photo doesn't have the log anymore, but you can still see the gravel and you can see the Ryder Apartments directly across. And he would come here at night, sometimes in the day, and he would sit and stare. Sometimes he would get up and walk around before coming back. Now, you've heard about Central Park. Unlike Sycamore Park and his sitting log, Central Park was not one of his destinations when he would leave on these walks. He was familiar with Central Park. He had attended farmers markets there, just like most people in Davis. But when he would leave to go on these walks, it wasn't a destination. It was, however, a place he would stop on his way back home, whether from the sitting log or some other location. Now, when Mr. Riales-Dominguez obviously ordered that knife on December 5th, it was right during the time of finals and then Christmas break. We don't know when it arrived, but we know he went home to Tracy over winter's break. And his parents were so shocked and concerned at the physical decline they saw in their son that they urged him to stay home and not go back to UC Davis. They could see something was terribly wrong. but they did not have the knowledge to recognize what it was. And as immigrants themselves, they did not know how to access the resources to help him. And because Mr. Reales Dominguez was an adult and did not rely on his parents for financial assistance to attend college, they did not even have the financial leverage to keep him to stay home. By the time Mr. Reales Dominguez returned to Davis for his winter term, he had stopped communicating with his housemates altogether. He wouldn't acknowledge their presence. He had only minimal communication with his family, and then it cut off altogether. Ms. Gallardo will tell you about how on February 6th, she received text messages from both Dylan and Mia, concerned that they hadn't heard from their brother, and if she could help them get in touch with him. And for Ms. Gallardo, who knew how close Mr. Reales Dominguez was with the siblings, this terrified her. But ultimately, she was able to give them a number, and they were able to contact him. He continued to isolate himself in his room. He would only leave to attend class or go on his nightly walks. And as I mentioned, when he did appear, he walked stiff and erect, arms straight at his side. He continued going on his nightly walks. He started carrying the knife he purchased on Amazon, both to Sycamore Park and the sit-in log, and he would continue the bizarre routine of trying to throw it into the ground, trying to get it to stick, or throwing it at a specific tree. You also see that he used the knife to carve into one of the trees at Sycamore Park what he thought was a face, or something that looked like a face to him. He tried to attend his classes, but his disease made that impossible for him to comprehend the material or perform the work. And you will hear he received all Fs this winter term. By April of 2023, Mr. Reales Dominguez was in a state that multiple experts will tell you is florid psychosis, where he was seeing, hearing, and believing that he was being stalked by a group of shape-shifting supernatural beings that he described as the shadow figures. He had these hallucinations for some time, but as his disease progressed, they became more frequent, more vivid, and more terrifying. You will see it was the progression of this disease and the hallucinations that came with it that ultimately led to the tragic encounters with David Breaux, Kareem Abu-Najm, and Kimberly Guillory. When Mr. Reales Dominguez was first stopped by the police on April 3rd, you will hear he was at Sycamore Park, sitting on the bench, staring off into space. The individual who followed him and called the police will describe how he seemed to walk not in any sort of deceptive way, but as though he had no idea where he was going. It was simply random. When he was contacted by the police, he was paranoid. He was in a state of florid psychosis. And you will see he did not believe in his mind that he had stabbed or killed anyone. After he was taken to the Davis Police Department, he was placed in an interrogation room where he would remain for the next 7 hours, not moving, not eating, not drinking, not asking to use the bathroom. Detectives Steve Ramos and Matt Muscardini would spend approximately 5.5 of that hours asking Mr. Reales Dominguez leading, forced choice questions, to which they would receive contradictory responses of yeah, no, or I don't know. When they did not get the responses they wanted, they became frustrated, they became angry, and they repeatedly told Mr. Reales Dominguez what they, quote, already know, that he stabbed people, that he killed people, and they told this to him over and over and over again. During this 7 hours in the interrogation room, Mr. Reales Dominguez sat motionless, speaking in a halting, monotone voice. When officers moved about their chair, like normal people do, Mr. Reales Dominguez sat like a statue. Even during a break, when both officers left the room, the only movement was Mr. Reales Dominguez standing up, putting on his hoodie, and starting to walk out the door before the officer watching the door stopped him and said, "What are you doing? Sit down." Mr. Reales Dominguez said, "I was just going to go for a walk," completely oblivious to the situation he was in. He didn't make eye contact, except for the times the officers ordered him to look at them which they did over 20 times. He exhibited grossly disorganized thought processes and disorganized speech. Although he persisted in giving the name of John Joas, he gave his correct phone number, and he tried to give his email to UC Davis under the name Carlos Dominguez, but he was unable to spell it correctly. Other information he gave was close to accurate. You heard at the scene, he said he lived at 782 Hawthorne, when in reality he lived at 762. He spelled his mother's name as Arla instead of Carla. He spelled his high school as Castlement instead of Castlemont. And what experts will tell you, this is not examples of lying, it is examples of a completely disorganized mind. And for the experts who watched that interrogation, it is obvious and clear it is a person who is exhibiting multiple symptoms of schizophrenia. But it was being conducted by two detectives who had absolutely no knowledge, no training, and no experience to recognize what they were seeing. Now, you heard that Mr. Real Dominguez was separated from UC Davis. He had the appeal, which was mentioned, that was for academic probation. When he received his separation letter, they simply sent him an email, which he never responded to and never acknowledged that he received it, which there is no evidence he ever received it. And you'll see it is an email written in a way that even a mentally healthy person would have difficulty understanding what it meant. You saw from the prosecutor's PowerPoint that even after this first two stabbings had occurred on May 1st, he appears to be trying to go to his classes at their scheduled time. You will see he arrived at one almost right as it ended, but then appeared to go to the other one. And then the following day, May 2nd, after the stabbing of Miss Guillory, again you see him trying to go to his classes. And you'll see, with respect to this power on, power off summary that the prosecutor showed you, you will see that Mr. Real Dominguez had an old cell phone that didn't hold a charge, and this power on, power off pattern existed for multiple months. And there was a very good reason why someone would need to bring a cell phone to a class at UC Davis, and that will be explained to you. You will see also after his arrest, when the officers told him that he had been separated from UC Davis, he maintained that he had not, that he was still a student. After his arrest, Mr. Real Dominguez was housed in an infirmary of the Yolo County Jail. He spent each day in an empty cell, dressed in a suicide smock, staring at the wall or staring at the ground. He never expressed any desire to hurt himself. He was in the suicide smock just because of how he presented to the mental health staff. He consumed only extremely small amounts of food and water. They described it as a hunger strike, but he wasn't asking for anything. He just said he wasn't hungry. And soon, the former starting high school safety had fallen to about 108 pounds, resulting in multiple trips to the emergency rooms. But like so many with schizophrenia, he denied any mental health symptoms. Every question asked of him, he denied. And when they offered to give him antipsychotic medication, he refused. For nearly 3 months, he sat in that cell without showering, without brushing his teeth, staring at a wall or staring at the ground. For the first month, he was minimally communicative. You were heard, he made statements concerned that he was missing his classes at UC Davis, that he needed to register for classes, and he was wondering if he could have a laptop so he could keep up with his classes, still believing he was a student. Ultimately, he stopped communicating verbally, but only used hand gestures, and then basically stopped communicating at all. The psychiatrist who was treating him at the jail, her name was Patricia Tyler, and she treated him via telepsychiatry. She didn't actually meet him in person. She diagnosed him as suffering from schizophrenia, and she recommended emergency involuntary medication he would have to take whether he wanted to or not. You will see that finally in late July, he was given a single dose of antipsychotic medication, and finally the jail sought and received an order on August 3rd 2023 to an order from the court that allowed them to administer antipsychotic medication involuntarily. And shortly thereafter, Mr. Reales Dominguez began receiving antipsychotic medication for the first time in his life. Once the order was signed and they showed it to him, he didn't physically resist. You will hear that the criminal case was paused. On September 13th, 2023, he was admitted to Atascadero State Hospital for treatment. He remained at Atascadero for approximately 3.5 months before returning to Yolo County Jail in January of 2024, when criminal proceedings resumed. You will see that while antipsychotic medication is very effective, or can be very effective, at treating the positive symptoms of schizophrenia, the hallucinations, the delusions, it is far less effective at treating the negative symptoms. And you will see that many of Mr. Reales Dominguez's negative symptoms, though less pronounced, are still present today. But having now received treatment, received medication, he does now recognize and fully accept that he has schizophrenia. Now, I would like to respond to a few things that was brought up by the prosecutor, because it'll likely be several weeks, if not more, before the defense is allowed to call any witnesses. And they spoke to you about what Dr. Matt Mousy saw. He was the individual who found Mr. Reales Dominguez in Central Park at the location, Central Park in Sycamore Park, at the location of the stabbing of Kareem Abu Najm. And what Dr. Massey will tell you is that when he approached and he had a flashlight on his cell phone, Mr. Reales Dominguez seemed scared. He said, "What do you want? Leave me alone." And he spoke in a childlike voice. And that Dr. Massey's initial reaction when Mr. Reales Dominguez got on the bike and rode off was that he had scared him. And then he saw Mr. Abu Najm on the ground. What you will see is that although Mr. Reales Dominguez did ride across the highway and drop that bike, he immediately returned back and crossed over that bridge. A young woman named Hannah Cheney, who was riding her bicycle by when she saw Dr. Massey on the phone, before police even arrived, saw someone who you will see was Carlos Reales Dominguez crossing back over. In the state he was at that time, he was just trying to go home. And that is the only way he knew. Another thing the prosecutor said is that there was no blood found at the Hawthorne residence. You will see that statement is absolutely not true. To the contrary, the evidence found at the Hawthorne residence will show that Carlos Reales Dominguez made no effort to clean or wash anything. Another thing I want to mention is that you will hear testimony from Kimberly Guillory and other members of the unhoused community in Davis, and they are very close. Some of them are very close to each other, and they speak amongst each other. And you will see they are operating under a belief that approximately 9 o'clock on May 1st, when Kimberly Guillory was stabbed, that Mr. Reales Dominguez was across from the tents, hiding behind trees, scoping them out. This is what they told the law enforcement. This is what many of them still believe. And that two men named Isaac Cheeseman and Albert Osorio did chase him. What you will see is that is absolutely not true. There was a person who they chased at 9 o'clock. His name was Khalid Siddiqui. He worked at Steve's Pizza. And when he would later talk to police, he would tell them how he was trying to walk home from work. And he got to that area, and suddenly a group of unhoused individuals started chasing him for no apparent reason. And an officer named Derek Russell, through an anonymous source at the FBI, was able to get a video of this incident, which clearly identified it was Mr. Siddiqui. But for some reason, he did not get a copy of the video. And Davis police ultimately determined that Mr. Siddiqui had no involvement whatsoever, and who those individuals saw was Mr. Siddiqui, not Mr. Reales Dominguez. But you will see to this day, law enforcement has allowed those witnesses to continue to repeat that false statement. even though they know it is not true. You heard just last week, Ms. Guillory was meeting with law enforcement about her testimony. She repeated that statement, and they let her continue to believe it. And keep that in mind when you evaluate the testimony of Ms. Guillory and the other members of the unhoused community, how that false belief affects their testimony. Now, an opening statement is not an opportunity to discuss the law, and it will be many weeks before the judge instructs you on the specific intents and mental states that the prosecution must prove for the charges in this case and the various enhancements. So please, as Judge McGavin told you, reserve your judgment until you have heard all the evidence and have had all the law explained to you so you can see how it fits together. But as you hear the evidence, much of which is going to be very difficult to hear and very difficult to see, please keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, that this trial is not just about the physical acts that Mr. Reales-Dominguez did, but also what was happening in his mind when he did them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That concludes the defense opening statement, and that concludes the opening statement phase of this trial. So the next turn will be the evidentiary phase of the trial, and we'll begin to take witnesses produced by the people. We're right here up against the noon break, so we're going to go ahead and take our break. This afternoon, you'll be hearing from witnesses. Okay, and then I had a question from juror number 7. We're all good where we're at. Thank you for your disclosure. It's not a concern to me. Okay, thank you. And then I had a question also from another juror about judging credibility. And I recognize that each of you have a little bit different angle and so forth. The witness stand is right here, and you're to use your best ability to see the witness, and I'll make sure you can hear each and every witness, okay? And so we'll do that. So at this time, we're going to resume at 1:30. I'd like you to be up here a little bit before. Please wear your badges in the courthouse. And remember the 3-part admonition at all times. Do not discuss this case other than scheduling. Do not research the case. And do not form any opinions until you're deliberating. Enjoy your break, and I'll see you back this afternoon. Thank you, folks.
Okay, I don't know how I sound right now. I have put the volume down, but trying not to yell in your ears. Let's skip the breaky-do-do. So they went on lunch, but we can skip because we are skipping things along, and we can just carry on. So Robert will be coming soon. Oh, I sound good. Okay, I'm trying because I have this so boosted. I don't want to be yelling in your ears, so I don't want to like shout and scare you and then give you a heart attack or something. Sorry, it is not a yawn. It's just a sigh. Okay, it is not a yawn. Wow, they took a long lunch. Look at that. Right. And they seem to be back around here. Let's get going.
Your Honor, people will call Maria Bro.
Okay, let's get Ms. Bro. Counsel, I'm going to ask her to stand pretty much where you're at. Just give her a second, and then I'll let you move in. Good afternoon, Ms. Bro. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thank you for being here this afternoon. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath to you, and after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand, and then we have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to about to give and the cause not been for the court, to the truth, the whole truth, and for the truth. Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for record, and spell them both.
Ms. Bro, if you could state your first and last name and then spell it for the record.
On the birth certificate, Anne Maria Bro, ANNEMARIA, and Bro, BREAUX, and I also go by Maria Bro.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct exam.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bro. Ms. Bro, if you could tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, who you relate to.
I live in San Francisco. I'm 56, will be 57 in December, and I make my living as a writer, marketing writer, as well as a filmmaker. Would you like to know anything beyond that?
Let me ask you, I mentioned you related to, did you have a brother?
I did.
Who's your brother?
I have two brothers.
Who is your brother David?
I do.
And your other brother?
My other brother is Joseph Bro.
And you know why we're here today talking about David, correct?
I do.
So I'm going to show you two pictures, people's exhibits 55A and 55B. All right, put your on.
Okay.
I'm showing you people's exhibit 55 on the top, 55A, and then 55B on the side. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And who is the individual in there?
David Henry Bro.
And are those pictures that you're familiar with?
I am.
Did you take those or did you have those at some point?
I did not take them, but I have both of them.
And is it, in life, was this a fair and accurate depiction of David?
It is.
Thank you. Bro, could you tell us a little bit about David?
Yes, he's my so-called little brother. He was 6'2", and we grew up in the same house, same parents. He is 4 years younger than me. We both went through the same schools. We grew up in Doherty, California, in Southern California. And I left there in 1987 to attend Stanford. And he also went to Stanford 4 years after that, and went through, he studied urban studies with a focus on community development. And after that, had odd jobs. He worked as a high school teacher. He worked in a sporting goods store. He also worked with at-risk youth as a case manager in Los Angeles, and had a couple of different relationships during that time. After college, he graduated. He took kind of a longer route and graduated in 1998, after which he went to go take care of our ailing father in Doherty. Our mother had passed away in 1997. And we had a difficult upbringing and childhood with a volatile father and a mom who had schizophrenia. And after I left, David became her caretaker. I was her caretaker before that point. And so he went back home, took care of my father, who passed away in 2004. David had moved out of the house by then, and he and I started the process of renovating our family home. Over the course of 2 years, my dad passed in 2004. He had signed the house over to us. And so David and I worked together to bring it to a livable state and sold it in 2006. And then he moved to the Bay Area. I was working at Genentech at the time as a supervisor of technical writers, a technical writing team. And then he met someone who reported to me. I introduced them, and he had a very serious relationship with her, and then struggled with depression for a number of years while he was in high school. Also, when he came up to the Bay Area, and was suicidal for some time. But through a loving community and this relationship that he was in, but he was not able to overcome his depression, we recommended therapy for him, and he did go to therapy. But he, sure, I know this can be a long story. So,
about what time frame are we talking about right now, where you talk about David graduated from Stanford?
Yes, he graduated from Stanford in 1998.
And then when did you and David sell the house?
We sold that in 2006.
And then the relationship that we're talking about right now, about what time frame are we in?
That, I believe, started in 2005. If I'd have to check, but I believe it was in 2005.
And you were talking about with the help of the community, and I think I cut you off right there. So you were talking about the help of the community. What happened?
So he broke up. Him and his girlfriend broke up. He moved to Oakland, and he was in a studio apartment, and he decided that he was going to pursue, according to him, he said he had exercised his body by working out, his mind by going to college, his heart by being in a relationship. So he wanted to exercise his spirit. So he spent about a year and a half doing deep research into Western religions, Eastern religions, and philosophical thought, and looking at YouTube videos, reading books, and he came across a TED Talk by Karen Armstrong, who's a religious scholar, British religious scholar, and she had a TED Talk on compassion and about how she was kind of calling different institutions, communities, individuals to place compassion at the core of their values and their belief system, and that spoke to David. And so he continued about his life, but he thought, I want to do something compassion related. But at the same time, he was having health issues. And one day he kind of had a blackout and ended up in he called his friend, and his friend called an ambulance, and he ended up in a psychiatric hospital in San Leandro. And while he was there, he realized he was okay and that he would devote the rest of his life to raising awareness of compassion.
I want to use that to ask you about, did David have a nickname that you're aware of?
Yes,
What was that?
Compassion Guy.
And do you know where or how or when he got his nickname?
On the way back from the psychiatric hospital, he called a friend in Davis, and his friend Josh said, yes, you can stay with me. David had $50 left in his bank account, and he said, I need to do something. So he came to Davis, California, and with a note, his intent was he was going to start asking people, and he had started doing this work in Oakland, but he had a notebook and a pen, and he would ask people to write their definition of compassion. And so he did that from June 3rd, 2009 until his passing, and that's how he got to be called Compassion Guy in Davis.
And so June 3rd, 2009, is that about the time frame that he came to Davis, California?
That's the time he started collecting definitions in Davis. He came in May 2009.
And did you have a chance to visit with him when he was in Davis? Did you ever get the opportunity to come up and see him do his work and interact with people?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Me and my family would come up. We always knew where to find him. He was at the corner of 3rd and C. And because sometimes my memory is a little spotty, I actually met people through email threads that I didn't really know who they were until later, and I met them in person. So people from the community, some people were probably in this courtroom right now. And David made a lot of friends, and he brought some of them to San Francisco. Since I'm a filmmaker, he would come to see my movies, and he would bring friends from Davis. And so through that, I got to know some of the people in his sphere and people who later helped him with his compassion work.
You say he was usually located at 3rd and C. Are you talking about the intersection of 3rd Street and C Street, Davis?
That's correct.
You said you always knew where to find him. When you were with him, is that sort of the area of downtown Davis that you would stay and interact with members of the community?
That's correct.
When was the last time that you got to see David?
The last time I saw David, it was in July 2019.
Did the two of you keep regular contact in between when you were actually able to see each other?
Yes, we did.
How so?
Through either, in various means. He sometimes had a phone, sometimes didn't have a phone. It was either through phone calls, texts, Twitter messages, or Facebook messages.
But it's fair to say that during that time, you were always sort of seeing what his work was doing, keeping track of him, and just staying connected.
That's correct.
You said that he came up and he messaged a friend when he came up to Davis to stay with that friend. Was he housed or unhoused?
He was technically homeless, but not on the street until, as far as I know, 2018. And until that point, he was either couch sitting, house sitting, making use of the interfaith rotating winter shelter. So was inside. And as far as I know, he wasn't outside until 2018.
And do you know, did he prefer to live outside amongst the community, or was he actively looking for stable housing?
He was actively looking for stable housing after a certain point. I should also add, he was for 1 year on a tour around the US called the Compassion Tour. Each month, someone would host him, and he would give talks and had his notebook set up at an appointed bench in that city. But it wasn't until sometime during the pandemic where he actively sought to go back inside full time.
In 2023, do you know where he'd been staying?
I believe he was staying outside.
When was the last time that you and David had the opportunity to either talk or text or just communicate?
On his birthday, February 26, 2023.
And on April of 2023, April 29th, did you receive news about David?
I received news about David on the evening of April 27th, 2023.
And what was that news?
Someone from the San Francisco Medical Examiner's Office came to my door and said that David had died.
Since David's passing, have you had the opportunity to visit areas where David either frequented or a corner where there's a Banks Memorial set up?
I have.
To show you 43 feet. Okay. Ms. Grove, do you recognize People's 43D?
I do.
And how do you recognize that?
At the compassion bench.
And so you're familiar with this area?
I am.
Is that in the city of Davidson County, Georgia?
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Grove, appreciate you coming in here and testifying. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Mr. Demora, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
I do. People would call Aiden Reynolds.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is where Katya says goodnight, everybody. Say goodnight, Katya.
Good night, everyone. Thank you very much, Robert, for doing that. Appreciate you, girl. Have a good night. Enjoy. I'll be probably popping in, chatting and out. But yeah, because I still want the verdicts for both of the trials. But yeah, I'll be in chat. Thank you very much. We'll talk tomorrow. Definitely, for sure. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds. Come on in and stand at the podium here in the well. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you for having me.
My name's Sam McAdam. I'm presiding over this trial. I'm going to ask the clerk to administer an oath, and after you take the oath, then I'm going to have you sit in the witness stand. We have two lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Okay, understood.
Please raise your hand. Did you solemnly swear to not to give and cause nothing to the court, so the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you. Please be seated.
My name is Aiden Reynolds. First name spelled Aidan, last name spelled Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. You don't need to lean into the mic. We're picking you up well.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So, Mr. Demora, direct examination.
Thanks, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. Reynolds.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Reynolds, I wanted to go back to April of 2023. Do you remember where you were on April 27, 2023?
Yes. At around 11.
Correct.
My colleague Ian Halliburton and I were working on a research project involving monitoring bird nests around Davis and other urban areas. That particular morning, we were monitoring a bird near Central Park who was foraging in the northern portion of the park. We were following it southbound through the park when we passed by some benches. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw someone sitting in one of the benches, but it was only when we approached like that area about like 10 or 15 yards away where Ian noticed that he was in a really bad state. I remember he said, that man is dead. And I turned and looked more closely at the man sitting in the bench, and it was very clear he was in a very bad state. And that's when Ian.
Well, let me stop you real quick. Let me break up a couple of things first.
Absolutely.
I want to go back to, you said that you and Ian Halliburton were working on a research project involving birds. What were you doing at the time? What was your job or your trade or field study?
Yeah, so The project is called Project Phoebe, and we kind of analyze the effects of urban environments on a specific songbird species called the black phoebe.
What's the name of the bird?
Black phoebe.
Can you spell it?
It's BLACK PHOEBE.
Okay, that's the core part. Thanks.
Yeah, and it's a little black songbird. They build mud cup nests on the underside of roofs, so they're very common in urban ecosystems. And so we have a bunch of sites where we monitor those birds and their nests in multiple parks around Davis and Sacramento and Woodland. And yeah, on this particular morning, we went to a bird that we were monitoring near Central Park. I believe its nest was located northwest of Central Park across the intersection. Yeah.
When you say Central Park, you're talking about the city of Davis?
Yes, yes.
When you say across the intersection, what intersection are you referring to?
I believe it's, I'm not actually sure. I've lived in Davis for 4 years and I still can't remember the streets, but yeah, it was, can I pull up my phone to?
That's all right.
How about this?
We're good.
I will show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2B. Am I first one?
Okay, did you say 2B as in boy?
2 as in boy.
Okay, thank you.
Rose, I'm showing you People's Exhibit 2B. Are you able to recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is Central Park. I could see the bench where we found David.
And you're familiar with this photograph or this overview of Central Park?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so before we get into too many of the details about this, I'm going to ask you some questions in a little bit.
Okay.
But the intersection you're referring to, do you see it on here?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, and you're pointing to the bottom left corner of this exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, that's not a total quarter.
Yes, yes.
Great, thank you. Now, if I can, see if I can get this published with permission from the court.
Okay.
There we go. So you were saying the intersection on 2B is this bottom left-hand corner right there. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so when you and Mr. Halliburton were tracking this bird, you mentioned that you got about, and I wanted to say this correctly, about 15 yards away from the benches?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, sorry.
All right, so if you're able to, with one of the landmarks in this photograph, identify where you and Mr. Halliburton were about the time you first saw Mr. Bro.
Here, you want to point it out?
Sure.
You push the button, there's a laser on it.
So we walked across this crosswalk, and we're walking around this trajectory where around here is where we noticed that there was something wrong. And yeah, and that's when we took a closer look at the body, and that's when Ian decided to call in a wellness check. But it was,
so, for the record, you took the laser pointer, went from kind of the middle of the grassy area up to the right of the exhibit.
Yes.
And you stopped where it looks like there's people to the right side of that white square, which is the tent.
yes.
So you mentioned that Ian had said that that person looks dead.
Yes.
Did you look in that direction at where David was sitting on the bench?
Not before Ian had mentioned that. In my peripheral vision, I did see someone sitting on the bench, but I wasn't looking directly over there. I was focused on the bird that was flying towards the carousel.
And that carousel is off to the upper right of.
Yes.
So when Ian said that, when you heard him say that, what did you do?
I turned to my left and looked closer at what Ian had pointed out. It was from there where we both concluded that the man was probably deceased and that we should call a wellness check to confirm that.
When did you believe he appeared deceased?
There was a visible pool of blood directly beneath him, below the bench, and there were a lot of flies buzzing around him.
Did you get closer to him than the 15 yards when you first saw him?
Yes, we got about maybe 5 yards away.
Were there any signs of life, such as movement, gasping for air or breath or words, anything like that?
No, none whatsoever.
Did you or Ian ever come into contact with the body? Did you touch it or move it?
No.
Did you see any items on the ground around the body?
No.
Did you see any like clothes or backpacks or anything like that?
No.
Prior to, I'm going to step back for a second. When you saw, Mr. Burrow, when you saw the body on the bench in your periphery, prior to Ian seeing anything, had there been anything to draw your attention to that body?
No, I would say not. Nothing that stood out that drew my attention to the bench, besides the fact that there appeared to be a man sitting on the bench.
Did you ever hear any struggle or fight or screaming coming from that direction or that bench?
No.
Did you see anyone lingering in the areas around that body or that bench?
No, I believe there was a meeting with some of the administration of that park. I think in this general area, and there was a man who was approaching us and asked if we were gonna call it in once we told him that the man was dead and that we wanted to call in a wellness check. But that was the only activity in that area besides some families in this playground over here.
Right, so the first place you had pointed to where there's that meeting was off to the right of the exhibit.
Yes.
There's concrete and some benches. And then the playground area, for the record, you indicated was at the upper portion of the exhibit, just along that tree line.
Yes.
Did you see any type of weapon on the ground, like a knife or a sharp object?
No.
And how long did you and Mr. Halliburton stay in that area?
I'd say we waited about 10 minutes for the police, and we waited in the general area for probably another 45 minutes.
And just to step back for 1 second, when we started our questioning, you said at 11, and we talked about morning, which is to be clear, we're talking about 11 a.m. on April 27th.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reynolds, thank you for making time for me today. Have a great day.
Thank you, you as well.
Okay, next witness.
All right, Mr. Demora, a witness?
People call Ian Halliburton.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Halliburton. Come on in, stand here at the podium before me. Thank you for being here. I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath, then I'll have you take the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions, okay?
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to what to give and cause nothing for the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you. Please be seated. State your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Ian, I-A-N, last name Halliburton, H-A-L-I-B-U-R-T-O-N.
Okay, thank you. You won't need to lean in, I don't think. Yeah, just relax. Thank you. Mr. Demora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Halliburton. Mr. Halliburton, what do you do for a living?
I'm currently an ornithologist at the San Diego Natural History Museum.
Can you tell us what an ornithologist is?
Yes, I am a field biologist, an ecologist, specifically working with birds.
In April of 2023, did you have the same position or were you doing something different?
In April of 2023, I was a graduate student at UC Davis.
What were you studying?
I was studying animal behavior.
When did you graduate?
I graduated in June of 2024.
So I want to take you to April 27th of 2023, around 11 a.m. Were you at Central Park in City Davis County, Viola, around 11 a.m. with Aiden Reynolds?
Yes.
Who was Mr. Reynolds to you? Were colleagues, friends? Was he your researcher?
Yeah, so Aiden is an undergraduate at UC Davis still and was at the time, and he was an undergraduate technician on the project that I was working on.
Just spoke a little bit about that, but the two of you were tracking a specific type of bird.
That's correct.
Did your project take you into Central Park?
Yes, Central Park is one of our study sites.
Just after 11 a.m. That day, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes, we were following this particular bird that he likely mentioned across the road there at B Street into Central Park. It took us through that northern part of the park towards the carousel. And as I passed by a bench on that northern side of the park, I noticed someone who wasn't moving and then stayed there, continuing to observe this person.
How long did you observe this person?
It only took maybe about 5 or 10 minutes, probably even less, before I realized that something was wrong. Given that the person wasn't moving, that was what first drew my attention. And then I started noticing other concerning things that convinced me to call the police, such as blood.
When you say such as blood, what did you observe about blood?
The first thing that I noticed was blood, what I presume was blood based on the color, underneath the bench. And then as I looked more carefully at the person on the bench, I saw stains on their clothes as well that appeared to be blood.
How close, when you first made an observation that something was wrong, how far away were you?
Maybe about 15 feet.
And did you get closer when you started to observe more concerning things?
It wasn't really necessary. It was apparent from that distance that the person wasn't moving and that there was blood.
And during the entire time you were observing this individual, did you at any point see any signs of life?
No, I did not. Of course, I figured I realized that in cases like this, people often will call and request that police check for life, or I don't know what the term is, but that's something that can be done. And I didn't feel competent assessing that myself, but of course with blood, it felt like something was seriously wrong.
And based on those observations, is it fair to say that you and Mr. Reynolds, you didn't touch the body or do anything, you called it in?
That's correct. We stayed
about that same distance or more the entire time.
Did you see anyone else prior to the police getting there? Did you see anyone come up to the body, touch the body, move the body, anything like that?
I did not see anyone interact. There were other people in the area, and their attention was directed towards the body as well. I noticed things and keeping roughly that same distance, asked these people, if they had noticed the same things and if they had called the police already, and no one had called the police.
You, from a distance, from your vantage point, did you see anything, any items on the ground around the body that we now know is at David Rose?
No, I did not.
Did you see any knives or sharp objects?
No, I only remember seeing the body, and below the bench, all I remember was blood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson? All right, Mr. Halvern, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Demora.
People call Sergeant Antonio Diaz.
Okay, zipping through these. Let's zip. Next.
Okay, Sergeant Diaz, good afternoon. Come on into the podium right here, ma'am. Yeah, let me stop you there. Thank you. Every courtroom does it differently. And I'm gonna have the clerk administer the oath to you there, and then take the witness stand for the questioning.
You do solemnly swear to swear you're about to give and cause nothing but the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please be seated. First and last name for the record. Tell them both.
First name is Antonia, last name is Diaz. Antonia is Antonia. Diaz is Dias.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Demora, direct exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Diaz.
Good afternoon.
Sergeant Diaz, where are you employed?
With the City of Davis Police Department.
And are you a peace officer?
I am.
How long have you been a peace officer?
About 13 and a half years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
about 3 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant?
Well, currently I'm a community-oriented policing sergeant, so it's a lot of community outreach, working with the in-house community, problem solving as problems arise in the city.
In April of 2023, what was your role as a sergeant at that time?
I was a patrol sergeant.
And when you say patrol sergeant, is that where you supervise patrol officers and call and respond to services?
Yes, typically it's the watch commander for the city, which includes reviewing all the calls for service, reviewing reports, supervising the officers.
And did you have a collateral duty as part of being a peace officer with the Davis Police Department?
I might several.
How about as a member of the evidence response team?
At that time, I was transitioning out of that role, but I was still acting as a consultant to the team.
Were you acting as a consultant because you had been in that assignment or that collateral duty for a period of time?
I was, yes.
About how long?
At that point, probably about 8 years.
So I want to go to April 27th of 2023, where you were working during the daytime hours on that day.
I was.
Around 11:22 a.m., did you receive a call that required police response?
We did. Yeah, a call came in for a person at the park who appeared to be deceased.
And when you say the park, what park are you referring to?
Central Park.
Is that in the city of Davis, County Goa?
It is.
Did you respond to that scene?
I did.
Were you the first peace officer to arrive there?
Yes.
Were there other personnel or other individuals, first responders that were there?
Yes, EMS was there, so fire and AMR ambulance personnel.
And on that date, did you have your body-worn camera with you?
I did.
And was it functioning?
Yes,
And did it capture in the event of when you first responded to Central Park?
it did.
show you a still shot of People's Exhibit 3.
Okay, normally you show the witness here. Are we stipulating, Mr. Hutchinson?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, you can go ahead and approach that.
Thank you. Sergeant Diaz, looking at the screen on Exhibit 3, do you recognize that still shot?
It appears to be from my body worn camera.
And have you reviewed your body-worn camera related to the case that we're here in court today?
Yes.
And from the still shot, are you familiar with the contents of your body-worn camera?
Yes.
And this fairly accurately depict your first arrival on scene in Central Park on April 27, 2023, just after 11 a.m.
It does.
Permission to play the video camera?
Yeah, is there audio and do we have a transcript?
Oh, I do have a transcript and there is audio, yes.
Okay. Let me instruct the jury and the court reporter. Throughout this trial, we may watch video and or hear audio. The actual evidence is the video that you're watching with the audio. To assist you from time to time, but perhaps not in every case, it'll be a video by video. I'll make a judgment call. And we may hand you a transcript. And that's what we're doing for this one. The transcript is merely a tool. It is not a piece of evidence. And it likely, almost probably, will not go into the jury deliberation with you. I always hesitate to hand out these transcripts because human nature is to put your head down and to read the words on the page. But I just told you that the actual evidence is up on the screen. So, just be mindful. You have a transcript and it's there as a tool and you can read it and keep looking up, making sure you're observing the video. I'm spending a little bit extra time because we may have other videos. And so I'm just kind of walking you through this. And I'll remind you also, I may not always give you a transcript, but this one we are giving a transcript. And then the second rule I want to advise is that the court reporter will be relieved of transcribing any video or audio tape, and that goes for every video and audio used in this trial. All right, with that, Mr. DeMora, carry on.
Hey, John.
Hi. Take my stab more for my death of okay. Can whoever called it, can you guys hang out for a minute? So I got people coming that can since it's now upon the side. You got a nice seat there, you got multiple comfortable rooms, like the front.
Okay. Do you want us to cover it or just leave it?
Hang on just a second. There's a lot of air traffic going on right now. You have like a blanket?
Yeah.
So is it like fresh out of the package?
Yes.
So okay,
Yes.
perfect. And when you, I can help you do it. We want to do it with like fresh gloves because of any potential DNA. Perfect. Yeah, Sandra, can you notify Bethridge, any of the screens that could be mentioned and right here is good. So yeah. All right. Yeah. So AMR, and then let me get like people that run your rig. You get that info, and then once you guys clear to the next call. Oh, you guys are first. Okay. All right. You're right. It's paper. It's tape. Next up again is to put your cars up on the lawn and see if we can like shield it for now with cars and we do the same. And 40 if you have crazy too. Yeah, Timber, can you reach Munoz?
Sergeant Diaz, was that a clip from your body camera or was that the full body camera from April 27th?
It was a clip.
And was that a very accurate depiction of part of the events that captured your body camera?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about a couple things that were discussed in that clip. It looked like an individual with EMS was asking about a blanket. Can you tell us about it? You said get a fresh one. I think I got a fresh on that. Why did you get a fresh blanket?
Well, I mean, DNA is trace evidence. It's very small. And so if a blanket had been used prior or laid out on any surface, it could pick up other DNA and then cross-contaminate the scene with that DNA.
And was that similar to why you were talking about fresh gloves?
Yes.
I guess I should probably ask this question. That is, when you have, did this appear to be a crime scene?
It did.
When you have a crime scene, is it your desire to protect the integrity of that crime scene and make sure that evidence is reversed?
Yes.
As you were walking, prior to moving your patrol car up onto the grass, I want to talk about that bench where we now know it was Mr. David Rowe on that bench. Is there any sidewalk or footpath that leads directly to that bench?
Not an established one or an official one. Yeah.
You see not an established one or official one?
Next to the green fence, from what I recall, there was an absence of grass. I'm going off of a 2-year-old recollection of like a little section of dirt around it, but it wasn't like an established path. It was like a worn footpath.
Worn because people walk on it?
Correct.
Say you're going from your own recollection. Is that because that area is now under construction?
I haven't visited. It is under construction, yes, but I hadn't visited it after this event.
And I'm going to show you people's 2A and 2B. Permission to approach?
Okay.
2A first and then 2B underneath. Now, Sergeant Diaz, the areas in 2A and 2B, do you recognize those as being the scene you just saw from your body worn camera?
Yes.
You're familiar with those areas?
I am.
And do those pictures capture the area on April 27, 2023 as you recall?
They do.
Is that a very accurate depiction of what you saw or what is captured on a date?
Yes.
So in 2A and 2B, is that bench that Mr. Rowe is located on, is that up against or back up to a wrought iron fence?
It does.
And are you able to tell or estimate based on, I believe, 2B, where the nearest established sidewalk is?
It would just be a guess.
Object, relation, or
Sustain.
How long would it take you? How long did it take you to walk from the bench to the sidewalk for your cars?
Maybe 20, 30 seconds.
Based on your walking, are you able to estimate about 100 feet, 150 feet, 200 feet?
Maybe 100 feet.
Now, on just give some orientation here. Thank you. So we're looking at 2B equals 2B. On the left side of the page, of the exhibit, what street is that?
On the left side is 5th Street.
And on the bottom, what street is that?
B as in boy.
Which direction is north based on this photograph?
It would be towards 5th Street to the left.
Looking to the left.
Yes.
And that would make east the top of the page?
Correct.
And south the right?
Yes.
And west the bottom. Thank you. Have you gone to or been to Central Park at night?
Yes.
And I want to focus specifically back in April 2023. Did you ever do patrol at night?
Not in many years.
Have you ever been to that area at night?
I have.
Do you recall the lighting in that area where Mr. Rhodes located back in 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
In Central Park, at least the northwest, or the northern portion of it, is that an area that is well lit, that is bright?
I don't recall.
When you first arrived on scene, did you see any weapons on the ground, like a knife or anything bladed?
I did not.
Sergeant, no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jamara. Mr. Hutchinson, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Sergeant Diaz, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day. Okay, Mr. Jamara, do you have a witness you'd like to call?
Yes. Sergeant Lewis Cameron?
Okay, let's get Sergeant Cameron.
Okay, moving right along.
Feel free, I'm going to stand up and stretch, folks. Feel free to join me.
That sound is from them, not from me. It went out, they're gonna do a stretch. This cameraman is gone goofy and he's gonna show you the sky. I don't know. Give them a minute, they're coming. I don't know. Judge is stretching. We have to let the judge stretch. And if I hit fast forward, it's gonna go too far and then we're gonna miss stuff. So we're not gonna do that. Sheila is not going to room TCA Street today. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
And you can stand at the podium. Thank you for being here.
There we go.
I'm going to have the clerk administer an oath, and after the oath, then the witness stand.
Picture again. Did you solemnly swear to about to give the cause nothing for the court, to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can see it. Take your first and last name for the record. Please spell them both.
Lewis Cameron, Louis Cameron.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeMar, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Cameron.
Afternoon.
Sergeant Cameron, are you currently employed as a police officer as a rank sergeant with the West Sacramento Police Department?
I am.
And in April of 2023, were you also sergeant with the West Sacramento Police Department?
Yes.
As a member of the West Sacramento Police Department, did you have a collateral duty at that time?
Yes.
What was that?
As a UAS or a drone operator.
When you say UAS, what does that mean?
Unmanned aerial system.
Is that where you're able to operate the drone and fly and take videos and pictures of that?
Yes.
On April 27th of 2023, actually, when you said that, do you have to go through a certification process to be able to operate a drone or a UAS?
Yes.
And did you complete the courses and requirements necessary to do that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with FAA regulations and things like that, how to properly operate it?
Yes.
And your department recognizes you as a drone operator?
Yes.
So did you get called on April 27th, 2023 to assist the Davis Police Department for a potential homicide that they had at Central Park?
Yes.
Did you bring your drone with you?
I did.
What was the purpose that you were brought out there?
One, they wanted overall photos of the area, mostly the park, and as well as to search some rooftops that they couldn't necessarily get to on foot.
And did you capture 2 still shots with your drone that you turned over to the Davis Police Department?
I think there were more than that, but yeah, I captured some still shots, yes.
So I'm going to show you people exhibits 2A and 2B. We'll show you people exhibit 2, and we'll show you 2A and 2B. Okay, so Sergeant Cameron, do you recognize 2A?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this?
That is a photo that I took that day of the crime scene.
And is this a fair, and do you recognize 2B?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
That is also a photo of the crime scene, just a little higher up and a little bit further back.
Did you take that picture?
Yes.
And are both those pictures very accurate depictions of what you captured with your drone on April 27th, 2023?
Yes.
No further questions?
Thank you, Counsel. Mr. Hutchinson?
No questions.
Sergeant Cameron, thank you for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. DeMar, next witness.
People call Detective Alex Forrest.
Okay.
Okay. Moving right along. I like this style.
Good afternoon, Detective. Come on in, stand at the podium right here, take the oath, and then the witness stand.
You just solemnly swear to tell the truth, the cause nothing but the court, to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. First and last name for the record, just tell them both.
Alex Torres. Alex is Alex, Torres, Torres.
Thank you. Mr. DeMora, correct.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Torres.
Good afternoon.
Detective Torres, employed.
City of Davis Police Department.
What do you do there?
I am currently a detective with the City of Davis.
So you're assigned to the Investigations Bureau.
Yes.
In April of 2023, what were you assigned as at that time?
At that time, I was assigned to patrol in the position of corporal.
And did you also have a collateral duty?
I did, yes.
What was that?
I was team lead of the evidence response team, ERT.
On April 27th, 2023, did you respond to Central Park in the City of Davis County Villa?
Yes.
Why?
For report of a male possibly injured and possibly bleeding on a park bench.
Did you see that individual on the park bench?
I did, yes.
Did that individual appear injured?
Heavily so, yes.
And if so, did the person appear to be alive or deceased?
Deceased.
When you got on scene and you saw this individual, you said heavily injured. Why do you say that?
The exterior of his clothing had notable puncture marks on the upper torso area of his body. There was a saturation around those puncture marks that was red in color. It appeared to be blood.
So let me step back for a second. When you got on scene, how was this, that we now know is David Bro, how was Mr. Bro positioned on this bench?
David Bro was in a seated position with his back up against the back brace of the Green Park bench. His head was tilted back over the back curve of the bench. His mouth was open. His arms were down at his side. One of his feet, I believe it was his left foot from what I could recall, was flat on the ground, the sole of the foot. However, I believe it was the right foot was canted slightly so that the right side of the shoe was on the ground while the sole was pointed to the left.
Was there anything on the bench, on the actual bench next to him, or rephrase, was there anything on the bench next to him?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a backpack filled with items, and also underneath David was a cloth item, looked like a shirt.
Could you tell how many, let me rephrase, what was he wearing?
He was wearing, on his legs, he had blue colored sweats. His feet, he was wearing black socks that were extended up over the cuffs of the sweats, and shoes that were closed toed. On his upper body, he had approximately 5 layers of clothing. And
I'm showing you People's Exhibit 1, photos, box 47360.
Wait, hold on. Listen, you've got to either get a stipulation or lay a foundation with the witness first. I mean, I'm welcome to stipulations. All these have been a discovery, but we have to go through that procedure. Mr. Hutchinson, I'll do it. Okay, thank you.
Showing you People's Exhibit 1, photo 7360. Mr. Detective Torres, do you recognize this photograph?
yes,
And how do you recognize it?
this is a photo of David Bro as I found him on the bench.
And what you described as this clothing, is that in that photograph, are we able to see the photograph or the clothing you just described?
Yes, if we could go back to the photo. Yes.
Now, and if you could explain this, Are his arms or his sweatshirt arms, sleeves to it, are his arms in that sweatshirt or outside of the sweatshirt?
Outside of it.
When you were inspecting Mr. Bro, did you notice anything about whether his clothes were clean or his clothes were dirty?
I noted that they were dirty.
How so?
His pants and his shoes and the exposed socks on his legs had this dusting of brown powder or dirt along the knees of the legs and the socks, as well as on the exterior layer sweater. And there was also red stains around puncture areas of the sweater.
When you say this dusting of brown powder and dirt, did you see, was there a consistent color of dirt in that area?
Yes.
Where?
Underneath the bench, there was a circular, not completely circular, but an area that was the same colored brown dirt.
When you say a dusting, what do you mean by that?
Looked like smearing of this dirt on him. Like it looked like he had been in dirt.
So I'll give you this example. If you were to walk through like a freshly plowed field or something like that, where you get dirt on your shoes and you try to dust it off, it comes off fairly easily. Is that consistent with what you're talking about, or is it something different?
This is slightly different, more concentrated in certain areas where it wouldn't just be enough to wring out or fling out the pants to get all that dirt off. It would have to be washed.
Now, I want to go to, I'm going to transition for a second, I need to come back to some more questions on this, but the puncture wound that you were describing on Mr. Bro, from your observation, could you tell how many were in his upper torso area?
From my recollection, I do not recall an exact amount, but it was close to a dozen.
And where were they concentrated anywhere?
They were, I would say there were, from what I saw, there were several on a right sleeve, two on a right sleeve area near the forearm. There were several on the back lower portion of his body and left side arm, from what I can recall.
That was just from your initial observations on being on scene?
Yes.
Counsel, are we done with this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. If you can you move it?
Yes. Now, what other observations, Kevin, did you make about Mr. Bro in terms of what items he had with him or what he was wearing?
I noted that his upper torso was, he was wearing about 5 layers of clothing. The exterior being a black hooded sweater. Underneath that was, I believe, a knitted sweater, followed by a Gap brand sweater, then a zip-up round sweater, and then a long-sleeve black shirt was the base layer. Also, next to him, inside the backpack was a laptop, a wallet, which had his ID and how I was able to identify him out at the scene.
Why were the layers of clothes that he was wearing significant to you?
Because the penetration of how far an object would have to go, given the layers of clothing that a person's wearing, also consideration as to during something that had occurred, what happened with those clothing items or how they were involved were considerations.
When talking about the layers of clothes and how far someone would have to penetrate to make those punctures that you described, did that lead you to believe that, well, what did that lead you to believe?
Given the layers, the amount of punctures, and the fact that that would prevent blood from seeping out too much, catch most of any blood seeping out of a wound. The saturation that was coming out meant to me that there was significant blood loss that occurred, as well as significant injuries that likely was the result of this person's death, or resulted in this person's death.
Would you also need a really sharp object to get through that many layers?
I would say so, yes.
You mentioned a backpack that had electronics in it. Why was that a significant?
Part of my examination of the scene is also to try to understand cause, if possible. Given that the items of value left behind at the scene, it caused me to not believe robbery was an intended purpose.
Was there anything that you located on the ground around Mr. Bro?
Yes.
Was that?
There were two noticeable objects on the ground near that bench within about 5 to 6 feet of it.
And what were those?
One was a large blanket, and the other one was a sheath, leather sheath, boot knife style leather sheath for a knife.
Or the blanket? Why was that of significance to you?
To determine if it was involved in some way for any staining that may have occurred, any punctures that were visible on it.
Let's talk about this knife sheath. Where did you first observe this knife sheath?
It was on the ground, from my recollection, under the blanket.
How far away from Mr. Bro was it?
Roughly within 5 feet.
Say it was leather and for a boot style knife. What do you mean?
I own several boot knives. The back of the sheath had a little clip that was meant to either go on a belt, or if held inside a boot, an actual cowboy boot, it can hang off the edges of the boot. Plus the leather itself had a little clasp on top, so to keep a knife sheathed as a person moves around. And yeah, it was also the leather itself wasn't, it didn't have apparent wear, a over-aging, look new.
Can you tell what brand knife would go into this sheath?
The sheath itself was a Smith & Wesson brand knife sheath, and which made me believe that it was in fact a Smith & Wesson knife that goes to the sheath.
Did you find a knife on scene?
No.
Did you collect the knife sheath?
Yes.
Did you look at evidence?
Yes.
Was that, recall what kind of number that was?
If I could look at my notes to refresh my recollection.
If that will, with his honor permission. Okay.
I'm refreshed.
Okay, what did you book it under?
Item number 21.
And I can approach that syndrome.
Okay. What number exhibit are you looking for?
Number 9.
Number 9, okay.
Did y'all notice all those bags over there? Jiminy Christmas. They're looking for a certain bag. Look at all of them. Wow. A lot of evidence.
Okay. showing you exhibit number 9. Close. Now, Torres was 9. Can you open up People's 9? You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the Smith & Wesson knife sheath that I located at the scene near David Rowe's body.
Okay, and that's the one that we've just been talking about for the last several minutes.
Yes.
Now, at some point during the investigation into the events that happened on April 27th, 29th, and May 1st, are you familiar with all those dates?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Mr. Carlos Rodriguez?
Yes.
You see him in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing for me?
It is the gentleman at the second table furthest from me, seated on my right, wearing a dark gray suit jacket, blue tie, and a light gray button-up shirt. Clean shaven, approximate age 25, male.
May the record reflect that Detective Torres identified Mr. Rodriguez? And when you're familiar with his arrest on May 3rd of 2023?
Yes.
Were you aware that a knife was recovered from him?
Yes.
Have you seen or inspected that knife?
Yes.
Is that knife that was located, what type of knife is that?
It was a double-sided, sometimes referred to as dirk or dagger, Smith & Wesson brand boot knife.
Okay, thank you. Detective, I'm going to stop you. We're going to take a break. And on the other side, we've got more questions for you. I appreciate your patience. Why don't you sit tight for a second? Let me excuse the jury, and then you're free to take a break as well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, 15-minute break. We're going to do session at 4:30. So whatever you do,
Okay.
toss in whatever.
Zoom through the break. Y'all know this is Sheila's favorite part.
Case 23-1391. We have.
See, everybody stretch.
Okay. Witness stand. He's subject to.
We got our break in.
Mr. Moore, carry on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Torres, where we left off was you mentioned that the knife that was recovered from Mr. Dominguez on his arrest appeared to match that knife sheath that you recovered on April 27th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so going back to the items you collected or you observed on April 27th, 2023, I want to go through a few more of those items, and then I want to go back to a couple of photographs from people. Phil, I made
Just a second. We learned something about our friends in the jury when that happened. Very, very nice too. It's off. Everyone's got it off. That's all.
Uh-oh, phone ringing.
Okay.
And showing you Detective Torres, actually I should say, did you collect the clothing items that you just described from Mr. Bro?
Yes.
Did you put those in evidence?
Yes.
So I'm showing you people's 52C. Do you know what 52C is?
Yes, this is the Gap sweater that he was wearing as one of the layers that day.
You wouldn't mind going ahead and opening that up?
Got it open. Want me to pick it up?
Could you, and with permission from the owner, you could hang that on PVC pipe?
Sure.
Torres, while you're up here, you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
From photographs, the fact that I collected it, packaging, and whatever they call it.
You remember seeing this on Mr. Rowe when you observed him on April 27th?
Yes.
Is this actual clothing item that was recovered from the person?
Yes.
Great. I have another exhibit.
Can I ask you, is that front or back that we're seeing?
Currently, you're seeing the front.
Okay. You want to flip it around so we can see the back too?
Absolutely.
Okay, now we're looking at the back. Detective Torres, from what you're able to see, are there any cuts or incisions in this piece of evidence?
Yes.
All right, can you point to some of those for us?
Yes. From the base upward, you have a cut here to here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 here, 12 on the right sleeve, 12, 13, 14, 15 is here, top. Left sleeve. Yep. For the rear, that's what I see.
And we can see it for the record, there appears to be a reddish color on this piece of evidence. Yeah, based on your training experience, is that suspected blood?
Yes.
If you want to put that back in the exhibit back, we'll go on to our next piece of evidence, which is going to be People's Exhibit 52F. Mind doing the same process of opening that up. And before you display that, Detective Torres, what is that?
This is the black sweater, item number from the original case 29.
And are you familiar with that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with it?
I collected this piece of evidence and had it packaged.
And did you see it on Mr. Rowe on April 27, 2023?
Yes.
Go ahead. The way you have that on the TV, is that the front that we're looking at?
Yes.
Now, in looking at this, when you describe the 5 layers of clothing Mr. Rowe had, which layer is this?
From my recollection, this is the outermost layer.
So, one question I forgot to ask is when we talk about the base layer, where you started out with the outermost layer on the base, just to be clear, the base layer is more closest to the body itself.
Yeah, what was touching his physical skin.
And on this, earlier we had talked about some of the dusting and dirt. Is some of that, what you described, still on this piece of evidence?
Yes, on the front.
When you say here, you're referring to the what?
The front chest area and stomach area of the sweater.
And are you able to see any incision marks or puncture marks on this piece of evidence?
Yes.
If you could point those out to the jury.
On the front, there is one here, 1, 2.
Now, let me stop you real quick. When you're saying here, if you could say where on this piece of evidence we're talking about.
All right. On the front of this sweater, to the left of the double front pocket, there is 3 puncture marks in within a 2 to 3 inch radius of the entry part of the pocket. On the right sleeve, about 4 to 5 inches down from the shoulder seam, there's an additional 1, 2, 3, 4 puncture marks on the sleeve. And further down from that, about 5 inches is another puncture mark at the elbow, frame, and on the back. And on the back of the sweater, near the base, within about 3-4 inches of the base, there are additional 1, 2, 3 puncture marks. About 2 to 3 inches above those are an additional 1, 2 puncture marks. And then about 8 to 9 inches up and probably 6 inches from the left side of the back area, there's another puncture mark here. And then another puncture mark about 6 inches above that.
One question I have is, we're looking at sort of where the seam is on the bottom of this. Looks like a tear of about maybe 8 inches. That isn't, just to be clear, that's not one of the puncture remarks we're talking about, right?
That's it. No, I'm not talking about that.
Kind of fair to say it looked like wear tear.
Fair to say, yeah. Fraying on either sides, yeah.
When I put it out, we'll move on to the next one.
Before you do that, Mr. Moore, do you want to move it a little closer to the jury?
Sure.
Yeah.
Also, City of Victor Torres. Yeah.
Feel free to get up anytime, counsel, if you need to walk around and take a look.
I'll hand you people 52D, 52D. Same routine. You would first tell us what that is, or if you have to tell us what it is.
This is a brown Goody Ello and Company sweater. The brand is Goody Ello.
And are you familiar with the piece of evidence that's in that bag?
Yes.
How so?
This was an item worn by David Grove that I collected out at the scene.
You can assist, counsel. Go ahead.
And which layer of clothing is this?
I could refer to my notes.
Will that refresh your recollection?
It will refresh my recollection.
With his own permission?
Okay.
Yes, this is second to last layer. This is what was over the base layer, the shirt.
Similar question that I had with the previous pieces of clothing. Are you able to identify where there are puncture marks on this?
Yes. So about on the front of the shirt, sweater, I should say, sweater, there are 3 puncture marks that are about 9, grouped together about 9 inches up from the waistline, and about in a grouping of about 4 inches away from the left side of the sweater are 3 puncture marks. On the opposite side, there are 2 puncture marks on the front near the armpit seam of the sweater. And then on the back, there's a puncture on the right side sleeve near the top. And then on the rear, there's a series at the base, within 2 to 3 inches of the bottom of the sweater, there are 1, 2, 3 puncture marks. About 4 to 5 inches above that, there's another puncture mark, and above that, within about 4 inches, there's another puncture mark.
And then near the center, towards the left, is a punch mark, center back. And then another 3 grouped together near the top right side where the shoulder blade will be. If someone were wearing this, for additional 3 closer together. And 2 more up at the right shoulder.
And in looking at this, same question I had with other exhibits is we see this is obviously a light color garment, and we see what appears to be red stains throughout this. Based on your training experience, is that consistent with blood?
Yes.
You wouldn't mind putting that one away? Table 52A. While you're saying that,
52A is from the original case report, item 34, and it is blue sweatpants.
And are you familiar with those blue sweatpants?
Yes.
How so?
These were the blue sweatpants that I collected from David Rowe, and they were worn by him at the time they were collected.
We just rotated this. Is the jury looking at the front or the back of this one?
This is the front that is facing the jury. This is the front of the sweatpants. Yeah.
No. Any incision marks on this portion of the pants or this exhibit?
Nope, not that I am seeing. I'm not seeing one on the front or the back.
Right now, I want to ask you, looking at, you just rotated it, now the jury's looking at the back, correct?
This is now the back.
Right, so now, looking at the left leg, what is it that is on the left leg that we're observing?
So on the left leg, on the outside area, is brown.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Let's turn this slightly. Perhaps a better view.
Is brown dust or dirt that goes up and down the leg, heavy concentration just around the knee area and below. There's also a on the left side pocket going down at the front, noticeable dust here, and then here at the bend of the knee area, a circular patch of brown dirt.
And you said the bend of the knee, it looked like you grabbed a different leg. Is that on the right leg?
The right leg at the bend of the knee area, concentration.
And was this dusting that you talked about consistent with the coloring of the dirt that was underneath the park bench?
Yes.
So I want we can switch exhibits now. I'm not putting that one away. I'll give you another one. I'll give you exhibit 52B as a boy. And what is that detective for?
This is from the original case. Item number is 37. Black shirt that was worn as a base layer by David Rowe.
And you familiar with that?
Yes, I collected this out at the scene from his body.
Now, while you're displaying that, in reference to the original case, when you say original case, are you talking about the first case number that was created by the Davis Police Department?
Yes, the first case number, which is Davis PD case number 23-1830, actually 1930, 1930, that case.
And just for clarity's sake, when there's an incident that takes place, whether it's a crime or an incident, does every incident generate a new internal case number by the police department?
If it is a police report, yes. If it's an incident, then it just gets an incident number, which is not a police report. If a case is actually taken, that means an investigation occurring, then a case number is taken.
Okay, so based on your involvement in the case involving Mr. Real Dominguez, were multiple case numbers generated?
Yes.
Is that just for tracking of evidence, or does that have any significance other than internal tracking purposes?
It tends to be focused on a core victim tied to also a core location. But typically, it's tied to a core victim that we take an initial police report with. If it turns out that there is another victim and we don't know if there's correlation, we get a second case number. If there's a third or fourth victim, each one gets their own case number until there's a correlation. Once there's a correlation, we choose one of the cases to be the main case report that gets everything. Every single evidence item, every supplement that gets added, and sometimes they get referred to the others. It can be very confusing.
So original case number just because Mr. Bro's case was the first one out of it.
Yes.
Just one clip.
Okay. There is significant biohazard in this. But I'll do my
First, before we even go into that, I missed it. What was this 52B that we're looking at?
This item is a gray long sleeve sweater, which was the base layer worn by David Bro in the park. It was underneath all the other sweaters.
When you say significant biohazard in there, is there any concern about bloodborne pathogens or something like that that you think would be safer to keep it in there as opposed to displaying?
That would be, even though it's dry, that is my opinion, yes. Okay. Given the soap level, what I can see.
Well, for that, let's leave it as is. But is that something that you collected and looked at evidence from Mr. Bro?
Yes.
Now let's go with 5 people exhibit 5. What is that?
This is item number 22 from the original case. It is a red and white blanket that was on the ground near David Bro.
And you're personally familiar with that?
Yes, I collected this out at the scene.
As we were talking about before the break, was this the item that was located by the bench on the ground?
Yes.
Any incisions or punctures on this piece of evidence that you were able to identify either then or now?
No.
Any, from what you're able to see, any signs of blood or other evidences that someone was stabbed?
Of being stabbed? No. Staining, yes.
You say staining, what do you mean?
At the, this is, the way I'm hanging it, at the top, there is a dried, crusty substance near the top layer that is the top of how it's being displayed. Opposite the knot that is at the bottom, there is staining, reddish and hard now that it is dried.
And based on your training experience, is that consistent with blood?
Yes.
Now, rotating the exhibit.
Yes.
What are we looking at now?
It is a blanket with a knot at the top, a slight hooded area, much like a poncho.
And have you seen individuals in Davis or elsewhere who have taken items like this, garment items like this, and tied them around their neck or area to make sort of like a hoodie or a blanket they can walk in?
Yes, makeshift poncho. Yeah.
Great, we can put that exhibit away. last one, we'll put right up here for you. People's Exhibit 6. Would you mind telling us what that exhibit is?
This is a backpack, which was this was packaged as reference item CS-6 for CS being crime scene, 6 being the 6th item collected from the crime scene, so CS-6.
And you're familiar with these items?
Yes, I'm familiar with this backpack. Yes, I'm familiar with these items. This is the backpack that was next to David Brown that contained the laptop, his wallet, which I used to identify him.
And where was this located next to him?
This was located as he was seated on the bench. This was just to the right of him.
You can put that away. I'll show you people 7 and people 8. So we're going a little out of order. Towards what is people 7?
This is a brown scarf, which was next to David when he was seated on the bench. I collected from that bench.
Any signs of blood or anything like that, incision marks on this from what you could recall back on April 27th or today?
From what I could recall, no, and given the examination today, no.
And then just put that up pretty quick. We'll go with Evil's 8. 8. And what is People's 8?
People's 8 is a Eddie Bauer checkered large shirt, which I recall was next to David as well, next to the scarf on the bench.
Is there a biohazard issue with that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is the multiplayer. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay. And you collected that?
Yes.
And sorry, I missed it when where was that located?
This was located on the bench underneath the area that David was sitting. And next to that was the scarf and the backpack.
Great. I'll move this back and we can move it back on stand.
And pick it.
Sorry. Slide it over. Now, during the break, you have a chance to examine a series of photographs on People's Exhibit 1.
Yes.
And are you familiar with all the photographs?
Yeah.
And without going into each one specifically, what were those photographs pictures of?
Those were the evidence photos, overall photos for the scene at the community park as evidence was being collected.
Were those, were you familiar with the contents of those photographs?
Yes.
And were those very accurate depictions of the scene on April 27th when you were there and the evidence collection at that time?
Yes.
Do you know who took those photographs?
Yes, that was PSS Linda Schwinn, SHWEND, PSS 10-4 Police Services Specialist.
Great. And all those pictures, and maybe asked this, fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Great. You can permission to publish on?
Okay.
So, on People's Exhibit 1, item or photograph ending in 7333. What are we looking at here, Detective Torres?
So this is this is Central Park. Directly in frame near the center of this photo is the park bench where David Rowe was found. He is currently seated there underneath a white colored cover.
What's behind him? What's that area behind him?
So that area behind him is play structure area. The back of the bench, there's a gap to the wrought iron fence line for the play structure, play area.
You say that when you say there's a gap, are you talking about between the bench and the fence?
Yes.
How big is that gap?
About 2.5, 2 to 3 feet, somewhere in there.
Is there any lighting in this area by the bench?
No.
Have you been to this area at night before?
Yes.
Can you talk about the lighting?
The dominant lighting at this park area, near where this bench is, would actually be in the enclosed play structure area, would be lit. This area where these trees are located, it would not be lit.
So when you say not well lit, dark.
Dark, it'd be dark.
When you've gone there, is a lot of the lighting blocked by the big trees?
Yes, they provide both shade during the day, but also at night, shade from light.
Okay, next photo. Good one. This is photograph ending in 7334. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the same area, slightly closer to where David Rowe is.
And do you have the laser pointer or a laser pointer there?
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Now, we're able to see Mr. Rowe's left leg right there. Want to do it?
Yes.
What is that on the ground right there?
This here on the ground is the white and red blanket that had that knot in it that I hung up earlier.
When you described the poncho?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
Next photograph. This is ending in 7335. What are we looking at here?
Again, of David Rowe on the bench here, red and white blanket, slightly closer, and the play structure behind, enclosed by this wrought iron fence.
Where his left foot is that the area you were talking about where the dirt was that we were just describing on the pants?
Yeah, yes, the area around where his left foot is, it is brown dirt. Just outside that, ringing it slightly, is brown dry pine needles, and then it's grass further out. So brown pine needles there, you can't really see the brown pine needles there, and then dirt right here.
Next photo. Ending in 7336 on People's 1. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the previous one. There is a Smith & Wesson black leather knife sheath, a blanket, and David Rowe's bracelet.
Okay, so when you said that was a knife sheath, is that what that long sort of dark object just to the left of the top of the blanket?
Yes.
And that was the same knife sheath that you booked that you showed the jury earlier this afternoon?
Yes.
To your knowledge, has anyone moved any items on scene or given you reason to believe that that item has been moved?
None that I recall.
Next photograph. Ending in 7337. Second first, describe what we're looking at here.
This is close to similar angle as the previous photo. Here is the blanket, knife sheath, the right foot of David Rowe, and there's the Rowe water fence behind.
Okay, now I want to go to the bench itself. Can you see that backpack, People's Exhibit 6, that you showed to the jury?
Yes, this is the backpack that would be right next to David Rowe.
Okay, so left side of the photograph, but if you're sitting on the bench, it's on your right, on Mr. Rowe's right.
On Mr. Rowe's right there.
Thank you. Next photo. Okay, ending in 7338 on the People's 1. Just a close-up view of what we just described. What do we see underneath the bench here?
So underneath the bench right here is that brown, dusty dirt that's underneath the bench. Here is the backpack. Next to the backpack is a brown-colored scarf, and then in between Mr. Rowe and the bench is this shirt.
In that photograph, is there any blood that's on the dirt from what you recall?
Yes.
Can you point to that with the laser?
So there's, when I arrived on scene, I noticed like a piling of what appeared to be drying blood underneath is where he was seated.
And so from you're moving the laser around. Can you just use the laser to point to where you're seeing that?
So there's this pooling right here.
Is that off on the photograph, the left side of his ankle?
Yeah, well, yes, on the photograph, from photograph view, yes, left side.
But then, if you were looking at this, the pool, is it actually behind his leg?
Yes, behind his leg.
Okay, and describe where else you see it.
And then there's trailing right here, coming down, and then right here, coming down.
You say trailing, what do you mean?
It appears that, because liquid tends to go down a grade if there's an incline, liquid coming down from a higher point to a lower point.
Is that on the back side of the bench?
Yes, on the backside where one's butt would be, as they say.
And look at the bottom left-hand corner of that photograph, that dark object right there.
This one?
Yes.
That is the knife sheath.
You recall what direction the portion that is open where you put the knife in, what direction that's facing?
That is currently in this photo facing north.
So north would be off to the left side of the photograph.
Yes, if you're sitting on this bench, if you're out looking at this bench, looking where someone is seated, to the left is northward, to the right is southward.
This is photograph 7338 in People's One. Next photograph. Photograph 7339. What do we see here?
This is a view of David, Mr. Burrows seated on the bench, the backpack, which is on his right side, the scarf, and a shirt, a sleeve sticking out there.
Next photo. And then 7340. And describe this one. So we're seeing that's new or different.
This is David Burrows seated on the bench. However, a screen to prevent passerbys from seeing him has been erected to the left side of the photo, that black screen.
Privacy screen.
Yes.
Next photograph. And then 7341. What are we looking at on this angle?
This is, you can see more of that reflection of liquid that is pooling underneath him, red liquid, with trails coming down, since where that liquid is a high point. Liquid tends to go down at a grade, so it's going to low points.
And
Suspected blood.
And looking at Mr. Burrows' shoes, anything else you can consider?
Yes, one shoe, his left shoe is planted sole down. His right shoe is planted with the right side of his ankle down instead of the sole. There's also red staining on the tip of his left shoe.
And looking at his left leg, are you able to see the dirt that we're talking about?
Yes, it's along the top of his shoe, left shoe at the top, and also his exposed right sole. You can see it at the bottom of his shoes.
How about his right knee?
And right knee, where the bend is, there is brown dirt dusting, similar color as to what's underneath, and up and down the left bottom leg that's exposed. Bottom leg pant.
Next photograph. 7342. What are we looking at here?
The camera angle is currently facing northward. The screen is on the left side here. David Burrows seated on the bench.
And looking northward, is that street where those cars are, is that the street?
Yes, this street right here that goes left to right, which is west to east, that's Fifth Street.
And can you point to where the knife sheath is in this photograph? If you see it?
Right here.
Off the center of the panel that we're talking about.
Yes.
Next photograph. And then in 7347 on People's One, is this another photograph of that knife sheath and all we were talking about?
Yes. Knife sheath. And here's that good blanket.
Yeah, sorry, the towel, the punch, what you refer to as the poncho. Can you tell where the knot is on this one?
No. Not on this photo.
Off to the far right, there's, so go to the, take your laser pointer to the right. Go right.
This is the right.
Yep. All the way to the end. Oh, right there. What's that?
Oh, that's David Burrows' shoe. His right shoe, that's the tip.
And next photograph. And then in 7348, what's this angle that we're looking at?
This is the bench that David Rowe is seated on. It's more focused on the backpack to the left and the scarf.
Next photograph. And 7349 on people 1. Is this more of a upward angle looking downward?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at here. It looks a little dark on the backside.
So this is the area next to, on the bench, next to David Rowe, and there's no objects.
Okay. Where is Mr. Rowe's head at this time?
His head, it's hard to see, but it is up here.
And so you're pointing sort of the center of the top of the page, or the exhibit.
Yes.
Next photo, and it is 7350. What's this?
That's David Rowe's left shoe and leg.
Similar to what we described earlier, you can see the dusting in the dirt.
Yes.
This is the, he's seated on the bench, that area that you have described in the previous picture, that was, there's no objects there, is that what we're seeing right there?
Right here.
Next photo. And in 7353 equals 1, what's this?
This is a photo taken in, the angle is northward. This is a photo of the left side of David Rowe, seated on the bench. He has his outer layer hooded sweater with the hood up.
And immediately behind his head is at the wrought iron fence that you were talking about.
Yes, right here, wrought iron fence.
Is there a lot of room to walk back and forth between that fence and that bench?
Not a lot of room.
Now, let's go to the next photograph. We move from 7353 to 7360. What is this?
This is a photo of the right side of David as he's seated on the bench. And this is his right side, his right hand, and this is his head.
As you mentioned earlier, his arms are outside of his sweatshirt.
Yes, this is the actual sleeve right here, and this is his arm, and the tip of his shirt, the sleeve of his shirt that he's wearing.
And the sleeve of his shirt, that wasn't the base layer, correct? That was that sort of off-white shirt we were talking about?
From what I recall, what's on that sleeve right now is the base layer. That arm is in that sleeve right there, I think is the base layer from what I recall.
Good. Next, actually on this, on 7360, are you able to see where, or point with the laser pointer where there were puncture wounds on Mr. Rowe?
Yes, right about here.
That is right shoulder area?
Looks like right shoulder area was one prior to moving him.
And you say prior to moving him, you're able to identify this, and then you moved him, right?
Yes.
Okay. He hadn't moved prior to this.
No.
All right, next one, drop. 7361 equals 1. What are we looking at?
This is a downward view of Mr. Rowe as he was seated on the bench.
Are there any other puncture wounds you're able to identify or saw in this photograph?
Not that I recall.
Looking at his sweatshirt in the chest area, is that just the sun or is that dirt on him?
This is dirt. This brown that's on his chest and up down here on the stomach area. That is dirt.
Similar to the dirt you're talking about on his hands.
Yes.
Next photograph. 7362. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph view behind the bench that he was seated on. This is his right leg, his left leg, and this is his main body here with liquid dripping down here.
Okay, like liquid, you say dripping down here. If we go to the left side of the exhibit, 7362, and it's just in the center along where the bench starts to curve from going vertical to horizontal. Is that correct?
Yes, from the backing down becoming the base.
That item that's hanging through the gap in the bench, what is that?
That is the shirt that was laid out underneath him where he was seated.
Next photograph. 7365. What are we looking at here?
This is his right arm resting on the bench.
This is the base layer, the gray shirt, long sleeve base layer that he was wearing underneath the sweaters.
And it looks like there's some incision marks or some cuts or something like that in that. Were you able to tell if those were associated to a puncture wound or some sort of injury?
I do not recall.
Dropping down by his arm on the actual bench itself, just below his hand, what is that that's on the bench itself?
Red drying liquid.
Is that consistent with blood?
I suspect blood, yes.
Okay, moving to the left, that piece of the garment on there, you have a red and white one.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the shirt that was laid out underneath David on the bench.
And when you say laid out underneath them, how much area of the bench did it cover?
Roughly from the backpack to the area where his butt was seated on the bench. Roughly 2 feet wide. It was a button-up shirt, unbuttoned at the time, I believe.
Did it appear to be used as like a sheet to sleep on, or could you tell how it was laid out?
It was stretched, taut, and laid out underneath so that very little parts of it could get in between the gaps, as if to prevent either a draft or to sleep on.
And what on the far left of that photograph are we looking at?
That's the backpack that was next door.
Next photograph. 7367. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of David Rowe at the belt line. His pants, the blue sweats, underneath the sweats, blue jeans with a belt, and this gray shirt is the base layer underneath the sweaters.
Next photograph. 7369 on People's One. What are we looking at here?
This is the left leg of David Rowe with brown dusting on it.
Now, at the top of the photograph, just if you move from the knee area, right there you go. You know where I was going. What's that?
That black item is the sheath.
Next question, or not next question. That's what I do. Next photograph. 7370. What are we looking at here?
So this is the back of the bench, looking at the back of David Rowe's left side.
Now, previously you had mentioned the blood, suspected blood that was dripping. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, it's right here, these droplets, right here.
With the laser pointer, you're just going underneath the bench and going sort of on an angle as the bottom of the bench moves in the exhibit.
Yes.
Next photograph. All right, 7371 of People's One. What's this picture we're looking at?
This is the left side of David Rowe up at his shoulder. This is the black sweater on the exterior, the outermost layer.
Is that dirt or sunlight that we're seeing on that, the light?
At the seam of the shoulder, it is brown dirt.
Any puncture or other wounds that you were able to see in this?
Yes, there were two puncture cuts into this sweater that had noticeable red staining around.
What's this little white circle in the middle of the, yes, that right there?
This looks like a hole in the outer sweater. Yes.
Now, moving down on Mr. Rowe's arm, so go towards his forearm area. Right there. Is there anything that you can tell in there? It looks like there's two dark blotches on there. Is that anything that you recognize?
These two right here.
Oh, no, it's to go up. Right there.
Here. The redness or the stains?
You tell me.
I'm noticing dirt here,
Okay.
dominantly.
Dirt. Got it. Next photograph. 7372. What are we looking at here?
This is a photo taken from the south side of the bench to show its backing height here, which was about 32 inches.
Okay, so just under 3 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Photograph.
This was a photo to show the height of the armrest.
How tall is that armrest?
23 inches, I believe.
That's photograph 7373. Next photograph. Look at 7381. What's this?
These were punctures that I noticed along where underneath this is his arm. This is the stomach area of the sweater, the outer layer, but underneath it is his arm. And there were two with red soaking liquid around it. One here, another here.
Are we looking at the left side of his body or the right side, or are we looking down on his orient? That's the photo.
So this is a left. We're looking at the left side of his body, and the angle is northward, but it is the left side of his body.
Okay, where's his head in relation to this?
If this had panned out further to the top, his head would be the further top right of where this photo is.
Next photo. 7382. What are we looking at?
This is that same area and the use of a reference scale for puncture comparison.
When you say reference scale, what does that mean?
Putting down a scale in the photo so you have so whoever used it has a general idea of the size of something.
So what wound is being measured here?
Could you zoom in more for me? Go up. It's hard to see, but I think usually there's one right here.
And we say right here, you're circling the area where if you took one and went across, make a square would be within that.
Yes.
Next photo, 7382. Next photo. 7383 on equals 1. What is this?
That is a puncture wound just to the right of the pocket entry, outer base layer.
Next photo. 7384. What is this?
The same wound using the scale as a reference.
What side of Mr. Rowe's body was this on?
Left side.
Left side. Right, next photo. 7385. What are we looking at?
So this is a view of his right side, specifically his right arm as it rested on the bench.
Are there any visible wounds on his right arm?
Yes, there is a cut on his right hand and then around the area of these punctures.
And areas of punctures, you're looking at his forearm area on that base layer.
Yes.
Next photo. 7386. What's this?
This is his left forearm, and this is the sleeve, left sleeve of that shirt that he was wearing, the base layer.
And that zoomed in version of the previous photograph that we just described.
Yes.
Next photo. 7387.
It's a photo of his face and upper torso.
Where are the puncture wounds, if any, that you're able to point out in this photograph?
I do not recall.
We'll go to the next photograph. 7388. What's this photograph?
This is the right side shoulder area of the sweater with 3 puncture marks in the sweater. Punctures.
7388. Next photograph. 7389. What is this?
One of those punctures, but slightly closer up view.
Next photograph. 7390. What is this?
Those are the other 2 punctures that were next to the previous photo.
Next photo. 7391. What is this?
This is a puncture on the left side of David Bro, up near the clavicle area.
And in the upper left-hand corner of that photograph, is that Mr. Bro's chin, facial region?
Yeah, left side chin area.
Next photo. 7392. What is this?
That puncture with scale at a different angle.
Again, upper left-hand corner is that facial region?
Yes. Here's left.
How many more do we have?
Yeah.
Thirty more. Okay. All right, we're gonna stop. Okay, thank you. Detective Torres, thank you for your testimony. We got more questions for you. And we're gonna resume, Mr. DeMar, with this witness first thing in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm ordering you back for a 9:30 call.
9:30.
Okay. And you can leave any exhibits you have here, take your investigatory find your excuse. Thank you for your time.
Give me just a minute. Let me see if I can get the sound back, guys. Give me just a minute. Let me see if I can get the sound back. Give me just a minute. Let me see if I can get the sound back. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I can't get the sound back. Give me just a second. Let me refresh the StreamYard.
Picture of Mr. Rowe taking from the right side of the bench.
Yes, it is.
Next photo. 7396. Is this the knife sheath that we talked about yesterday that was recovered at the foot of the bench?
Yes.
And that was also the knife sheath that you unpackaged in court yesterday and shipped to the jury.
Yes, it was.
Next photo.
showing the position of the blanket, the red and white blanket.
Okay, next photograph. 7399. What is this?
Top down, slightly more north from the blanket area.
And in this one, obviously the blanket has been removed, correct?
Yes.
And knife sheath as well?
Yes.
What were you or other investigators looking for?
I was looking for a knife.
Did you find one?
No.
Next photo. 7400 on exhibit 1. What's this?
It's a photo of the backpack that was next to Mr. Bro and the scarf.
In that backpack were the contents that we took out of people's exhibit 6 yesterday?
Yes.
Next photo. 7401. What's this?
This is a photo after the removal of that backpack.
Next photo. 7412. Are these the contents of Mr. Bro's backpack that we saw yesterday?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7420. What's this?
This is a photo of the underlayer. So the black sweater followed by the Gap sweater. This is the brown sweater, the Goody Fellow.
And that right below the hand, the gloves, is that the same area with suspected blood?
Yes.
Next photo. 7421. Just another view, different angle of what you just described.
Yes.
Next photo. 7422. Is this another angle of that same area, but now we just removed that Goody Fellow layer?
Yes.
What layer are we looking at right here?
This is the base layer of the long sleeve shirt that he was wearing.
Next photograph. 7423. Is this a different angle of that same base layer?
Yes.
Next photo. 7424. What is this?
This is a photo of one of the punctures with a ruler for reference on that base layer.
Is this on Mr. Bro's left side or right side?
Left side.
What part of his body is that? Is that his arm or shoulder?
That is his arm just below. This is his elbow. And this is essentially his forearm right here.
You're saying this is essentially his forearm. For the record, you're using a laser pointer in that area where the wound is in the reference marker.
Yes.
Next photo. 7425. Is this another reference to that wound on Mr. Bro's left arm?
Yes, just above the elbow.
Is that a different wound than the previous photograph?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7426. Is this a picture of that same wound or a different wound?
It's hard for me to tell due to the lighting in the courtroom.
Are you able to see a wound there?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7427. What are we looking at here?
This is a photo of David Bro. We had moved him now that the coroner was on scene and placed him on a white sheet.
Why did you do that?
For preparation of removal of his garments.
Next photograph. 7428. Use a different angle of what you just described.
Yes.
Next photograph. 7429. Zoomed in photograph.
Yes.
Why did we take the zoomed in photograph? Is there something you were looking for here?
Just the coloring on the undershirt, having the dusting of brown similar to what's on the sweater.
And next photograph. 7430. What are we looking at here?
His right hand.
Why?
There is bleeding on his right hand and a suspected puncture wound.
And where was that puncture wound?
You can see the concentration of liquid around the puncture wound near this knuckle.
And that knuckle is for the ring finger?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7431, is that a different angle, Mr. Rhodes' right hand?
Yes.
Can you see it in this photograph?
No.
Next photograph. 7432. What are we looking at?
This is his right foot and leg.
Next photo. 7433. So zoomed out version of Rose right leg.
Yes.
What were we looking for here?
Documenting the leg is found in its condition and the condition of the knee.
Is this Mr. Rose left leg?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. Oh, excuse me, that was 7434. Next photograph. 7435. Is this a zoomed out version of Mr. Rose left side?
Yes.
And why did you take this photograph? Or, excuse me, what was the significance of this photograph?
To show the overall condition of Mr. Bro from feet up.
Next photo. 7436. This is the left side of Mr. Bro.
Yes.
We talked yesterday about that dusting on his left leg. Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Next photo. And just 7437, this is just a shifted version, focusing more on the upper torso of Mr. Bro.
Yes.
Next photo. 7438. Is this just a different view of the upper torso of Mr. Bro as well?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7439. Just the midsection of Mr. Bro.
Yes, it is.
When the question on the last couple of photographs, the clothing that Mr. Bro is wearing is sort of, as we talked about, some of it is pulled up above his arms. Did you or anyone else hold those clothes up or move them from around his arms or from around his waist area?
When we moved him to the sheet, we had to use his arms to assist us and his pants as anchors to hold and shift after we moved him, which caused the bunching up from the elbows up to his shoulders.
Okay, next photograph. 7440. Is this Mr. Rhodes' left leg?
Yes.
Why are you focusing on this area?
To show the dust pattern and the condition of the leg.
Next photograph. 7441. Is this another picture of Mr. Rhodes' left leg, just touching more of the lower extremity?
Yes.
Next photo. 7442. Is this Mr. Rhodes' groin area and knees?
Yes.
Next photograph.
Objection, evidence code 352.
Sustained.
Go to photo 7445.
Objection 352, Your Honor.
Overruled on this one.
All right, moving to photograph 7445. What are we looking at here, Inspector Torres?
So this is the back of David Bro after we shifted his left shoulder up so the back could be examined.
So left shoulder up, right shoulder on the ground.
Yes.
Were you able to see any puncture wounds or things like that in inspecting Mr. Rowe?
Yes.
And where were those?
There were several puncture wounds on Mr. Bro in this vicinity here, the lower mid back, and then upon further examination, upper right side shoulder, and upper back.
And that red liquid, does that appear to be blood based on your training experience?
Yes.
Right, next photograph. And that would be, actually, hold on. This is 7457. What is this?
This is a close-up photo of the back of Mr. Bro. This is the base layer sweater, the gray one, or shirt, I should say, the gray one.
Next photograph. Um, 7459. What is this?
It's a up-close photo of the right shoulder front area of Mr. Bro.
And that upper shoulder area where there appears to be blood pooling or blood, is there a wound there?
Yes. Here.
You said here and here. Are there two or is there one?
From my recollection, there were 2 wounds, upper right shoulder.
Next photograph. Uh, 7460. Equals 1. Is this Mr. Rose offhand?
Yes.
Are we looking at this?
Examination condition of his hand.
Anything of significance that stood out on this?
No.
Next photo. 7461. What is this?
Again, his left hand.
Next photo. 7464. Is this Mr. Grove's right hand?
Yes.
And this angle, this is one you talked about earlier, had a punch wound to it.
Yes.
Where is that puncture wound in this photograph?
Roughly right here where there's a concentration of liquid.
Right. Next photo, please. 7465. This is a different angle of that puncture wound on the right hand.
Yes, with a ruler for reference.
Next photograph, please. 7468. Is this the palm of Mr. Bro's right hand?
Yes.
In the palm of his hand, can you describe what you saw, what you heard?
That there was a puncture in the palm of his hand.
Is that different than the wound, the puncture we were talking about on his ring finger in the knuckle area?
What do you mean?
Did it appear to be 2 different wounds or did it appear to be one wound?
Oh, it looked like one wound through and through.
Next picture, please. 7475. What is this?
That's the sweater, the red checkered sweater that was underneath Mr. Bro.
Please. 7499. What is this?
This is the back of Mr. Bro with the base layer pulled up to his shoulders.
Can you identify where there are puncture wounds in this photograph?
Yes. To left of spine, just at the bottom of shoulder blade. Also lower down on the left side of rib cage, and then a few more at the baseline, at lower back.
Sort of in the area that's shadowed right now.
Yes.
Next photograph. 7530. People 1. What's this?
This is a photo of Mr. Bro's front without the base layer shirt.
And can you point to where you see any wounds?
2 wounds to his right shoulder, another to his left forearm below the elbow.
7503. 7504. Okay, forward, what is this?
This is a photo of his right forearm, the top.
Anything that you were able to identify in this photograph? I know it's a little dark and hasn't shot in it.
There is a wound to his right forearm here. It's
You say here for the record, you're circling sort of in the middle of the forearm, which happens to be the middle of the picture itself.
yes.
Photograph. Seven 7506. What is this?
It is a photograph of David Bro's right arm, I believe.
Is that sort of in his elbow area?
At his elbow area, yeah.
Next picture. 7507. What are we looking at here?
This is his right arm above the elbow.
Next photo.
No, correction. Left arm below the elbow. Left arm below the elbow, I believe.
Next photograph. 7508. What is that?
That's a scale with the of the wound.
7509.
This is a photo of David Bro with scale.
Do you recall which part body that we're looking at right now?
Without looking at the additional sequence of photos, I don't recall.
All right, so looking at 7510, help you reference 7509.
Yes.
All right, go back to 7509. All right, what's 7509?
I believe this is upper left shoulder area. Essentially, this ran out of battery. The hair above the ruler, at the top right corner of the ruler, just to the left, is body hair from the armpit.
Photograph, going back to 7510. Is this the outright shoulder area?
Yes.
And 7511. What's this next for us?
This is the back of David Bro, his right shoulder. This is the bend of the shoulder right here.
That's his head in the lower left-hand corner of the picture.
Yes, this is the back of his right ear.
And are those puncture wounds that are in his right shoulder?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. Seven 7514. What is this?
This is the back of David Bro. At the top of the photo here, this section is his right side. This bottom section is his left side.
Next photograph. 7515. What is this?
This is his right shoulder. This puncture wound has a ruler for reference.
Jack Duncan's code 352.
7516.
This is David Bro's right arm. Here's the bend of the shoulder, and this is the lower part of his upper arm.
And when you're saying the lower part of the upper arm, is that where you have the reference to it?
Yes.
Next photo. 517. What is this?
This is the back of David Bro. This is a ruler next to one of the wounds on his upper right back, just to the right of the spine.
Next photograph, please. 7518. Is this a different wound on Mr. Bro's back that was referenced?
Yes.
7519. Is this photo with a reference ruler to a different wound on Mr. Bro's back?
Yes.
Okay, 352 on this.
Right, now we're going to 7520. What is this second for us?
That's the scarf that was on the backpack when the backpack was on the bench.
Oh, 7526, excuse me. Next photo. 7527, what are we looking at here?
This was a cloth white bag that was attached to the back of the bench with a knot.
Did you inspect that?
Yes.
What, if anything, was in it, or what was this?
It was a.
Going to sorry, I'll cut you off real quick. 7528, is this a different view that came back?
Yes.
And then next one, 7529, there we go, we got to it. Is this what was in the bag?
Yes.
Next photograph. 7541. What are we looking at here?
This is the back of the bench that Mr. Bro was seated on, and the wrought iron fence behind that bench.
Now, it looks like there's some letters, white paper stickers that are on the wrought iron fence and maybe even on the bench itself. What are those?
I sectioned off both the bench and the wrought iron fence in order to collect touch DNA samples. And I placed those markers as a visual reminder for myself where I collected those samples.
7546. This is the different angle of that wrought iron fence and bench.
Yes.
7547. Is this a picture of the bench after Mr. Bro and items of evidence have been removed?
Yes.
Next photo, please. 7549. Is this the bench?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. 7553. What's this angle show?
This is the from the north side of the bench, pointed south.
Next photo. 7560. Is this the back side of the bench from the other side of the wrought iron?
Yes.
Next photograph, please. And for spot 17563. Just an angle from the northwest pointed towards the bench.
Yes.
And what side of the wrought iron fence is this taken on? Taken on the side of the bench or the side inside the wrought iron fence?
I believe inside the wrought iron.
One moment now, please. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. That was correct. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Okay, on to cross.
Good morning.
Sir, you testified initially that you believed Mr. Bro had 5 layers of clothing.
Yes.
After looking at the evidence, does it appear that he had 4 layers of clothing?
Yes.
Just to clarify, the first layer was the TPRO black hooded sweater.
Yes.
And that had a hood on it that was pulled up over Mr. Bro's head.
Yes.
And that sweatshirt had a string in which a person could tighten the hoodie around the person's face.
Yes.
And when you first contacted Mr. Bro, the hoodie had been tightened and tied in a knot, correct?
From my recollection, yes.
And approximately 75% of his face was visible. On his right side, about half of it was covered by the hoodie.
Yes.
And ultimately, someone untied the hoodie and opened it up so you could take a complete picture of Mr. Bro's face.
Yes.
Who untied the hoodie? Was that you or somebody else?
That would have been me.
When you first arrived and you saw Mr. Bro's body, other than basically the 75% of his face and his right hand, there was no other skin visible, correct? He was completely covered.
Yes.
It looked like underneath that hoodie, he was wearing a knit stocking cap.
Yes.
And it appeared to be some sort of cloth was then wrapped around the base of the stocking cap. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Was that cloth tied in a knot? How was it wrapped around?
I don't remember a knot. I don't recall specifically.
Were you able to determine what that was? Was that just a random cloth?
If I could refer to my notes?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
I am refreshed.
What would you determine that cloth was?
It was a black shirt and it was tied out with a knot on one end.
Was it a full black shirt or a portion of a black shirt that had been tied around his head?
Could you rephrase the question?
Hopefully we're talking about the same thing. He had the knit cap on his head. Correct?
Yes.
There appeared to be a cloth wrapped around the knit cap. That's what I'm asking about.
Yes.
And that you determined that was a black shirt?
Yes.
A full black shirt or like a ripped shirt?
I do not recall if it was ripped.
But it was a shirt that had been tied around the knit cap.
Yes.
Did that knit cap appear to fit snugly did it appear to fit snugly on his head, the knit cap?
From what I recall, yes.
So he didn't need anything to tie around the cap to keep it up, based on what you observed?
Yes.
And sir, when you were facing the bench, which Mr. Bro was on, there was another green bench to your right.
Yes.
And you did some of the photographs depict that second green bench.
Yes.
I think we'll show one more photo of the people.
Okay,
Rather than you marking it.
that's fine. I appreciate the lawyers working together.
So, sir, I'm showing you what's been identified as image 7555. Do you see this photo?
Yes.
And this is taken from the angle. It appears you walked into the play structure or the play area,
Yes.
and you're taking this photo looking toward the bench on which Mr. Bro was found.
In the far distance, yes.
And in the far distance, you can see the looks like some tape or yellow caution tape around that.
Yes.
And in between where you're standing and the bench with the caution tape, there's a second bench.
Yes.
It's the same size, style bench that Mr. Bro was found on.
From what I observed, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, that was cross. Thank you, counsel. Any redirect?
Just one question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Senator Torres, when we're looking at, there we go, back to the photograph on 7555, do you recall the distance, or do you know the distance between the bench where Mr. Bro was found and that other bench that we were just talking about?
I have an estimated distance, yes.
If you could.
My estimated distance is 45 to 50 feet.
Thank you. No further questions.
Great. All right, Detective Torres, subject to recall, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for your testimony today and yesterday. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, so while we're waiting on the next person to take the stand, we do know that there is a verdict in the Tyree Nichols case. And when they come live for that, I will switch over and we will stream that live.
Witness? Jose Anaya, okay. Interpreter needed?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, well, I'm gonna swear him in first, so I'll need you here, and then we have a seat for you.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you wanna go ahead and state your credential while he's coming in?
Certainly, Your Honor. And if my certification number 345672 with an oath on file.
Great, thank you. Come on in, sir. Good morning. My name's Sam McAdam. I'm the trial judge here. We've got an interpreter for you, as you can see.
Yes.
I'm gonna have the clerk swear you in.
That's fine.
After that, you're gonna have a seat here in the witness stand. Then two lawyers will ask questions.
Yes, that's fine.
Mr. Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear to about to give the cause nothing but the court, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, Peter. Take your first and last name for the record. Spell the vote.
Su nombre y apellido y cómo se escriben ambos, por favor, que lo conste en actas. José Manuel Anaya Jr. ¿Los pueden decir cómo se escribe? J-O-S-E. J-O-S-E. M-A-N-U-E-L. M-A-N-U-E-L. A-N-A-Y-A. J-R.
Okay, thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Just a note for the jury, some of you may speak Spanish. We are using this.
Okay, we're switching over. I did. I switched as fast as I could, love. Okay. I don't know why the sound is not boosted. Let's boost it.
That's I did. I took one. All right.
Okay, well, we're waiting for them to get everybody in and everything. I'm a little nervous about this one. We'll see where it takes us. I got things going off in my background, people going live for this one. I'm curious as how long they're going to take to get everybody in the courtroom and stuff. How long did they give them? Do you know, Hio, how long they gave them to get all prepared and into court?
I started with 4 quarter boats.
15 minutes. Okay. Oh, yes, Pickles, we on it, baby. Okay, we're going to listen to the other one while they're doing the 15-minute break, but I'm here. I got it pulled up, so we're going to go back to this tab and listen just for a few minutes. Oh, my God. Don't tell me we lost sound again. Oh, my God. Don't tell me we lost sound again. Okay, we got sound back on this one. I'm not closing out of this again. Sorry, guys. I'm not gonna screw that. We got sound back on this one. I'm not closing. Yep. Right, Pickles. Right. I'm just gonna sit here and chat for a few minutes. I'm not gonna turn this. I'm not gonna change it. We'll just leave the pokey spree on hold. And I'm echoing. Yeah, I know. It was because I was trying to make sure I turned the echo off. I was trying to make sure that I had the sound. That's why I had my phone on so I could hear the sound through my phone. I forgot to turn the volume back down. Oh, so what are we thinking on verdict here, guys? Guilty pleas? Yes, Pickles. Guilty pleas. I know my nerves are Hannah says, okay. I know. And Hector's in the background watching TV. So guilty, William. Yeah. So as soon as you know, it comes, I'm gonna mute. I know Hector's watching TV. It might be a little noisy in my background. But yeah. I don't know. We've been waiting for this one for a while. I don't know if I can talk for 15 minutes. Theo, can I talk for 15 minutes? Hannah, can I talk for 15 minutes? I know. I don't. That's up to Theo to wake TCA up. She wanted to hear the verdict. I don't. I don't think so, Pickles. He's not here, baby. Okay. I know. I don't have her number. I just have her Discord, and I don't want to bug her because I know she's asleep. I'm going to send her a message on Discord. I messaged her on Discord, so hopefully. Yeah. Theo's got connections too, so yeah. We'll try and wake her up. She's out. She's out like a light. Okay. Y'all hear it? I'm going to mute now.
Give somewhat of an admonishment to the folks that are present. Now, whatever this verdict is, it is important that there's not any acting out in the courtroom. There can't be any response either way, whatever the verdict is. So please, if you feel as though you cannot handle whatever the verdict may be, please remove yourself from the courtroom now so as to not create a situation in which we have to address. So with that being said, court, we can go ahead and bring in the jury.
It's Tyree Nichols. Paula, Tyree Nichols.
Y'all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, without stating what the verdict is, as we talked about before, the court is going to poll the jury to ensure that this is a unanimous verdict. Starting with juror number 1, is this your verdict, ma'am?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Yes, Your
Ma'am?
Honor.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Sir? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, polling the jury, having found that this is a unanimous verdict, the court will read the verdict as follows. An indictment 2300241, State of Tennessee versus Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. If counsel would like to stand with their clients. The verdicts read as follows. Count 1, second-degree murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tadarius Bean, not guilty. Count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justice Smith, not guilty. Count 2. Aggravated assault, acting in concert. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tadarius Bean, not guilty. Count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 2. we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 3, aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tadarius Bean, not guilty. Count 3, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 3, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 4, aggravated kidnapping with a deadly weapon. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tadarius Bean, not guilty. Count 4, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 4, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 5, official misconduct, unauthorized exercise of official authority. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tadarius Bean, not guilty. Count 5, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 5, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 6, official misconduct, refraining from performing a duty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tadarius Bean, not guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 7, official oppression. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tadarius Bean, not guilty. Count 7, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 7, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. All verdict forms have been signed by the foreperson. Attorneys, you can have a seat with your clients. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have performed your duty. We appreciate the time and attention that you all have given to this case. We will now excuse you all from the court.
I'm sick to my stomach.
All right, you can be seated. Mr. Bean, Mr. Haley, and Mr. Smith, the jury of your peers have found you not guilty on all charges with these matters. The court will enter the judgment sheets accordingly, and this will conclude your matter that's before the court. Good luck. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And go ahead and adjourn.
All rise. Broke down at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All these high fives and hugs. Come on up, girlfriend. Figure it out. I hear you pop up in the background.
I am not okay right now.
No, I'm not either. I'm not either, Hio. I'm.
You didn't? Did you stop it? You can keep it playing. They're just going to talk in the background. My
Yeah,
gosh. I'm a little gutted right now. I can't. I'm a little. I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Yeah,
I'm
I am
definitely
too. My
shocked.
stomach is just in knots. This is. I don't have any words. I'm. Yeah, Hannah. I don't have
ECA is
words.
going to be mad. She missed this for sure. She's going to be mad at herself. I called her and left
Yeah.
messages and all that kind of good stuff for her. I hope. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I'm going to have to go back and do a live rewatch on this trial.
If you want to, I'll do it with you. I know Chico did the ran
That's
the
what
whole
I was
trial
about
and
to
stuff.
ask. I was about to ask, what was Chico's channel? Because I wanted to kind of see what her reaction was.
Chico's Chronicles, I think. Chico's Chronicles, I think is what it is. I'll have to
Corrupt
look. I think it's
Chronicles.
Chico's.
Corrupt Chronicles. She should
Yeah,
be live right now.
yeah, she should be live.
I don't want to snipe her.
I know. I don't either, and I know she's followed this case closely, and she has a lot
Oh,
of
she's
heart in
upset.
it.
Oh, she's
Is
upset.
she? Oh, bless her heart.
Oh, I'm
Bless
gonna
her
try not to
heart.
cry. This is gonna be a street
I can't
thing.
go over there and look. I can't go look at Chico's thing right now. I know she's.
Oh,
I'm
she's
already sick to
crying.
my stomach. Oh, ew, don't tell me that. Bless her
She
heart.
said a backdoor deal was likely made. Oof.
This is and you know,
Either
street justice.
almost
That's
15
what I'm
years.
afraid of. Say that again. I cut you out.
No, I just said the two that were found guilty are only gonna face 15 years for it.
Look, I'm stumbling over my words. I don't even know what to say.
They were, yes, Paula. Some of them were. Don't quote me on who all was and wasn't, but yeah.
Yeah, I haven't followed it that close, but if you want to do a rewatch trial, and I'll help you with
I
it.
definitely want to look through. I definitely would love to do the deep dive into the.
Now we know.
I definitely want to do a deep dive into the. I'm sorry, I'm shocked as well. I definitely want. Oh, switch over to Sure, or do you want me to get it? I got it.
Sure.
I got it.
Oh, I got it right here. I got it right
Well,
here.
that way you're not having to juggle 10 screens.
There we go. I already had it up, but I fucking sorry. My
Well, I
language.
didn't
Sorry
want
about
you.
that.
No, you're okay. I
think
just
I
knew
lost
you
the
were having
sound.
trouble with the other one.
I may have lost the sound. I don't know. I don't have audio on it right now to be able to check. So
I think we should do a rewatch, Hannah. Yeah, there's no audio yet, but they're definitely coming back into court, which means there's probably a verdict or a deadlock, a mistrial.
Oh God, let's
I'm
hope
trying
not.
to call Katia. Available.
Yeah, William, right. There's a verdict or something on the shirt. I don't know. They're all coming in the courtroom. So that's what we're watching right now. See what happens. Wow.
Right? It's like, oh, here we go. I was gonna say where I can't see you.
Oh, I don't even
I'm
know.
telling you,
Oh,
Pickles.
You're moving things around. You go, girl.
I'm trying to unmute Katya, like to tell her to wake up. Yeah, it is scary, William. I believe that it's scary.
You're right, William. You're right. Yeah, it's a lot.
Y'all hear me trying to call Katya?
I know. I keep hearing that noise. I was wondering if it was a cord at first. She's out like a light.
She sure is. She usually isn't sleeping that hard, so I'm not sure if she slept with the phone turned off or she's not usually sleeping that hard.
Yeah, she's got the clock on her side still, so
yeah.
You know.
Sure does. They haven't said anything, but we can see them in the courtroom.
Oh, that's your screen? I was like, I'm not moving my screen. What are you doing?
Jury deadlock so far. Let's see what it says. 3:07 p.m. on the 6th is the latest one. Let's see, yesterday when they came back, she said the defense objected to the jury being instructed to continue deliberating, citing the trial's length should be a reason for mistrial. The judge denied a mistrial motion, noting that the jury had only deliberated for a short amount of time.
You woke her.
Apparently not.
You did wake her. She's awake. She's freaking out. Look in the chat. You're awake. What the heck happened?
That's
Yeah,
what
that
I'm.
was all not guilty. We're like,
That's what I'm
Gotcha.
thinking. You have the one on Sure up, right?
You took the screen. That's what sure was.
No, I'm saying you have it sitting there, right? So I can go back and
Yeah.
show her the. I can
Yeah,
show her
it's sitting here. Uh-huh. Yeah, go ahead. If you want to go back and rewind it.
I'm going to show you.
Watch, Katya. We'll replay it just for you. Watch it. Because Night Bottle
Small
time you out.
courtrooms, so they took up the majority of the room in that space, and it was a lot of tears.
Face several charges here
Nightbot
stemming
took
from,
out
stemming from a deadly
Keo
traffic
and
stop on
Nightbot took
January
out
the
Hannah.
7th.
Yeah, well,
Put them both in timeout.
I put Nightbot in timeout.
Darius
Oh,
Bean,
did you?
Demetrius Haley, and
There we
Justin
go.
Smith.
Okay, here we go.
Counsel would like to stand with
Katya.
their clients. The verdicts read as follows.
On all.
Count 1, secondary murder. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justice Smith, not guilty. Count 2. Aggravated assault, acting in concert. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 2. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 3. Aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 3. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 4. Aggravated kidnapping with a deadly weapon. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 4. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 4. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 5. Official misconduct, unauthorized exercise of official authority. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 5. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 5. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 6. Official misconduct, refraining from performing a duty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. Count 7, official oppression. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, not guilty. Count 7, we, the jury, find the defendant, Demetrius Haley, not guilty. Count 7, we, the jury, find the defendant, Justin Smith, not guilty. All verdict forms have been signed by the foreperson. Attorneys, you can have a seat with your clients. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have performed your duty. We appreciate the time and attention that you all have given to this case.
It
We'll
is.
now excuse you all.
It is wild. It is wild. We're still waiting. We saw movement in. I know, me too. Got there. We saw movement in the Christopher Schur courtroom. So we're. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too, Katia. I'm like, now I don't even know what to think. So I'm at a loss for words.
Right, Pickles? Pickles is worried for her boo thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what to think. Do we find it can...
Is there a possibility that there was something, just everybody's so angry too?
Yeah, and this is going to cause riots, no doubt. I wonder what's going on outside the courthouse right now. I can only imagine.
I'm scared to know. Oh yeah, stay off the streets today in Memphis, y'all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look, Hannah, I'm gearing the worst thing is they found the others not guilty. Right? Exactly, Hannah. Now it makes you think twice about some of these. What's going on?
Yeah, so just have to go back and deep dive in and just see what it is that we could have possibly missed. I mean, we didn't watch this trial and
in the courtroom, capturing the emotions on the faces from Tyree Nichols' mother, as well as the former officers, as well as the jury members. Over the past week, we've heard.
I guess that's just what we'll have to. I know. I don't even know.
This Japanese chef is absolutely amazing.
Now we're still sitting here waiting to see if they come back.
Let me check Twitter and see if there's anything on the.
Oh, I looked, but I didn't see anything, Miss Rubber Ducky.
Rubber Ducky SH.
I sent smoke signals out, and I called you and emailed you and texted you and everything else. I was so worried. I was like, where did my Katya go? You fell off of the earth. You fell off of the earth.
Yeah, no, just a few of the creators I've seen have said their possible verdict type thing, but nothing.
All right, we're going to reach out and touch grass, and we'll go back to Carlos Dominguez until we know something about Christopher Sure, I guess. I'm surprised that you woke up too. I was sending out the bat signal. I was doing all kinds of stuff.
Leo was on the ball with that. She was trying to figure you out.
Uh-oh.
Okay, let's see. Let's go back to this one here. Let me refresh it and see if
I don't know how you have the little. See, I don't know how she has the little number thing, or where it sits. We're just all over the place.
I have no idea. It's there though.
All right, let's touch grass and then we'll go back to it.
You're always online, chasing the thrill. In the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold. Innocence lost and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch grass. Leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass. Feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you muse. Capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim.
Outside of the court? Outside of the court?
What, William? Wait, what?
It's going to be that WM. It's going to be the Channel 13.
You got it?
Looking, nothing live on the outside that I can see. Where are you?
On the Sure case?
I know that they've got Detroit has the selection of the Pope. I'm looking at channel 13.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Channel 13.
I'm looking at the live feed. I'm not seeing anything outside. Oh, no worries. No worries. They have had heated exchanges outside. Yes, indeed they have. They just say tensions rise outside, and that was about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, that's about all I can find too.
This is the secret to making the most delicious.
Okay. Well, I guess let's go back to watching Carlos for a few.
That's good, girl.
All right, I'm gonna hit
No,
play.
don't be confused. We're going back to Carlos for a while.
Manuel. Anaya. JR.
Okay, thank you. Just a note for the jury, some of you may speak Spanish. We are using a Spanish interpreter. You have to accept the interpretation of our certified interpreter. So please do that. Thank you. Mr. Vanderhook, direct examination.
Good morning, sir.
Buenos días, señor. Good morning.
What is your current housing situation? Where do you live?
¿Usted actualmente dónde vive y cómo está viviendo?
Yo en realidad tengo mi familia en Dixon, pero ahorita yo prefiero estar solo porque ya tengo la mayoría de edad.
Truthfully, I have my family in Dixon, but I prefer to be on my own, so I'm currently homeless.
And how long have you been homeless for, sir?
¿Hace cuánto que viene siendo homeless o sin techo?
10 años.
10 years.
And were you homeless back on May 1st, 2023?
En mayo 1 del 2023, ¿se encontraba usted sin techo?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have an issue with methamphetamine?
¿Usted tiene problemas? Un momento, déjeme terminar. ¿Tiene problemas con metanfetamina?
Tenía más tiempo atrás.
I had more a while back.
How long have you been struggling with that?
¿Hace cuánto que tiene problemas con metanfetamina?
He tenido problemas como unos 16 años.
I've had issues for about 16 years, but
Pero he estado limpio un tiempo.
I've been clean for a while.
And you currently have active criminal cases in or an active criminal case in Yolo County where you're charged with a methamphetamine offense.
Con un delito de metanfetamina.
¿Actualmente?
Presently?
Yes.
Sí.
No.
You have active cases in Yolo County.
¿Tiene causas pendientes en el condado de Yolo actualmente?
Sí.
Yes.
What are you charged with sorry, how many active cases?
¿Cuántos casos activos tiene?
Tengo uno o dos.
I have one or two.
And what charges are they?
¿Y qué cargos son?
Violencia doméstica.
Domestic violence.
Are you also on probation?
¿Usted también está en libertad condicional?
Yes.
And are you facing a potential probation violation regarding a new case you have pending?
Potencial con un caso pendiente.
Una violación.
A violation?
Tal vez sí.
Perhaps yes.
And are you currently represented by an attorney?
¿Lo represento? ¿Soy un abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
And who is your attorney?
¿Quién es su abogado? ¿Perdón?
Karen Warren or something like that?
Is she in court today?
¿Ella está en la sala hoy día aquí?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, in the Yolo
Usted
County
está
Jail
en la cárcel
back
de Condado de
on
Yolo
March 13th of
en
2025.
marzo 13 del 2025.
Sí.
Yes.
And were you served with a
A
subpoena
usted se
to
le
appear in
notificó con
court
una
for this
citatoria
case on
para
April 28th
comparecer en
of
esta sala, en este caso,
2025?
abril 28 del 2025.
Sí.
Yes.
May I first witness here?
¿Me puedo acercar al testigo, señoría? Sí.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as
Señor,
People's Exhibit
le
59.
voy a marcar lo que se llama la prueba de carga no institucional. Por favor, mire eso.
What is People's 59?
¿Qué es esta prueba?
Es una subpoena.
It's a subpoena.
Is that a copy of the subpoena that you were served
De
in
la
the Yolo
citatoria
County Jail back in March of this
estaba
year?
en cárcel en marzo de este año.
Sí, sí, parece.
Yes, it looks like it.
And did you appear in court on
¿Usted
April 28th,
compareció en corte abril 28 del 2025?
La verdad no, pero
Honestly, no, but
yo sí quería venir, sino que no tenía el right para venir y no tenía dinero ni un bus ticket para venir.
I did want to come, but I didn't have a ride, I didn't have money or to pay for a bus ticket to come.
And last Friday,
El viernes
on
pasado,
the 2nd,
el
were
2,
you arrested on a
usted
material
fue
witness warrant?
arrestado por una orden de arresto para ser testigo material.
Sí, pero la orden de arresto era porque no vine a esa corte.
Yes, but the arrest warrant was because I didn't appear for that court.
Understood. And after that,
Después de eso,
did you see a judge?
¿usted vio a un juez? Yes.
And were you placed on an ankle monitor?
¿Y lo pusieron con un grillete?
Sí.
Yes, Your Honor, if counsel can speak into the mic, that would
Yeah.
Greatly help.
Yeah.
And are you wearing the ankle monitor
¿Y usted
today?
tiene el grillete puesto hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that
¿Usted entiende
once
que
testimony is complete, you'll
termine
be
su
able to
testimonio
get the ankle monitor
le
off?
van a quitar el grillete?
Eso espero.
That's what I hope.
And as part of your release, were you
Como
required
parte
to stay
de
with
su
your parents in
liberación,
Dixon
se lo
from last
requiere
Friday
estar
until
con
the
sus
time of your
padres en
testimony?
Dixon hasta que dé testimonio.
Sí.
Yes.
When you're living on your
Cuando usted
own,
está
do you have
viviendo solo,
electricity that you can use
tiene
to
electricidad
do
que
things
puede
like
usar
charge
para
an
usar
ankle
como
monitor?
cargar el grillete.
No.
No,
But are you able to do that when you're staying with
pero
your
puede
parents?
hacerlo cuando está con sus padres.
Sí.
Yes.
Tal vez podría hacerlo como en los shelters.
Perhaps I could do it at the shelters.
Now, regarding your testimony here
Cuanto a su
today, have you been promised anything
¿A usted se le ha
from the district
prometido
attorney's
algo de la
office
fiscalía
about your ongoing
acerca de
cases?
sus casos que tiene pendientes?
No.
No.
Have we promised you any type of
Le hemos
leniency or any
prometido
kind of
algún
deal
tipo
related to
de
your ongoing cases?
perdón o algo en cuanto a unas ofertas en sus casos. No.
And you understand that you could
Y
potentially
usted
ask
entiende que
questions
usted
about
potencialmente puede
your
hacer
ongoing cases
preguntas
as well.
acerca de sus
Is that
casos
fair?
que tiene pendientes. ¿Entiende? Yes.
And did you talk with your lawyer about an immunity agreement?
Acerca de un acuerdo de inmunidad. No.
May I first witness?
¿Me puedo acercar
Okay.
al testigo? Sí.
I'm handing what's been marked for identification purposes as people 60.
Propósito de identificación, la prueba de
Can you
carga
take a look
número
at that for me,
16.
please?
¿Puede ver eso, por favor?
Oh, sí, sí, sí hablé con ella.
Oh, yes, yes, I did talk to her about that.
Okay. And regarding that, you understand that
Cuanto a eso, usted
you're
entiende
required
que
to
usted se
answer
le
truthfully
requiere
during your testimony
responder con
today?
la verdad en su testimonio el día.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that you're being offered no type of
Se no se
leniency
le
or any kind
ofrecen
of deal in any of your
ningún tipo de
ongoing
perdón
cases?
ni ninguna oferta en sus casos.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that the extent of the deal
Y
is
usted
that
entiende que la
the
oferta
testimony that
este
you
testimonio que
provide
usted
cannot be used
no
in
puede
your
ser
ongoing
usado en
cases.
sus casos que tiene pendientes.
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that if you testify falsely in court here today,
Falsamente hoy aquí en
that
esta
you can
sala
still be charged with perjury.
que aún se le puede acusar de perjurio.
Sí.
Yes.
And have you reviewed a copy
¿Y ha
of that
revisado
agreement that's
una
equal to?
copia de este acuerdo?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you sign the agreement?
¿Y usted firmó este acuerdo? Yes.
Looking at page 3 of the agreement, is that your signature?
La página 3 de este acuerdo, ¿esa es su firma?
Sí.
Yes.
After court today,
Después de
and after you get your ankle monitor taken off,
y que le quiten el
What's your
billete.
plan as far as your living
¿Qué
situation
plan
going
tiene usted
forward?
en cuanto a dónde va a vivir de aquí en adelante?
Voy a empezar a hacer mis DRC classes
I'm going to start with my DRC classes
y tal vez encontrar un lugar donde quedarme o regresar con mis papás.
and perhaps find a place where I can stay or perhaps go back with my parents.
Do you plan on living on your
Mi
own?
plan es para vivir solo.
Pues
No, al momento, déjame decir, hay una protesta, el juez dijo al lugar.
In May of 2023,
En mayo del
or in
2023
April of
o en
2023,
abril del 2023.
were you ever living in Davis?
¿Alguna vez estuvo viviendo en Davis? Sí. Yes.
And did you ever live
Una vez vivió
on L Street?
en la calle L. I'm sorry, L or Elm?
L, the letter L.
La calle L.
Vivir ahí.
To live there?
Did you have a place where you slept on
¿Usted
L Street?
tenía un sitio donde dormía en la calle L?
Tal vez sí.
Perhaps yes.
And what was your living situation like at that
Y
time?
en ese entonces, ¿cuál es su situación de vivienda?
Era homeless.
I was homeless.
And how would you sleep at night?
¿Y cómo dormía usted en la noche?
Dormía junto a kitchen.
I would sleep next to PG&E
En una calle de grava.
on a gravel road.
And how long have you been staying there?
¿Cuánto tiempo venían ustedes quedándose ahí?
Como algunos 6 meses.
So, like around 6 months.
And in April and May
En
of
abril o
2023,
mayo del 2023.
have you heard of
Había
any
oído
stabbings that have
usted
been taking place in
unos
the city of Davis?
apuñalamientos que habían tomado lugar en la ciudad de Davis.
Sí, había oído que habían matado 2 personas y
Yes, I had heard that they had killed 2 people,
pero luego la muchacha que nació una tercera vez era mi amiga.
but the woman that was attacked on the 3rd time was my friend.
All right, so I just wanted to talk to you about what was going on before what happened with your friend,
Antes de
okay?
lo que pasó con su amiga, ¿ok?
Were you or anyone else in the encampment nervous or scared about what was going on in the city of
Tenían
Davis during that
miedo
time?
o estaban nerviosos de lo que estaba pasando en la ciudad de Davis en ese entonces.
La verdad, la tercera vez que pasó eso, pues sí tenía miedo y me moví de ahí.
Honestly, the 3rd time that happens, I was scared and I moved from there.
And even before your friend was
Antes
stabbed,
de que
you
apuñalaran
just heard
a su
about
amiga,
other 2
cuando había
stabbings.
oído de los otros 2.
Okay, we're gonna switch back over on the Tyree Nichols thing real quick and watch some of this. They there was some meetings out in the hall and there's some live video going on, so I'm just gonna hit play and let this play for a few minutes. And
around the time that verdict came out, you know, a lot of the folks left. We saw Tyree Nichols' family towards the front of that crowd. They did not look up. They did not say a word. His mother, Rovon Wells, was very sullen. They were flanked by many of the activists who have been so close with that family all along. A lot of them were visibly shaken, visibly crying. They took them into this room back here. We're told that's where prosecutors are actually meeting with the family. They're going to talk this over and then apparently come out and make some kind of statement. Now, behind us here are the elevators. A lot of the defendants' families came out shortly after Tyree Nichols' family. They turned up this hallway, and as they entered that far elevator down the hallway there was a young woman, a relative of one of those former Memphis police officers, who continuously shouted, "Hallelujah, praise Jesus, hallelujah." That went on for probably a minute and a half or so. These elevators don't move very quickly, so they made it in there. She continued yelling. A lot of emotions here. Still no word from the family of Tyree Nichols or those prosecutors that we are waiting on that input. Daryl and Darcy.
That is Fox 13's Jack Bill. You're reporting live downtown at the courthouse today. Again, just a recap to start over again. All 3 former Memphis police officers. We're talking about Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. All three were found not guilty on all charges. The major charges, the most severe charges of second-degree murder, and even the lesser charges of official misconduct and, of course, official oppression.
Yeah,
All three found not guilty.
As you flip the page there, Justin Smith, again, on all 7 counts, not guilty. Tadarius Bean, not guilty. Demetrius Haley, across the board, the verdict is acquittal for all 3 on all 7 charges. Again, there were several, a couple of dozen lesser charges that all fell under those major charge categories that are basically just wiped off the books after the primary verdict here of not guilty on all 7 counts. 21 counts in total against 3 defendants. Of course, the jury made up of 8 white women, 4 white men, all from Hamilton County, Chattanooga specifically. There were 2 alternates too, a man and a woman, who were dismissed right before deliberations began.
You know, the defense attorneys in this case, they continue to say that this was simple police work. It was nothing that was out of the ordinary. It was nothing that was considered to be excessive. We have all were able to see, and attorneys were able to see. We've seen the video just kind of playing itself out. In court, these jurors were able to see it literally frame by frame. They slowed it down so they were able to see the involvement and impact of each officer involved in this case with Tyre Nichols. They were able to see exactly where each officer was positioned, each officer, how close they got to Nichols' body, every strike, every kick, every punch, every hit with the baton. They were able to determine who was involved, which officer was involved.
Now, this particular piece of video that we have on a loop right here, this is not the actual attack. The beating is, quite frankly, it's still a little hard for a lot of people to watch. So we've distilled that down. That was the aftermath and the officers standing and I want to say evaluating the situation there. That was SkyCop video from that night. And as you said, Darcy, it was John Keith Perry.
When we saw them in the federal trial, it seemed like some of the witnesses were all over the place. As I was sitting there watching it, it was sometimes hard to follow what they were saying, the points they were making. Some of the questions they were asking the witnesses were confusing, and you can tell that they spent these last few months prepping their witnesses. Some of them that they brought back were in the federal trial, but they also brought forth new witnesses. One interesting tidbit of information is that they called Preston Hemphill, one of the former Scorpion Unit team members who was there at the initial traffic stop. The defense called them as their witness. He did not testify on behalf of the state. They also called in the EMT Robert Long, who was on the scene treating Nichols the night that he was beaten. Now, we know at this point that the DA's office is planning to come out in about less than a minute. We just saw Hagerman come out. He walked out and he at first said that he wanted to speak to the family before addressing us, which is, you know, customary at this point. But right now we're waiting to see what he has to say. So I'm going to toss it back to you so that we can get into place and bring that to you live once Hagerman is ready to speak with us.
Okay.
Thank you, Kayla.
Thank you so much, Kayla. We're also waiting on our Fox 13 legal expert, Andre Wharton, will be here with us to really kind of go step by step on the charges that the officers were facing and the not guilty verdict for all 3 officers involved in this case. Something that was interesting that the defense attorneys continue to bring up was something called use of force continuum. It is a guideline for officers when it comes to use of force, depending on the severity of the subject's behavior, but also the level of resistance. They continue to focus on that with these 3 officers talking about the kind of force that was used against Tyre Nichols. It was not the same as Emmett Martin and the other officer, Desmond Mills.
That's right.
It's not the same.
They also brought in use of force experts to outline exactly how these officers were trained in accordance with MPD guidelines. And time again, when the defense, those experts made it clear that this is how these men were trained at the time, and that their response to Tyre Nichols was commensurate to his amount of resistance. Again, we refer back to the video that we have seen ad nauseum for the better part of 2 years. That video to the layman looks very, very different. And it's hard, I would imagine, for so many people to understand right now this verdict of not guilty on 7 counts against each officer receiving full acquittal on all 7 counts against them. And I think you're going to hear some of that You will hear some of that outrage, I believe, when we speak to the Tyree Nichols family, but also understand that the Nichols family is probably exhausted at this point.
I'm sure they have to be. I actually met Robon. They have been all acquitted.
So we are obviously disappointed by today's verdict. We respect the jury's decision, but we obviously strongly disagree with it. We, in good faith, brought this case, and I am convinced to this day that we had compelling evidence that showed that there was proof for every element of every one of the offenses that we charged. The jury took a different view. That is, of course, their right. That's the part of the decision. I want to start out by commending the trial team, Mr. Hagerman, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Headley, who did an excellent job. I wouldn't have done anything different. I thought they brought a compelling case to bear. I also want to commend the family of Tyree Nichols, who showed extraordinary grace and resilience through an incredible ordeal, an unimaginable ordeal. It's hard for me to understand, as I'm sure it's hard for the public to understand, or many in the public anyway, who watched that video, who heard the testimony, who heard the compelling arguments of trial counsel. It's hard for us to imagine how someone could say that none of the defendants were guilty of any of the charges. I personally think any fair-minded person who watches the video would come to the conclusion that everybody there had some responsibility for Tyree Nichols' death. But as I said, the jury took a different view. What I do know is this: Tyree Nichols is dead and deserves to be alive. And that is a tragedy. It's my hope that the public understands that this is part of the system, and that our office will continue to push for accountability for everybody who violates the law, including, if not especially, those who are sworn to uphold it.
What do you think what just didn't connect? What do you think it was? Was it the training? Was it the character witnesses? What do you think it was?
It's so hard to figure that out. It could be any number of a million things. And I am disinclined to try to say, oh, we should have done this differently or we should have done that differently, because I think the trial team did an excellent job. Obviously you had a situation where, arguably two of the more culpable defendants were not present. Then that allowed the remaining defendants to point the finger at others. I personally think that when you take a look at all of the evidence, that shouldn't matter. Perhaps the jury took a different view. It's just impossible to say.
I know it's very early, but is this a case that you all are looking to retry?
I think it is too early for us to say that. I don't know what the grounds would be for that. We do have to accept the finality of a jury verdict in most cases.
Any thoughts about the jury being from Chattanooga and an all-white jury?
Obviously, people have mentioned that as an issue. I'm not going to speculate about that. I think it's a testimony to the fairness of our criminal justice system that we bent over backwards to get a jury from another jurisdiction to assure that the defendants were given a fair trial. Beyond that, I don't think I should comment.
The defense did work on pointing at Emmett Martin as the most violent of everyone there. It seems that the man have landed with the jury. You're securing a guilty plea for Emmett Martin. Can you talk a little more about his involvement?
Well, obviously, I think the proof speaks for itself, and Mr. Martin was, extremely involved and culpable, and played a key role in the unjustified death of Tyree Nichols. What's going to happen over at the federal court and what will happen with his case remains to be seen.
What kind of conversation did you have with Tyree Nichols' family when they left today?
We spoke to them briefly. Obviously, they were devastated. I think you could imagine that they would be devastated. I think they were outraged, and I think we can understand why they'd be outraged by this result, given the evidence. They quite understandably decided that they needed to go home and process all this. And we're going to give them that respect and respect their privacy.
What sort of message does this give to specifically the Memphis Police Department, who just got done with this pattern and practice investigation and really doesn't have to grapple with the consequences of that either?
Right. So it's important to note that, you know, there have been guilty verdicts over on the federal side. I'm not going to speculate about what will happen over on the federal side, but it's not like there have been no consequences whatsoever from the tragic killing of Tyre Nichols. I personally think that if we're going to make any sense of this tragedy, if we're going to have any silver lining from this dark cloud of both the event itself and, in my view, today's verdict, it has to be that we need to reaffirm our commitment to police reform and to doing what we need to do to make sure that tragedies like this don't happen again. And I remain committed to that. I'm sure the city of Memphis remains committed to that, and we're not giving up on that.
Are you surprised that they didn't? Because they could have gone for lesser charges than second-degree murder. What, 9 different charges they could have gotten, and they didn't even have to go to those. Did that surprise you?
Was I surprised that there wasn't a single guilty verdict on any of the counts or any of the lesser included offenses, given the overwhelming evidence that I think that we presented? Yes, I was surprised. Do I have an explanation for it? No.
How much did the state rely on the videos from that night, the Sky Cop video, the body cam videos? How much did you all rely on that as far as this trial goes?
Well, I mean, you saw the evidence. You saw the trial as well as I. I think it speaks for itself. Certainly the videos were a big part of the state's case, as they understandably would be. But I don't think the trial team relied entirely on the videos. I think they brought to bear witness testimony, very effective cross-examination of the defense witnesses, and some compelling opening and closing arguments. And I think when you add it all together, I think the state did a hell of a job. I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking about any of the decisions the trial team made. I think they did an excellent job. They're a credit to our office. You know, anybody who does any kind of jury trial work knows that you just can't predict what a jury will do. Them's the breaks, and it's a bitter pill to swallow, particularly in a case like this. But like I said, we can strongly disagree with the jury's verdict, but we nonetheless respect the jury.
Do you have any messages for people in the community who have had direct confrontations with not only the Scorpion team, but other police officers? There are federal lawsuits that are currently underway, people who have accused the Memphis Police Department of brutality. Do you have any message to them?
I guess my message to the community would be twofold. A, even if you were out there outraged by this verdict, you know, please respond in a lawful, peaceful manner. Second, as I said earlier, with respect to any charge of violation of the law, including by those who are sworn to uphold it, we'll enforce the law. And just as we did aggressively in this case, we'll do that in any other case in which the facts and the law suggest that anybody in the law enforcement community or anybody else has violated the law and used excessive force.
Does Mr. Ackerman or Headley or Johnson have any comment
Yeah,
about
please.
y'all tried the case?
We tried real hard. We fought real hard in there. We knew this was always going to be difficult. As T.A. Mulroy said, we're trying the 3 least culpable in terms of, obviously, Mr. Martin was the primary actor. He's entered a guilty plea. Mr. Mills with the baton strikes, again, a primary actor, and he's entered a guilty plea. So we knew this trial would be hard. I think y'all saw us fight in there. We did the best we could, and the family, they've been great through this. Today's heartbreaking to them, but they've been with us fighting.
What is it like for you all to go through all of this and looking at the video and talking with the family and definitely expecting something else?
You know, it's disappointing. It's heartbreaking. You try cases. It's a business of trying cases, though. Okay, there's always risk and there's reward, but we keep on going. We try to get justice. And I think we tried hard in there this week to get justice. I know the family was behind us, and you know, we didn't get the result we wanted or they wanted, but they've thought about Tyre obviously a lot this week, and they're thinking about Tyre now. And
Melanie, Tanisha.
Was there any bit of evidence
Excuse me.
that was presented over the last week and a half, or any argument made by the defense that felt particularly salient to you guys that you kind of were like, this kind of sucks to deal with and try and move around?
I don't think we can at this point sort of, like I said, Monday morning quarterback or think retroactively about this or that. This blow was particularly powerful. That one was particularly powerful. I think structurally, as Mr. Hagman has already mentioned, the two defendants who were most culpable weren't present in the courtroom, right? That doesn't mean that the remaining three defendants weren't culpable. You heard our arguments in there about criminal responsibility, people being responsible for the acts of another, the duty to intervene, the duty to take affirmative steps at what was clearly, a person being beaten to death. That was a structural part of the trial that was a challenge for the trial team. Other than that, I think it's hard to identify any one thing, and it's hard to get inside the mind of the jury.
This verdict, is this going to affect Emmett Martin's plea deal at all, or any sentence he may receive when he does plead guilty?
That's up to the federal court. We really can't speculate on
What
that.
about on the state level?
Well, I think we're not really prepared to talk about that just yet, because what we're doing is we're waiting to see what happens over with the federal sentencing. And once we see what happens with the federal sentencing, we'll have a better idea of what we want to do with that case.
And my last question about the jury, because obviously the jury made the decision, but those who don't understand the process, I know you all want an unbiased jury, but why Chattanooga? Where did that come from as far as that jurisdiction?
Go ahead.
There was a motion filed to defense to change venue, and there was a study done of the amount of publicity in the various large cities in Tennessee, and it was found that Chattanooga had the lowest amount of pretrial publicity with regard to this case, and so that's why it was chosen.
All right. Thank you all very much.
That is Fox 13's that is District Attorney Steve Mulray, right?
Okay, well, that's that. So they didn't talk about anything else. That was the end of that press conference. So, okay. I'm still watching on Sure. They haven't come back with anything. And so we're still, oh my goodness. Okay, you know what? I'm going to just wrap today into this one, and I'll go back and do a short. But I know I just checked in on the Xbox murder, and they have jury deliberations. We are hearing the jury has made a decision according to News 6 Orlando. So on the Xbox deliberations, yeah, I'm nervous about that one too now, Hannah. So I say let's I'm just gonna throw this in here, and we're gonna watch this too. I don't think Katya will mind, but this is the verdict. Yeah, it's just a verdict day all around. Yes, on my Xbox murders, it just came across my thing. My Xbox murders, they have a verdict in. So we'll just make it a verdict day. Y'all are good with that. I'm good with that, right? Maybe watch it, right, Paula? Maybe watching these, they'll move the Sure verdict right along here. So yeah, so anybody, I can fill y'all in on this one in the meantime. This is, hang on, let me fix this volume real quick. Okay. This is Xbox resentencing trial that I have been doing on my channel.
We're just waiting for Mr. Urbanik and Mr. Bonus.
And what state of Florida has changed their death penalty guidelines. So instead of it having to be a complete unanimous verdict, it's now an 8 out of 4. to be given the death penalty. You do not have to complete unanimous verdict. So they are retrying these gentlemen for the Xbox murders. And this is from 2004. And you want to pop up, Hio, or are you just going to hang out? Just in the back? Okay. So you can come up and scream when you get ready to. So these guys back in 2004 were convicted of murdering 6 people and a dog over 2 Xboxes, a GameCube, Nintendo GameCube, and a some baseball or basketball
So
jerseys.
before we bring the jury in, and I don't know what the verdict forms will say. I do ask that if anyone has any emotional response to the results that could be disruptive, I just request that you quietly step out of the courtroom, and we're ready for the jury. Thank you.
Whew. All right, guys, jury come in on this one. Ooh, my stomach's rumbling on this one too now. Now I'm nervous after. Yeah, exactly. Right, William? Do you think so, Aunt? William? Yeah, that was what, yeah. What is William? Okay, Hannah, what you thinking? I don't have the vote forms like Katia. I'm not that advanced yet. Oh, I hear jury doors. Okay. Theo, I figured we'd give them till 4 our local time and then see what happens. Which would be 5 their time. Yeah, it's 4 there now. So, oh, they got like, okay, right. We'll give them till their time and then we'll call it a day here. And I'll just do a short on this because most of the people that watch with me are in here anyway. So I'll just do a short video on this. I know all these verdicts in one day. I kind of like that. If we can get Sure in there today, that'd be awesome. Be icing on our cake. Well, let me state this right here out loud. Since we're doing this, I might do a midnight stream tonight. Since I won't be doing trial this evening. Yeah, I think I'll do that. We'll do a body cam at midnight. Okay, jury entering. Shh, I'm muting.
Everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, it's my understanding that you have reached a verdict. Is that correct? If you could please pass up the verdict forms. Thank you.
Okay, you're killing me, lady. Let's read faster.
Council, can you just approach for a moment, please?
Oh my God, lady. Oh no! Why did they approach? This suspense is killing me. Oh my God. Why are my nerves so bad about this? Oh yes, Hio. The ads on X. Oh my God. They're just, it's annoying the hell out of me. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Calm down, Sheila.
So members of the jury, I just have on one of the verdict forms for Mr. Hunter with respect to victim Michelle Nathan. I'm going to have to send you back. There is a notation marked on the side, and I just need you to address that. If you could please. Kyle, if you could please send them back. Thank you.
Make sure I know where you have your phones, electronics, watches, back where they are.
Yes, this is live. This is live, Hio. It's live. She's sending them back to do fix a little piece on one of those. Right, Hio. I am today. I'm done. I'm done.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. We are in recess.
Oh my God. Okay, it shouldn't take them very long. Let's go back and listen to the other one for just a minute while they're doing that. This is annoying me.
Usted tenía miedo de vivir afuera.
Como no las conocía las personas, no tanto, pero
Since I didn't know the people, then not that much.
como que no podía creer todo.
Like I couldn't believe it yet.
And you talked about someone who was your friend. Who is that?
Alguien que es una amiga suya. ¿A quién se refiere?
Se llama Kim.
Her name's Kim.
Is her name Kimberly Guillory?
Se llama Kimberly Guillory.
Sí.
Yes.
How long have you known Kimberly?
¿Hacía cuánto que usted conocía a Kimberly?
Unos 2 o 3 años.
Around 2 or 3 years.
And did you know anyone else? Sorry, where was Kimberly staying?
¿Dónde se estaba quedando Kimberly?
En la siguiente calle donde me quedaba yo.
On the street next to the one where I was staying.
So were you staying in the same people?
Entonces, I'm sorry, what was that?
Were you staying in the same place with other people as well?
¿Usted se está quedando en un sitio con otras personas también?
Esto es un cuadro que es PG&E, ¿no?
This is a square that's PG&E, right?
Donde ella pasó eso es la calle que va así.
And
Es la segunda.
and where that happened is a street that goes like this. I think it's second.
Y yo me quedaba en la calle que es de grava que va así junto a los tracks.
And I was staying where the street that goes like this, the gravel road next to the tracks.
And so my question is, how many people were staying there? Was it just you and Kimberly, or were there other people as well?
Kimberly o había otra location. Vamos a la ubicación al lugar.
So talking about where you're
Hablando de
staying
dónde se está quedando usted,
next to the PG&E,
al lado de PG&E.
how many people are staying there?
¿Cuántas personas se estaban quedando ahí?
Yo me quedaba con mi novia allí y Kimberly se quedaba con otra persona que se llama Jerry.
I would stay with my girlfriend there, and Kimberly would stay with another person called Jerry.
Y el otro muchacho se llama todo
And the other young man, I don't remember the name.
And so about 5 people staying there
Como
then?
5 personas estaban ahí. Entonces, vamos al lugar.
Is the location the generalized area? He's described 2 different locations.
Porque él ha descrito 2 ubicaciones
Pull up an
distintas.
exhibit, right?
Voy a poner una prueba. ¿Puedo acercar al testigo, señoría? Sí.
I'm going to be showing you some photographs.
Le voy a mostrar unas fotos de la prueba de carga 24.
I'm going to be showing you the
Le
photograph
voy a
that
mostrar la foto que se ha marcado
are labeled as 749
749-6843.
Can you look at that photograph,
¿Puede ver esa
sir?
foto, por favor?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
¿Reconoce lo que es eso? Yeah.
Sí.
Yes.
What is it?
¿Qué es?
Es la tent de Kim.
It's Kim's tent.
And is where you were
¿Y
staying
dónde usted
near
se estaba
Kim's tent?
quedando? ¿Era cerca de la carpa de Kim?
Esto es como un cuadro así, y yo me quedaba en la calle que da vueltas.
This is like a square like this, and I would stay in the street that bends like this.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction
Esto es
of that area where
una
Kimberly was
foto
staying by the
justa y
PG&E?
exacta donde Kim se quedaba al lado de PG&E?
Sí.
Yes.
Can I publish that?
Puedo publicar, permiso para publicar.
You able to see the photograph on the
¿Puede
screen,
ver la
sir?
foto que está en la pantalla? Ujú.
Is that
¿Es un
yes?
sí?
Sí.
Yes.
So on the desk in front of you is
En
a
el-
laser pointer.
Aquí hay un señalador de láser.
There's a button that kind of looks like a sun.
Hay
That's
un
not the
botón,
laser turns
un
on.
botón que parece un sol.
Can you show us
Y
on the photograph where Kimberly was
nos
staying?
puede mostrar en la foto dónde se estaba quedando Kimberly con el sol. Ahí.
Right there.
All right, and then you're
Right
indicating-
there.
And are you indicating the tent in the center of the
Está
photograph?
indicando la carpa que está en el centro de la foto.
Sí.
Yes.
Right, and where were you staying? It cannot be seen on this photo.
¿Y donde usted se quedaba se puede ver en esta foto?
Donde se acaba esa calle, luego da la calle así para el lado y es donde están los vías del tren.
Where that street ends and the street bends like this, it's where the railways are.
Algunos 30 yardas.
Some 30 yards.
¿Puedo decir algo?
May I say something else?
Just a moment, sir.
Un momento.
I'm showing you a photograph
Vamos a una
that's marked
foto que está marcada
749-6624.
6624.
Are you able to see that
¿Usted
photograph,
puede ver
sir?
la foto, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Does that show the area where you were
¿Muestra el
staying?
área donde usted se estaba quedando?
Sí, el comienzo de...
Yes, the beginning.
Donde está la camioneta es el comienzo de la calle de grava.
Where the pickup truck is, the beginning of the gravel road.
Okay. And this is fairly accurate to
Y
depict that
esto
area there
es
on L Street.
un área justa y exacta de esa área en la calle L.
Esa calle no se llama L, se llama Second Street.
That street's not called L, it's called Second Street.
Okay. And so
Okay.
this is depicting where
Esto
Second Street
muestra
becomes L Street.
donde la 2 se convierte en la L. Ujú. Yes.
May I publish?
¿Puedo publicar? Sí.
And so on this photograph,
En
using
esta
the laser pointer,
foto,
can you kind of show us
con el
whereabouts you were
señalador,
staying
nos
at?
puede mostrar dónde más o menos se estaba quedando usted.
Al final de donde está esa calle de grava.
At the end where that gravel road is.
Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 11 to 7, find that Jerron Hunter should be sentenced to death. dated the
Yes!
7th day of May, 2025, in Volusia County, Florida, signed by the foreperson.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that 11 to 7?
It's
11 to 1.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, let me know if you want me to read that one.
If you could, please.
We, the jury, find by a vote of 11 to 1, find that Jerron Hunter should be sentenced to death, dated the 7th day of May, 2025, in Volusia County, Florida, signed by the foreperson.
And is that correct, Madam Foreperson?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
In the Circuit Court for the 7th Judicial Circuit in Fort Volusia County, State of Florida versus Jerron Hunter, case number 2004-001380 CFAWF. Verdict form Anthony Vega. Aggravating factor number 1. The jury unanimously finds the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Jerron Hunter was contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony. Yes. Aggravating factor number 2. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Anthony Vega was committed while Jerron Hunter was engaged or was an accomplice in the commission of a burglary. Yes. Aggravating factor number 3. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Anthony Vega was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes. Aggravating factor number 4. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Anthony Vega was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Aggravating factor number 5. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Anthony Vega was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 8 to 4, find that Jerron Hunter should be sentenced to death, dated the 7th day of May, 2025, in Volusia County, Florida, signed by the court. In the Circuit Court for the 7th Judicial Circuit in and for Volusia County, State of Florida versus Jerron Hunter, case number 2004-001380 CFAWF. Verdict form Jonathan Gleason. Aggravating factor number 1. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Jerron Hunter was contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony. Yes. Aggravating factor number 2. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Jonathan Gleason was committed while Jerron Hunter was engaged or was an accomplice in a commission of a burglary. Yes. Aggravating factor number 3. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Jonathan Gleason was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes. Aggravating factor number 4. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Jonathan Gleason was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Aggravating factor number 5. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Jonathan Gleason was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 11-1, find that Jerron Hunter should be sentenced to death, dated the 7th day of May, 2025, in Volusia County, Florida, signed by the court. In the Circuit Court for the 7th Judicial Circuit in and for Volusia County, State of Florida versus Jerron Hunter, case number 2004-001380, CFAWS, verdict form Roberto Gonzalez. Aggravating factor number 1. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Jerron Hunter was contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony. Yes. Aggravating factor number 2, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Roberto Gonzalez was committed while Jerron Hunter was engaged or was an accomplice in the commission of a murder. Yes. Aggravating factor number 3, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Roberto Gonzalez was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes. Aggravating factor number 4, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Roberto Gonzalez was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Aggravating factor number 5, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Roberto Gonzalez was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 9-3, find that Jerron Hunter should be sentenced to death, dated the 7th day of May, 2025, in Volusia County, Florida, signed by the court.
And Madam Clerk, can you now publish Mr. Victorino's?
In the Circuit Court for the 7th Judicial Circuit in and for Volusia County, Florida, State of Florida versus Troy Victorino, case number 2004-001378, CFAWS. Verdict form, victim Francisco Ioy Roman. Aggravating factor number 1. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Troy Victorino was previously convicted of a felony and was on felony probation at the time of the murder of Francisco Ioy Roman. Yes. Aggravating factor number 2. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Troy Victorino was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. Aggravating factor number 3. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Francisco Ioy Roman was committed while Troy Victorino was engaged or was an accomplice in the commission of a burglary. Yes. Aggravating factor number 4. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Francisco Ioy Roman was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes. Aggravating factor number 5, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Francisco Ioy Roman was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Aggravating factor number 6, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Francisco Ioy Roman was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense or moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 10-2, find that Troy Victorino should be sentenced to death. Dated the 7th day of May, 2025, in Volusia County, Florida, signed by the court. In the Circuit Court for the 7th Judicial Circuit in and for Volusia County, State of Florida versus Troy Victorino, case number 2004-001378, CFAWF, verdict form victim Aaron Blanchard. Aggravating factor number 1. Bellinger, right? I'm so sorry.
Blanchard, no, you're correct, it is Blanchard.
We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Troy Victorino was previously convicted of a felony and was on felony probation at the time of the murder of Aaron Blanchard. Yes. Aggravating factor number 2. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Troy Victorino was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. Aggravating factor number 3. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Aaron Belanger was committed while Troy Victorino was engaged or was an accomplice in the commission of a burglary. Yes. Aggravating factor number 4. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Aaron Belanger was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a wrongful arrest. Yes. Aggravating factor number 5. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Aaron Belanger was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Aggravating factor number 6. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Aaron Belanger was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstance. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 10-2, find that Troy Victorino should be sentenced to death. Dated the 7th day of May, 2025, in Volusia County, Florida, signed by the foreperson. In the Circuit Court for the 7th Judicial Circuit in and for Volusia County, State of Florida versus Troy Victorino, case number 2004-001378, CFAWF. Verdict form, victim Jonathan Gleason. Aggravating factor number 1. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Troy Victorino was previously convicted of a felony and was on felony probation at the time of the murder of Jonathan Gleason. Yes. Aggravating factor number 2. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Troy Victorino was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. Aggravating factor number 3, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Jonathan Gleason was committed while Troy Victorino was engaged or was an accomplice in the commission of a burglary. Yes. Aggravating factor number 4, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Jonathan Gleason was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes. Aggravating factor number 5, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Jonathan Gleason was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Aggravating factor number 6, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Jonathan Gleason was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner, without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 9-3, find that Troy Victorino should be sentenced to death. And this one is not you. Signed by the court.
Signed by the court person. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
In the Circuit Court for the 7th Judicial Circuit in and for Volusia County, State of Florida versus Troy Victorino. Case number 2004-001378, CFAWS. Verdict form. Victim, Roberto Gonzalez. Aggravating factor number 1. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Troy Victorino was previously convicted of a felony and was on felony probation at the time of the murder of Roberto Gonzalez. Yes. Aggravating factor number 2. We, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Troy Victorino was previously or contemporaneously convicted for another capital felony for a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Yes. Aggravating factor number 3, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Roberto Gonzalez was committed while Troy Victorino was engaged or was an accomplice in a commission of a burglary. Yes. Aggravating factor number 4, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Roberto Gonzalez was committed for the purpose of avoiding or preventing a lawful arrest. Yes. Aggravating factor number 5, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Roberto Gonzalez was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. Aggravating factor number 6, we, the jury, unanimously find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder of Roberto Gonzalez was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole or to death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 9-3, find that Troy Victorino should be sentenced to death. Dated the 7th day of May, 2025, in Volusia County, Florida, and signed by the court.
Madam Clerk, I hate to ask you for one more.
Sorry.
So no, that's okay. If you could just with each verdict form, ask the jury if you could please hold them.
If I could hold them.
And just ask them if it's their true and correct verdict.
Thank members of the jury, as I call you juror number, please state whether the verdict of all four verdicts between, I'm gonna read the victim's name, Michelle Nathan, Anthony Vega, Jonathan Gleason, and Roberto Gonzalez for Jerome Hunter. Victim Francisco Iowa Roman, victim Karen Belanger, victim Jonathan Gleason, and victim Roberto Gonzalez for Troy Victorino. If the verdict's published, for your verdicts, I'm going to see juror number 1, juror number 2, yes. Juror number 3, yes. Juror number 4, juror number 5, yes. Juror number 6,
Yes.
juror number 7,
Yes.
juror number 8, yes. Juror number 9, yes. Juror number 10,
Yes.
juror number 11,
Yes.
and juror number 12.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, I want to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room, except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury.
Well, okay. So we know what she's telling them. She's telling them they don't got to talk, blah, 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 blah. So I'm curious if there'd be a press conference after this one. But it's okay. If we miss one, it's okay. So I keep checking back with the SURE, and there's no verdict there yet either. And it doesn't say they've gone home for the day.
Those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you.
I know, Hannah. The judge, she eats her mic. I turned it down a little bit.
You and you alone to decide whether you wish to preserve your privacy as a juror. Thank you all very much for your time.
So are they going to handcuff them? That's what I'm waiting for. Y'all handcuff them, take them out. That's what I want to see. Yeah, right here. So they're not going to let them just walk. They need to handcuff them right there. Come on. Take them to the back. Say goodnight. Yep. Screen just went black. I seen that. Nope.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. I do want to take the opportunity to to thank all of the lawyers that I worked with. This was a long, hard, difficult case. I appreciate the professionalism of all of the attorneys involved in the case. Also want to thank the court staff. I want to thank our court reporters who've been excellent throughout this trial. I want to thank Madam Clerk. Also want to thank the Sheriff's Office and the deputies for their time and efforts here in the courtroom today. Thank you all very much, and this hearing is adjourned. Yeah, we need to set some. Let me ask, what do you want to do at this point? Because we have to set off.
I want to send them back.
You can do that. Yes. So I will TOT, DOC, both gentlemen. Sure. Yes. Mr. Wood? Yes. We will do that. Yes, ma'am.
That's what I wanted to make sure of, and then we can always set a Zoom to figure out scheduling.
You got it. Michelle will reach out to everybody with respect to coordinating time for additional proceedings. And thank you. Anything else, Ms. Sammons?
No, I think that's all we need to deal with today.
Okay.
One more thing
Mr.
I would
Wood.
add, Judge, that I think the law requires an updated PSI.
You are correct.
Both defendants. So I would ask that probation be notified about updating the PSI.
I just don't know how they're going to.
They're not able to do it from DOC. We have no ability to waive this.
You do, Ms. Sammons. If you wish to waive it, you may.
I mean, I'm waiving it.
Okay.
So that seems, I'm going to be putting on my own PSI.
Fair enough. Okay, but Mr. Wood, it's your call, sir. You want to think about it and let me know? Fair enough. Okay.
Certainly have the information available, put my own report together, but let me just think about that.
You got it. Yes, sir.
So don't TOT Hunter yet, then?
Not yet. I'll
All right, so I will not TOT Mr. Hunter right now. So Let me know within the next couple of days, Mr. Wood. State anything you need to address or anything I've missed.
No.
All right. All right, we are adjourned.
Okay, stand up and handcuff them. Sorry, I have no patience.
You and Chris. I don't know what I would have done without y'all. Thank you. Please let her know that.
Yep. Yep, they're done for the day too. So, okay, dokie. That's that, guys. Okay, dokie. I guess, nope, no verdict on sure. I just looked, that's where this is. This is outside of the courthouse there. There's no verdict and they're going home for the day. So everybody gets some rest, and Katia will be back with y'all in the morning to catch up on the verdict in this and probably continue where we left off on the pokey spree, as she would like to say. And, I don't know if anybody's up at midnight and want to hang around midnight central. I'll be doing my body cam stream. I haven't set it up yet, but I will, since I won't be doing my other one. So we shall see. We shall see. Yeah, let us know, Hio. Yeah, I need to rest for a little while. This has been an emotional day. This has been a roller coaster. So anyways, thank you all for being here. And I know Katia would have loved to have been here with y'all. Glad she was able to at least see the verdict on the Tyree Nichols. And y'all have a wonderful rest of your night. And to everybody else, peace, rubber out. Y'all go.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.